Amosi by E.F. Benson. The dusk of a November day was falling fast when John Aylesford came out of his lodging in the cobbled street and started to walk briskly along the road which led eastwards by the shore of the bay. He had been at work while the daylight served him, and now, when the gathering darkness weaned him from his easel, he was accustomed to go out for air and exercise and cover 6 miles before he returned to his solitary supper. Tonight there were but few folk abroad, and those scudded along before the strong south, westerly gale which had roared and raged all day, or, leaning forward, beat their way against it. No fishing. Boats had put forth on that maddened sea, but had lain moored behind the quay wall, tossing uneasily with the backwash of the great breakers that swept by the pier head. The tide was low now, and they rested on the sandy beach. Black blots against the smooth wet surface, which somberly reflected the last flames in the west. The sun had gone down, in a rack of broken and flying clouds, angry and menacing with promise of a wild night to come. For many days past, at this hour John Aylesford had started eastwards for his tramp along the rough coast road by the bay. The last high tide had swept shingle and sand over sections of it, and fragments of seaweed, driven by the wind, bowled along the ruts. The heavy boom of the breakers sounded sullenly in the dusk, and white towers of foam appearing and disappearing showed how high they leaped over the reefs of rock beyond the headland. For 1/2 mile or so, slanting himself against the gale, he pursued this road, then turned up a narrow muddy lane sunk deep between the banks on either side of it. It ran steeply uphill, dipped down again, and joined the main road inland. Pleisview. Having arrived at the junction, John Aylesford went eastwards no more, but turned his steps to the west, arriving 1/2 hour after he had set out. On the top of the hill above the village he had quitted, though 5 minutes. Ascent would have taken him from his lodgings to the spot where he now stood looking down on the scattered lights below him. The wind had blown all wayfarers indoors, and now in front of him the road that crossed this high and desolate tableland, sprinkled here and there with lonely cottages and solitary farms, lay empty and grayly glimmering in the wind. Swept darkness, not more than faintly visible. Many times during this past month had John Aylesford made this long detour, starting eastwards from the village and coming back by a wide circuit, and now, as on these other occasions, he paused in the black shelter of the hedge through which the wind hissed and whistled, crouching there in the shadow, as if to make sure that none had followed him, and that the road in front lay void of passengers, for he had no mind to be observed by any on these journeyings. And as he paused he let his hate blaze up, warming him for the work the accomplishment of which alone could enable him to recapture any peace or profit from life. Tonight he was determined to release himself from the millstone which for so many years had hung round his neck, drowning him in bitter waters. From long brooding over the idea of the deed, he had quite ceased to feel any horror of it. The death of that drunken slut was not a matter for qualms or uneasiness. The world would be well rid of her, and he more than well. No spark of tenderness for the handsome fisher girl who once had been his model and for 20 years had been his wife pierced the blackness of his purpose. Just here it was that he had seen her first when on a summer holiday he had lodged with a couple of friends in the farmhouse towards which his way now lay. She was coming up the hill with the late sunset gilding her face, and, breathing quickly from the ascent, had leaned on the wall close by with a smile and a glance for the young man. She had sat to him, and the autumn brought the sequel to the summer in his marriage. He had bought from her uncle the little farmhouse where he had lodged, adding to its modest accommodation a studio and a bedroom above it, and there he had seen the flicker of what had never been love die out, and over the cold ashes of its embers the poisonous lichen of hatred spread fast. Early in their married life she had taken to drink and had sunk into a degradation of soul and body that seemed bottomless, dragging him with her, down and down, in the grip of a force that was hardly human in its malignity. Stepped inside. Often. The wretched years that followed he had tried to leave her. He had offered to settle the farm on her and make adequate provision for her. But she had clung to the possession of him, not, it would seem, from any affection for him, but for a reason exactly opposite, namely, that her hatred of him fed and glutted itself on the sight of his ruin. It was as if, in obedience to some hellish power, she set herself to spoil his life, his powers, his possibilities, by tying him to herself. Still, and by the aid of that power, so sometimes he had thought, she enforced her will on him. For the moment I stepped the plan as he might to cut the whole dreadful business and leave the wreck behind him. He had never been able to consolidate his resolve into action. There, but a few miles away, was the station from which ran the train that would bear him out of this ancient Western kingdom. Where the beliefs in spells and superstitions grew rank as the herbage in that soft enervating air, and set him in the dry hard light of cities. But he could not take it, something unseen and potent, of grim inflexibility, held him back. He had passed no one on his way here, and satisfied now that in the darkness he could proceed without fear of being recognized if a chance wayfarer came from the direction in which he was going, he left the shelter of the hedge and struck out into the stormy sea of that stupendous gale. Even as a man in the grip of imminent death sees his past life spread itself out in front of him for his final survey before the book is closed, so now, on the brink of the new life from which the deed on which he was determined alone separated him, John Alsford, as he battled his advance through this great tempest, turned over page after page of his own wretched chronicles, feeling already strangely detached from them. It was as if he read the sordid and enslaved annals of another, wondering at them, half pitying, half despising him who had allowed himself to be bound so long in this ruinous noose. Yes, it had been just that, a noose drawn ever tighter round his neck, while he choked and struggled all unavailingly. But there was another noose which should very soon now be drawn rapidly and finally tight, and the drawing of that in his own strong hands would free him. As he dwelt on that for a moment, his fingers stroked and patted the hank of whipcord that lay white and tough in his pocket. A noose, a knot drawn quickly taut, and he would have paid her back with justice and swifter mercy for the long strangling which he had suffered. Voluntarily and eagerly, at the beginning had he allowed her to slip the noose about him. For Ellen Trenaire's beauty in those days, so long past and so everlastingly regretted, had been enough to ensnare a man. He had been warned at the time, by hint and half, spoken suggestion, that it was ill for a man to mate with a girl of that dark and ill-famed family. For woman to wed a boy in whose veins ran the blood of Jonas Trenaire, once Methodist preacher, who learned on one All Hallows Eve a darker gospel than he had ever preached before. What had happened to the girls who had married into that dwindling family, now all but extinct? One, before her marriage was a year old, had gone off her head, and now, a withered and ancient crone, mowed and gibbered about the streets of the village. I Phil picking garbage from the gutter and munching it in her toothless jaws. I still. Another, Ellen's own mother, had been found hanging from the banister of her stairs, stark and grim. Then there was young Frank Pincaris, still, who had wed Ellen's sister. He had sunk into an awful melancholy and sat tracing on sheets of paper the visions that beset his eyes, headless shapes, and the images of the spawn of hell. John Alsford, in those early days, had laughed to scorn these old wife tales of spells and sorceries. They belonged to ages long past. Whereas fair Ellen Trenair was of the lovely present, and had lit desire in his heart, which she alone could assuage. He had no use, in the brightness of her eye, for such shadows and superstitions. Her beams dispelled them. Bitter and black as midnight had his enlightenment been, darkening through dubious dusks till the murk of the pit itself enveloped him. His laughter at the notion that in this 20th century spells and sorceries could survive grew silent on his lips. He had seen the cattle of a neighbor who had offended one whom it was wiser not to cross, dwindle and pine, though there were rich pastures for their grazing till the rib bones stuck out like the timbers of stranded wrecks. He had seen the spring on another farm run dry at lambing time because the owner, skeptic like himself, had refused that bounty which all prudent folk paid to the wizard of Maruth, who, like Ellen, was of the blood of Jonas Trenair. From scorn and laughter he had wavered to an uneasy wonder, and from wonder his mind had passed to the conviction that there were powers occult and terrible, which strove in darkness and prevailed, secrets and spells that could send disease on man and beast, dark incantations, known to few, which could maim and cripple, and of these few his wife was one. His reason revolted, but some conviction, deeper than reason, held its own. To such a view it seemed the deed he contemplated was no crime, but rather an act of obedience to the ordinance. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. And the sense of detachment was over that, even as over the memories that oozed up in his mind. Somebody, not he, who had planned everything very carefully was in the next hour going to put an end to his bondage. So the years had passed, he floundering ever deeper in the slough, into which he was plunged, out of which while she lived he could never emerge. For the last year, she, wearying of his perpetual presence at the farm, had allowed him to take a lodging in the village. She did not loose her hold over him, dear, for the days were few on which she did not come with demands for a handful of shillings to procure her the raw spirits which alone could slake her thirst. Sometimes, as he sat at work there in the north room, looking on to the small garden yard, she would come lurching up the path, with her bloated crimson face set on the withered neck, and tap at his window with fingers shriveled like birds' claws. Body and limbs were no more than bones over which the wrinkled skin was stretched, but her face bulged monstrously with layers of fat. He would give her whatever he had about him, and, if it was not enough, she would plant herself there, grinning at him and wheedling him still, or with screams and curses threatening him with such fate as he had known to overtake those who crossed her will. But usually he gave her enough to satisfy her for that day, and perhaps the next. For thus she would the more quickly drink herself to death. Yet death seemed long in coming. He remembered well how first the notion of killing her came into his head, just a little seed, small as that of mustard, which lay long in barrenness. Only the bare idea of it was there, like an abstract proposition. Then, imperceptibly in the fruitful darkness of his mind, it must have begun to sprout, for presently a tendril, still soft and white, prodded out into the daylight. He almost pushed it back again, for fear that she, by some divining art, should probe his purpose. But when next she came for supplies, he saw no gleam of surmise in her red, rimmed eyes, and she took her money and went her way, and his purpose put forth another leaf, and the stem of it grew sappy. All autumn through it had nourished and grown tree, and fresh ideas, fresh details, fresh precautions flocked there like building birds and made it gay with singing. He sat under the shadow of it and listened with brightening hopes to their song. Never had there been such peerless melody. They knew their tunes now. There was no need for any further rehearsal. He began to wonder how soon he would be back on the road again, with face turned from this buffeting wind, and on his way home. His business would not take him long. The central deed of it would be over in a couple of minutes, and he did not anticipate delay about the setting to work on it, for by 7 o'clock of the evening, as well he knew, she was usually snoring in the oblivion of complete drunkenness, and even if she was not as far gone as that, she would certainly be incapable of any serious resistance. After that, a quarter of an hour more would finish the job, and he would leave the house secure already from any chance of detection. Night after night during these last 10 days he had been up here, peering from the darkness into the lighted room where she sat, then listening for her step on the stairs as she stumbled up to bed, or hearing her snorings as she slept in her chair below. The outhouse, he knew, was well stocked with paraffin. He needed no further apparatus than the whipcord and the matches he carried with him. Then back he would go along the exact route by which he had come, re-entering the village again from the eastwards, in which direction he had set out. This walk of his was now a known and established habit. Half the village during the last week or two had seen him every evening set forth along the coast road. The ale. For a tramp in the dusk when the light failed for his painting, and had seen him come back again as they hung about and smoked in the warm dusk. A couple of hours later, the air was too still. None knew of his detour to the main road, which took him westwards again above the village, and so to the stretch of bleak upland, along which now he fought his way against the gale. Then, always round about the hour of 8, he had entered the village again from the other side, and had stopped and chatted with the loiterers. Tonight, no later than was usual, he would come up the cobbled road again and give good night to any who lingered there outside the public house. In this wild wind it was not likely that there would be such, and if so, no matter. Seal. He had been seen already setting forth on his usual walk by the coast of the bay, and if none outside saw him return, none could see the true chart of his walk. By 8 he should be back to his supper. There would be a soused herring for him, and a cut of cheese would be singing on the hob for his hot whiskey. Toddy. He would have a keen edge for the enjoyment of them. Tonight, he would drink long healths to the damned and the dead, till tomorrow, probably, would the news of what had happened reach him, for the farmhouse lay lonely and sheltered by the wood of firs. However high might mount the beacon of its blazing, it would scarcely, screened by the tall trees, light up the western sky, and be seen from the village nestling below the steep hill crest. By now John Aylesford had come to the fir wood which bordered the road on the left, and as he passed into its shelter, cut off from him the violence of the gale. All its branches were astir with the sound of some vexed, overhead sea, and the trunks that upheld them creaked and groaned in the fury of the tempest. Somewhere behind the thick scud of flying cloud, the moon must have risen, for the road glimmered more visibly, and The tossing blackness of the branches was clear enough against the gray tumult overhead. Behind the tempest she rode in serene skies, and in the murderous clarity of his mind, he likened himself to her. Just for half an hour more, he would still grope and scheme and achieve in this hurly-burly, and then, like a balloon released, still. Soar through the clouds and find serenity. A couple of 100 yards now would take him round the corner of the wood. From there, the merry lane led from the high road to the farm. 2. Still, he hastened rather than retarded his going as he drew near, for the wood, though it roared with the gale, began to whisper to him of memories. That summer, before his marriage, had he strayed out at dusk into it, certain that before he had gone many paces, he would see a shadow flitting towards him through the firs, or hear the crack of dry twigs in the stillness of the sun. Here was their tryst. She would come up from the village with the excuse of bringing fish to the farmhouse, after the boats had come in, and deserting the high road, make a short cut through the wood. Like some distant blink of lightning, the memory of those evenings quivered distantly on his mind, and he quickened his step. The years that followed had killed and buried those recollections. But who knew what stirring of corpses and dry bones might not yet come to them if he lingered there? He fingered the whipcord in his pocket and launched out beyond the trees into the full fury of the gale. The farmhouse was near now, and in full view, a black blot against the clouds. A beam of light shone from an uncurtained window on the ground floor, and the rest was dark. Even thus had he seen it for many nights past, and well knew what sight would greet him as he stole up nearer. And even so it was tonight, for there she sat in the studio he had built, betwixt table and fireplace, with the bottle near her, and her withered hands stretched out to the blaze, and the huge bloated face swaying on her shoulders. Beside her tonight were the wrecked remains of a chair, and the first sight that he caught of her was to show her feeding the fire with the broken pieces of it. It had been too troublesome to bring fresh logs from the store of wood. To break up a chair was the easier task. She stirred and sat more upright, then reached out for the bottle that stood beside her, and drank from the mouth of it. She drank and licked her lips and drank again, and staggered to her feet, tripping on the edge of the hearth rug. For the moment that seemed to anger her, and with clenched teeth and pointing finger she mumbled at it. Then once more she drank, and lurching forward, took the lamp from the table. With it in her hand she shuffled to the door, and the room was left to the flickering firelight. A moment afterwards, the bedroom window above sprang into light, an oblong of bright illumination. As soon as that appeared, he crept round the house to the door. He gently turned the handle of it, and found it unlocked. Inside was a small passage entrance, on the left of which ascended the stairs to the bedroom above the studio. All was silent there, but from where he stood he could see that the door into the bedroom was open, for a shaft of light from the lamp she had carried up with her was shed onto the landing there. Everything was smoothing itself out to render his course most easy. Even the gale was his friend, for it would be bellows for the fire. He slipped off his shoes, leaving them on the mat, and drew the whipcord from his pocket. He made a noose in it and began to ascend the stairs. They were well built of seasoned oak, and no creak betrayed his advancing footfall. At the top he paused, listening for any stir of movement within, but there was nothing to be heard but the sound of heavy breathing from the bed that lay to the left of the door and out of sight. She had thrown herself down there, he guessed, without undressing, leaving the lamp to burn itself out. He could see it through the open door already beginning to flicker. On the wall behind it were a couple of colors, pictures of his own, one of the little walled garden by the farm, the other of the pinewood of their tryst. Well, he remembered painting them. She would sit by him as he worked with prattle and singing. He looked at them now, quite detachedly. They seemed to him wonderfully good, and he envied the artist that fresh, clean skill. Perhaps he would take them down presently and carry them away with him. Very softly now he advanced into the room, and looking round the corner of the door, he saw her, sprawling and fully dressed on the broad bed. She lay on her back, eyes closed and mouth open, her dull gray hair spread over the pillow. Evidently she had not made the bed that day, for she lay stretched on the crumpled back, turned blankets. A hair brush was on the floor beside her. It seemed to have fallen from her hand. He moved quickly towards her. "Oh." He put on his shoes again. When he came to the foot of the stairs, carrying the lamp with him and the 2 pictures which he had taken down from the wall, and went into the studio. He set the lamp on the table and drew down the blinds, and his eye fell on the half-empty whiskey bottle from which he had seen her drinking. Still, though his hand was quite steady, and his mind composed and tranquil, there was yet at the back of it some impression that was slowly developing, and a good dose of spirits would no doubt expunge that. He drank half a tumbler of it raw and undiluted, and though it seemed no more than water in his mouth, he soon felt that it was doing its work and sponging away from his mind the picture that had been outlining itself there. The air was too still. In a couple of minutes he was quite himself again, and could afford to wonder and laugh at the illusion, for it was no less than that which had been gaining on him. For though he could distinctly remember drawing the noose tight, and seeing the face grow black inside, and struggling with the convulsive movements of those withered limbs that soon lay quiet again, air was kept in sile. There had sprung up in his mind some unaccountable impression that what he had left there huddled on the bed was not just the bundle of withered limbs and strangled neck, but the body of a young girl, smooth of skin and golden of hair, with mouth that smiled drowsily. She had been asleep when he came in, and now was half awake, and was stirring and stretching herself. The air was too, and still. In what dim of his mind that image had formed itself, he had no idea. All he cared about now was that his drink had shattered it again. He could proceed with order and method to make all secure. Just 1 drop more first. How lucky it was that this morning he had been liberal with his money when she came to the village, for he would have been sorry to have gone without that fillip to his nerves. He looked at his watch and saw to his satisfaction that it was still only a little after 7 o'clock. Half an hour's walking, with this gale to speed his steps, would easily carry him from door to door, round the detour which approached the village from the east, and a quarter of an hour, so, he reckoned, would be sufficient to accomplish thoroughly what remained to be done here. He must not hurry, and thus overlook some precaution needful for his safety, though, on the other hand, he would be glad to be gone from the house as soon as might be, and he proceeded to set about his work without delay. There was brushwood and fire, kindling to be brought in from the wood shed in the yard, and he made 3 journeys, returning each time with his arms full, before he had brought in what he judged to be sufficient. Most of this he piled in a loose heap in the studio, with the rest he ascended once more to the bedroom above, and made a heap of it there in the middle of the floor. He took the curtains down from the windows, for they would make a fine wick for the paraffin, and stuffed them into the pile. Before he left, he looked once more at what lay on the bed, and marvelled at the illusion which the whiskey had dispelled, and as he looked, the sense that he was free mounted and bubbled in his head. The thing seemed scarcely human at all. It was a monster from which he had delivered himself, and now, with the thought of that to warm him, he was no longer eager to get through with his work and be gone, for it was all part of that act of riddance which he had accomplished, and he gloried in it. Soon, when all was ready, he would come back once more and soak the fuel and set light to it, and purge with fire the corruption that lay humped on the bed. The fury of the gale had increased with nightfall, and as he went downstairs again, he heard the rattle of loosened tiles on the roof, and the crash as they shattered themselves on the cobbles of the yard. At that a sudden misgiving made his breath to catch in his throat, as he pictured to himself some maniac blast falling on the house and crashing in the walls that now trembled and shuddered. Supposing the whole house fell, even if he escaped with his life from the toppling ruin, what would his life be worth? There would be search made in the fallen D.A. Briz to find the body of her who lay strangled with the whipcord round her neck, and he pictured to himself the slow, relentless march of justice. He had bought whipcord only yesterday at a shop in the village, insisting on its strength and toughness. Would it be wiser now, this moment, to untee the noose and take it back with him, or add it to his brushwood? He paused on the staircase, pondering that, but his flesh quaked at the thought, and master of himself though he had been during those few struggling minutes, he distrusted his power of making himself handle once more that which could struggle no longer. But even as he tried to screw his courage to the point, the violence of the squall passed, and the shuddering house braced itself again. He need not fear that. The gale was his friend that would blow on the flames, not his enemy. The blasts that trumpeted overhead were the voices of the allies who had come to aid him. All was arranged then upstairs for the pouring of the paraffin and the lighting of the pyre. It remained but to make similar dispositions in the studio. He would stay to feed the flames till they raged beyond all power of extinction, and now he began to plan the line of his retreat. There were 2 doors in the studio, one by the fireplace which opened onto the little garden, the other gave into the passage entrance from which mounted the stairs, and so to the door through which he had come into the house. He decided to use the garden door for his exit, but when he came to open it, he found that the key was stiff in the rusty lock and did not yield to his efforts. There was no use in wasting time over that. It made no difference through which door he finally emerged, and he began piling up his heap of wood at that end of the room. The lamp was burning low, but the fire, which only so few minutes ago she had fed with a broken chair, shone brightly, and a flaming ember from it would serve to set light to his conflagration. There was a straw mat in front of it, which would make fine kindling, and with these 2 fires, one in the bedroom upstairs and the other here, there would be no mistake about the incineration of the house and all that it contained. His own crime, if crime it was, would perish too, and all evidence thereof, victim and whipcord, and the very walls of the house of sin and hate. It was a great deed and a fine adventure, and as the liquor he had drunk began to circulate more buoyantly through his veins, he gloried at the thought of the approaching consummation. He would slip out of the sordid tragedy of his past life, as from a discarded garment that he threw into the bonfire he would soon kindle. Was ready now for the soaking of the fuel he had piled with the paraffin, and he went out to the shed in the yard where the barrel stood. A big tin ewer stood beside it, which he filled and carried indoors. That would be sufficient for the soaking of the pile upstairs. And fetching the smoky and flickering lamp from the studio, he went up again, still, and like a careful gardener watering some bed of choice blossoms, he sprinkled and poured till his ewer was empty. He gave but one glance to the bed behind him, where the huddled thing lay so quietly, and as he turned, lamp in hand, to go down again, wrong the moment I stepped through a tide that came in through the window against which the gale beat, extinguished it. A little blue flame of burning vapor rose in the chimney, and went out, so, having no further use for it, he pitched it on to the pile of soaked material, as still. As he left the room, he thought, he heard some small stir of movement behind him. But he told himself that it was but something slipping in the heap he had built there. Again he went out into the storm. The clouds that scudded overhead were thinner now, though the gale blew not less fiercely, and the blurred, watery moonlight was brighter. Once for a moment, as he approached the shed, he caught sight of the full orb, plunging madly among the streaming vapors. Then she was hidden again behind the rack. Close in front of him were the fir trees of the wood, where those sweet tresses had been held. I stepped inside, and once again the vision of hers, as she had been broke into his mind, and the queer conviction that it was no withered and bloated hag who lay on the bed upstairs, but the fair, comely limbs and the golden head. It was even more vivid now, and he made haste to get back to the studio, where he would find the trusty medicine that had dispelled that vision before. Mouse. He would have to make 2 journeys, at least, with his tin ewer, before he transported enough oil to feed the larger pyre below, and so, to save time, he took the barrel off its stand and rolled it along the path and into the house. He paused at the foot of the stairs, listening to hear if anything stirred, but all was silent. Whatever had slipped up there was steady again. From outside only came the squeal and bellow of the wind. The studio was brightly but fitfully lit by the flames on the hearth. At one moment a noonday blazed there, the next but the last smolder of some red sunset. It was easier to decant from the barrel into his ewer than carry the heavy keg and sprinkle from it, and once again he filled and emptied it. One more application would be sufficient, and after that he could let what remained trickle out onto the floor. But by some awkward movement he managed to spill a splash of it down the front of his trousers. He must be sure, therefore, how quickly his brain responded with counsels of precautions, to have some accident with his lamp when he came in to his supper, which should account for this little misadventure. Or, probably, the wind through which he would presently be walking would dry it before he reached the village. So, for the last time, with matches ready in his hand, he mounted the stairs to set light to the fuel piled in the room above. His second dose of whiskey sang in his head, and he said to himself, smiling at the humor of the notion, "She always liked a fire in her bedroom, she shall have it now." That seemed a very comical idea, and it dwelt in his head as he struck the match which should light it for her. Then, still grinning, he gave one glance to the bed, and the smile died on his face, and the wild symbols of panic crashed in his brain. The bed was empty, no huddled shape lay there. Distraught with terror, he thrust the match into the soaked pile, and the flame flared up. Perhaps the body had rolled off the bed. It must, in any case, be here somewhere, and when once the room was alight there would be nothing more to fear. High rose the smoky flame, and banging the door, he leaped down the stairs to set light to the pile below and be gone from the house. Yet, whatever monstrous miracle his eye had assured him of, it could not be that she still lived and had left the place where she lay, for she had ceased to breathe when the noose was tight round her neck, and her fight for life and air had long been stilled. But if by some hideous witchcraft she was not dead, it would soon be over now with her in the stupefaction of the smoke and the scorching flames. Let be, the door was shut and she within. For him it remained to be finished with the business, and flee from the house of terror, lest he leave the sanity of his soul behind him. The red glare from the hearth in the studio lit his steps down the passage from the stairway, and already he could hear from above the dry crack and snap from the fire that prospered there. As he shuffled in, he held his hands to his head, as if pressing the brain back into its cool case, from which it seemed eager to fly out into the welter of storm and fire and hideous imagination. If he could only control himself for a few moments more, all would be done, and he would escape from this disordered, haunted place into the night and the gale, leaving behind him the blaze that would burn away all perilous stuff. Again the flames broke out in the embers on the hearth, bravely burning, and he took from the heart of the glare a fragment on which the fire was bursting into yellow flowers. He heeded not the scorching of his hand, for it was but for a moment that he held it, and then plunged it into the pile that dripped with the oil he had poured on it. A tower of flame mounted, licking the rafters of the low ceiling, then died away as if suffocated by its own smoke, but crept onwards, nosing its way along till it reached the straw mat, which blazed fiercely. That blaze kindled the courage in him. Whatever trick his imagination had played on him just now, he had nothing to fear except his own terror, which now he mastered again, for nothing real could ever escape from the conflagration, and it was only the real that he feared. Spells and witchcrafts and superstitions, such as for the last 20 years had battened on him, were all enclosed in that tight, drawn noose. It was time to be gone, for all was safe now, and the room was growing to oven heat. But as he picked his way across the floor over which runnels of flames from the split barrel were beginning to spread this way and that, he heard from above the sound of a door unlatched and footsteps light and firm tapped on the stairs. For 1 second the sheer catalepsy of panic seized him, but he recovered his control, and with hands that groped through the thick smoke, he found the door. At that moment the fire shot up in a blaze of blinding flame, and there in the doorway stood Ellen. It was no withered body and bloated face that confronted him, but she with whom he had trusted in the wood, with the bloom of eternal youth upon her, and the smooth soft hand, on which was her wedding ring, pointed at him. It was in vain that he called on himself to rush forward out of that torrid and suffocating air. The front door was open, he had but to pass her and speed forth safe into the night. But no power from his will reached his limbs, his will screamed to him, "Go, go! Push by her, it is but a phantom which you fear." But muscle and sinew were in mutiny, and step by step he retreated before that pointing finger and the radiant shape that advanced on him. The flames that flickered over the floor had discovered the paraffin he had spilt, and leaped up his leg. Just one spot in his brain retained lucidity from the encompassing terror. Somewhere behind that barrier of fire there was the second door into the garden. He had but cursorily attempted to unlock its rusty wards. Now, surely, the knowledge that there alone was escape would give strength to his hand. He leaped backwards through the flames, still with eyes fixed on her whoever advanced in time with his retreat, and turning, wrestled and strove with the key. Something snapped in his hand, and there still in the keyhole was the bare shaft. Holding his breath, for the heat scorched his throat, he groped towards where he knew was the window through which he had first seen her that night. The flames licked fiercely round it, but there, beneath his hand, was the hasp, and he threw it open. At that the wind poured in as through the nozzle of applied bellows, and death rose high and bright around him. Through the flames, as he sank to the floor, a face radiant with revenge smiled on him.
"Norfolk, England, 1963, someplace, do not need a graveyard to be haunted. Sometimes all they need, trunt, is water, cold water, deep water, and something beneath it that remembers what stood there before. My name is Daniel Crowe, and in October of 1963 that I was employed by the East Anglian Non-Drainage Authority. It was not exciting work. I inspected pumping stations, sluice gates, and flood channels throughout Norfolk. Most days I saw more mud than people. I preferred it that way. Then I was sent dark to Blackmere Marsh. The assignment appeared simple. A drainage pump had stopped working near and isolated through a stretch of wetland the previous engineer had visited on 3 days earlier. He had not. He returned. His name was Albert Shaw, the police believed, and he had fallen into the marsh. My employer believed he had abandoned his post. I believed I would repair a broken pump and be home before supper. All 3 of us were wrong. I arrived at Blackmere shortly after 3 in the afternoon. The road ended nearly a mile on from the pumping station. From there I continued, on foot. The marsh seemed endless. Brown water, tall reeds, black mud, and above it a sky the cut of old iron. There were no houses, no farms, no telephone lines, nothing, only the remains of an old church tower rising from the water, perhaps a half a mile away. That surprised me. Only the upper 20 feet all remained visible. A square, stone-towered, The by reeds. I assumed the marsh had flooded around it. 10 years earlier, the pumping station, or was little more, than a concrete building containing a diesel engine, and 2 enormous pumps. I unlocked the door. Inside, I found Albert Shaw's coat. His lunchbox was still on the table. Half a sandwich remained inside. His tools lay beside the engine. Whatever had happened, Albert had not planned to leave. I inspected the pump. Nothing obvious. Fuel and plenty. All and fine. Drive belt intact, I tried. Shone the starter. The engine turned, but would not fire. Then I heard a bell. Dong. I stopped. Another. Dong. A church bell. I stepped outside. The sound came from across the marsh. From the ruined tower. Dong! I stared at it. There was no bell inside that tower. I could see straight through the broken openings. Nothing hung there yet. The bell continued slowly. Dong. Pause. Then I'd stopped. I returned on to the pump on the wall, and beside the engine 'twas someone, and had written something in grease pencil. Do not answer. Or the bells. I stared at the words underneath our Albert's initials. I guess I laughed, not because it was funny, because sometimes when a man is alone in an unpleasant place, he laughs on to remind himself that he isn't afraid. I tried. Or the engine again. Nothing. By 5 o'clock, the light was beginning to disappear. I decided to return to the car and come back. In the morning, I packed my tools. Then, from outside, someone shouted, "Hello!" I froze. A man's voice, distant. "Hello!" I stepped outside. "Who's there?" The voice. Don came again. "Over here! Across the marsh! Near the church tower!" A man was standing among the reeds. I could barely make him out. Dark trousers, white shirt, no coat. He raised one arm. "Help me!" I thought. Immediately, an of Albert Shaw. "Albert!" The figure waved. I ran, I grabbed. The marsh was dangerous, but there was an old wooden walkway leading one towards the tower. Most of it had collapsed, but enough remained to cross the shallower sections. I started towards him. "Stay where you are!" The man didn't answer. As I approached the church tower, I noticed something strange. There were stone walls that beneath the water, foundations, door remains of buildings. Not just a church, there had been an entire village. The man stood on a patch out of dry ground, perhaps 100 yards ahead. He turned away, then walked into the reeds. "Wait!" I followed. The reeds unclosed around me. Suddenly, I could not see the pumping station or the tower, only reeds. Then the bell rang. Dong. Much louder. I stopped. Dong. Another bell answered. Somewhere to my left. Then another behind me. 3 bells. Or the marsh. Dong. Dong. The water around my boots and began to ripple. Not from wind, something odd was moving underneath. I backed away. Then I heard a voice. "What's behind me? Don't speak." I turned. An old man stood on the walkway. I hadn't heard him approach. He wore a heavy brown coat. Carried a walking stick. His beard, was white and stained. A yellow around the mouth. "Come here." I moved towards him. He raised one finger to his lips. "Quiet." Something moved through behind me. The old man grabbed my arm. We walked without speaking until we reached solid ground. Only then you answered. I frowned. "What?" "The bell." I didn't answer. Any bell," you shouted. He looked towards the marsh. Same stared at him. "Who are you?" "Samuel Pike." "Where do you live?" He pointed towards a small cottage, hidden, head behind trees, some distance away. I had not noticed it from the road. I explained how about Albert. Samuel looked down. "He's gone," I warned him. "What happened?" Samuel turned towards the ruined tower. "You should leave." "Why?" "Before dark. I need to find him. No, I can't just. Bah, leave a man. Bah, out there. Samuel looked. Dug directly at me. There isn't. Cob pop. A man. But out there. That was the first moment. I became genuinely afraid. We went to his cottage. Inside, a fire burned in a black iron grate. The walls, when were covered, with old photographs. One caught my attention. A village, church, houses, school. Children standing beside a pond. I recognized. Or the church tower. Blackmere. Samuel nodded. What happened? The government bought the land. Bought. In 1911. They wanted. Bought to flood part. Or of the valley. Bought for drainage. People moved away. Or most of them. I looked at him. Samuel poked the fire. Blackmere. Bar wasn't Bar, a friendly place. Families here. Bar had lived there, Bar, on the marsh. Ball, for 100 years. They didn't like Ball being told or to leave. Some refused. What happened? Bar. To them. Samuel looked towards me. The water came. I stared. They drowned, officially. Bar, the village. Bar was empty. And unofficially. Samuel said nothing. Outside, the wind moved, out through the reeds. Then the bell rang. Dong. Samuel's face changed. He stood. Dong closed the curtains. Dong. Another bell answered. Then another. I whispered, "Why bells?" Samuel, and returned to his chair. The church bell. Bar was the warning. When the sluice gates were opened. Bon, the priest. Bar rang it. He rang. Pon. Until the water, Bar reached the church, and then Samuel looked towards the floor. He kept ringing. Underwater, Samuel nodded for 3 days. I laughed. That's impossible. Yes, Samuel smiled, without humor. That word, bot, doesn't mean much. Bot, around Blackmere. The bell stopped. Then someone knocked on the cottage door 3 times. Knock, knock. Samuel, and didn't move. A voice came. Samuel closed his eyes. It was a woman's voice, old, gentle. Sam. Open the door. I whispered. It was that. Stared. Did into the fire. My wife. I looked towards the door. Then let her in. She died 9 years ago. Another knock. Sam, it's cold. Samuel's hands. Tat-tat-tat around his walking stick. Don't speak. The handle. And slowly turned. The door was locked. Something scratched against the wood. Then the woman's voice. Dot changed. Daniel? I froze. Samuel looked at me. How does it? To know my name? He shook his head. Outside. The voice became male. Daniel. I recognized it. Albert Shaw. Daniel. Bo? Samuel grabbed my sleeve. Sit down. He's alive? No, you don't know that? I know. Bo. Exactly. But, what Albert screamed. Help me. I pulled away. From Samuel. He's outside. Samuel shouted. No, I opened on the door. The marsh now was covered. Albert stood. He perhaps 30 feet away. His shirt, it was soaked mud, uncovered his face. Thank God, he smiled. Then Samuel whispered. I hind me. Look at his feet. I did. Albert's feet. I were not on the ground. His legs continued, or down through the earth. As though he was standing in water. That wasn't there. Albert smiled again. Come on. Daniel, there's something about you need to see. Behind him, Ash appeared in the mist. Men, women, children, dozens. Their clothes belonged to another time, 1911. Samuel slammed the door. Something hit it from outside, hard. Then again the windows rattled, the bells, and began ringing, not 3, dozens, beneath us, around us, everywhere. Samuel shouted, Ha! Above the noise! They're coming! For the pump! What? The pump. Bah! Keeps the water. Bah! I stared. The pump isn't working. I know. Then, what? What happens? Samuel looked towards the floor, the village. Paw comes back. A terrible, the cracking sound. Came from outside. The earth was shifting water, began rising on through the floorboards, cold, black water. Samuel grabbed. We have to. Start the pump. We ran across the marsh through the darkness. The bells rang as we reached on the pumping station. On the engine suddenly started, boom by itself. Boom, boom, the pumps. Began turning. Samuel stopped. That's wrong. What? We didn't start it. The station door slowly opened. Albert Shaw stood inside. He smiled. Behind him, on the concrete floor, was gone in its place the stone steps. Descended into darkness. Down, beneath the marsh. Albert whispered, they've been, waiting. For someone, to ring, the last bell. Samuel backed away. No. Albert reached more towards me. Come and see. I should have run. Instead, I looked down those steps and saw a black mare, not ruins, not flooded walls. The entire village stood beneath the water. Perfect. Houses, shops, the school, the church. Lights burned, and inside the windows, people, and walked along the street. And everyone, 10 of them, stopped at exactly the same moment and looked up towards me. Then, the church doors daft opened. Something came out, not at any more. It wore the remains, not of a priest's clothing. Its body was swollen from water. In both hands it carried a bell rope. It pulled. Dong, the sound, the shook, the pumping station. Samuel screamed, run. The water beneath the steps began rising. The dead. I got walked. Towards us I grabbed a metal bar and struck the pump controls. Once, twice, sparks filled the room. The engine screamed. Then, the main pump, and into life. Water was dragged away from beneath us. The drowned village began to disappear. The dead opened their mouths and screamed. Albert reached, for me. His fingers almost touched my face. Then he fell backwards into the darkness. The stone steps collapsed. Concrete returned. The bell stopped. Silence. Samuel and I stood in the pumping station. Until dawn, we never found Albert Shaw. The official report said, he drowned. I allowed that explanation to remain. Samuel Pike. Fun died 2 years later. After that, Blackmere pumping station was automated. I never returned. But in 1989, the authority decided the old station was no longer required. A newer system had been built. Several miles away, the Blackmere pump and was switched off permanently. 3 days later, residents in villages nearly 10 miles away, unreported, hearing church bells. During the night, surveyors were sent to Blackmere. They discovered something impossible. The water level had fallen. In the centre of the marsh, an old road. It had appeared. It led towards the church tower. Along both sides stood the roofs of houses. The village, there was rising. The authorities, they closed the area, officially, because of unstable ground. But fishermen still enter the marsh occasionally, and some have reported seeing lights beneath the water, windows, doorways, people walking. Down far below their boats, one fisherman reported something, and particularly strange. In 2017, he heard a bell beneath him, dong. Then another, farther away, dong. Then another, the bells were moving towards him. He started his engine. Before he could leave, someone knocked 3 times on the underside of his boat. Knock, knock, and then a man's voice came from beneath the water. Very quietly, it said. Oh, hello. The fisherman did not answer. He remembered an old warning. His grandfather had once given him a warning passed down through families who lived near Blackmere. If you hear the bells and beneath the marsh, keep walking. If someone calls your name, keep walking. And if something beneath the water asks whether you can hear it, whatever you do, do not answer, because while the people of Blackmere have been waiting for more than 100 years for someone to tell them the water dew is gone, and when someone finally answers, they may decide that it is time To come. Back up.
Cambridge, England, 1956. There are certain things one should never purchase from the estate of a dead man. His shoes, perhaps his wedding ring, certainly, and if one possesses even the smallest amount of common sense, one should never, under any circumstances, buy his clock. Unfortunately, Edmund Blackwood had never considered himself superstitious. He considered superstition a weakness of the poorly educated. Ghosts were nonsense. Curses were nonsense. And death was merely an inconvenience which happened to other people. Edmund was 58 and owned a small antique shop on Trinity Street. He specialized in clocks, mantel clocks, carriage clocks, French clocks, Vienna regulators, and occasionally something rather special. The grandfather clock arrived on November 7th, 1956. It came from the estate of Sir Henry Ashcombe, a wealthy and thoroughly unpleasant old gentleman who had died 3 weeks earlier. The clock was magnificent, dark mahogany, nearly 8 feet tall. Its face was silver, surrounded by intricate carvings, angels on one side, demons on the other. Edmund smiled when he saw them. Rather dramatic. The solicitor handling the estate didn't smile. Sir Henry hated it. Edmund looked at the clock. Then why keep it? The solicitor hesitated. He tried to get rid of it several times, and it came back. Edmund laughed. Clocks don't come back. No, the solicitor replied. They don't. There was something about the way he said it that made Edmund stop smiling. How much? £20. The Edmund stared at him. The mechanism alone was worth 10 times that. 20. Provided the solicitor said, "You take it today." Edmund agreed. By 4 o'clock, the clock stood inside his shop. His assistant, Peter Lawson, helped position it against the rear wall. Peter was 23 and considerably more superstitious than his employer. He examined the carved figures. "I don't like it." Edmund smiled. "Fortunately, I'm paying you to polish antiques, not marry them." Peter laughed, then noticed something. "Face, sir. There's no 12. The Edmund approached. Peter was right. The clock face displayed 1, 2, 3, and so on. But after 11 came 13. Edmund frowned. "Maybe it's not a clock." Edmund looked. "It has hands, a pendulum, and a bloody great bell. It's a clock." He opened the lower case. The pendulum wasn't moving. Edmund wound the mechanism. Tick, tock, tock, tick. The sound was unusually deep, almost like footsteps in another room. That evening, Edmund closed the shop at 6. Peter left first. "Good night, sir. Good night." Edmund remained to complete his accounts. At exactly 9 o'clock, the grandfather clock began to chime. Dong. Edmund looked up. Dong. He counted without meaning to. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Dong. 11. Edmund frowned. Then dong. 12. He stood. The clock had no 12. Then one final chime. Dong. 13. Silence. Edmund stared hoar at the clock. Very amusing. He opened the case. The mechanism appeared normal. Then he noticed something inside the door. Words scratched into the wood. Not professionally engraved. Scratched. As though someone had used a knife. 13 nights. Edmund read it twice. Below it were 13 small lines. One had been crossed out. Edmund smiled. Some previous owner with a taste for melodrama. He closed the case and went home. The following morning, Peter arrived at 8:30. Edmund was already there. "Morning, sir. Peter, have you ever seen a clock strike 13? Peter stopped, removing his coat. No, boom. This one did. Peter looked towards the clock. When? Last night. Peter walked closer. Then his face changed. "Sir." "What?" The door. Edmund opened the clock case. 2 lines were now crossed out. Edmund stared. "I didn't do that." Peter stepped backwards. "I told you. I didn't like it." Edmund shut the door. Someone's playing a practical joke. Edmund didn't answer. That evening he deliberately stayed late. At 9 the clock chimed, 13 times. Afterwards Edmund opened the case. 3 lines were crossed out. He stopped, smiling. The following morning he contacted the solicitor. "I want to know where Ashcombe got the clock." There was silence on the telephone. "Mr. Blackwood, I suggest you dispose of it." I asked where it came from. The solicitor sighed. "When?"
1932?
"The previous owner, a doctor named Alistair Crane." Edmund wrote the name down. "What happened to him?" Another pause. "He died." Edmund rolled his eyes. "Most previous owners of antiques have that unfortunate habit." "How?" The solicitor's voice became quieter. Crane was found sitting in front of the clock. "Did 'cause heart failure. Anything unusual?" The solicitor hesitated. His servant said he had been counting the nights. Edmund looked towards the clock. "What nights?" "You already know." The telephone line went dead. Edmund began researching. Dr. Alistair Crane had purchased the clock in 1919. Before him it belonged to a retired army officer, Colonel James Warwick. Warwick died 13 days after purchasing it. Before Warwick, a woman named Beatrice Holloway, 13 days. Before her, Reverend Samuel Price, 13 days. Every owner Edmund could trace had died exactly 13 days after acquiring the clock, except Sir Henry Ashcombe. Ashcombe had owned it for 24 years. Edmund smiled. There, proof. The pattern was nonsense. Then he discovered a newspaper article from 1932. Local businessman purchases unusual clock. There was a photograph. Sir Henry Ashcombe standing beside it. The date, November 7th, 1932. Edmund looked at the calendar on his wall. November 7th, 1956. Exactly 24 years later. He read further. At the bottom was something that made his mouth go dry. Ashcombe had purchased the clock from the estate of Dr. Crane, but according to the article, he returned it 13 days later. He hadn't kept it. Edmund telephoned the solicitor again. How did Ashcombe get the clock back? The solicitor didn't answer immediately. Then, 3 weeks before he died, Edmund gripped the telephone. What? It appeared inside his house. Oh, nobody knows. Front door's locked. No delivery. Nothing. The clock simply appeared in his drawing room. Edmund whispered. 13 days before he died. Yes. Edmund hung up. That night he didn't stay at the shop. He went home before 6. At 9 o'clock, while sitting in his drawing room, he heard a chime. Dong. Edmund froze. The clock was half a mile away. Dong. He stood. Dong. The sound came from upstairs. Edmund slowly climbed the staircase. 4, 5, 6. The chimes continued. He reached his bedroom. The door was closed. 11, 12, 13. Silence. Edmund opened the door. The grandfather clock stood beside his bed. He screamed. He ran downstairs and telephoned Peter. Within 20 minutes, his assistant arrived. Together they carried the clock outside. Edmund poured paraffin over it. Peter watched. "Sir, are you sure?" Edmund struck a match. Absolutely. The clock burned for nearly an hour. Mahogany cracked. Glass melted. The silver face turned black. Eventually, nothing remained except the mechanism. Edmund had it buried beneath concrete in the yard. The following morning, the clock stood inside the shop perfect, untouched. Edmund opened the case. 8 lines were crossed out. 5 remained, Peter whispered. "Get rid of it."
I tried.
No, Peter said. Get rid of. The ownership. Edmund stared at him. What? The others died because they owned it. So sell it. Edmund shook his head. To whom? Peter didn't answer. Edmund looked towards the street. People passed the shop window. Ordinary people. Living people. He couldn't. Not knowingly. On the 9th night, the clock chimed. On the 10th, Edmund began hearing something else between each tick. Tick, tock, breathe. Tick, tock, breathe. Something inside the clock was breathing. On the 11th night he dreamed of a man, very tall, very thin, wearing an old black suit. The man stood beside the clock. His face was hidden behind a porcelain mask. He held a small hammer, and every time the man struck a nail into a coffin. Dong hammer, dong dommer. Edmund woke, screaming. 12 lines were crossed out. 1 remained. The 13th day was November 20th. Edmund didn't open the shop. He sat in front of the grandfather clock from sunrise. Peter remained with him. 8 o'clock passed. 8:30. 8:50. Edmund held a bottle of whiskey in one hand. Perhaps, he whispered, it's simply death. Peter looked at him. The clock. Perhaps it doesn't kill anyone. Perhaps it merely knows 8:59. The pendulum stopped. Silence. Then the clock began to chime.
Dong, 1, dong, 2.
Edmund closed his eyes. 3, 4, 5. At the 7th chime, the shop lights went out. Peter grabbed Edmund's arm. 8. Something moved behind the clock. 9. A tall shadow appeared on the wall. 10. The porcelain-faced man stepped from behind the clock. Peter screamed. 11. The figure held a hammer. 12. He raised it. Edmund whispered, "Wait." The figure stopped. Edmund looked at the clock. Then he smiled. "You've made a mistake." The masked man tilted his head. Edmund continued, "I don't own the clock." Peter stared at him. "What?" Edmund reached into his pocket. Earlier that afternoon, he had prepared a document, a receipt. He placed it on the table. Sold for 1 penny. To Edmund looked at the masked figure. "You." Silence. The figure looked down at the receipt. For the first time, the clock missed a beat. Tick. Silence. Tock. Then the 13th chime began. Dong, the masked man, slowly turned towards the clock. A crack appeared across his porcelain face. Then another and another. The mask shattered. There was nothing behind it. Only darkness. The clock doors flew open. Something pulled the figure inside. He disappeared. The doors slammed shut. The clock stopped. Edmund was alive. For the next 21 years, the grandfather clock remained silent. Edmund kept it in his shop, not for sale, never wound, never touched. When Edmund died in 1977, his nephew inherited the business. Among Edmund's papers, he found a handwritten instruction. The clock belongs to itself. Never claim it, never sell it, never accept it as a gift, and above all, never wind it. His nephew followed the instructions until the shop closed in 1986. Most of the antiques went to auction. During the confusion, the grandfather clock car was included. Lot number 13. It sold for £45 to a young couple from Hertfordshire. Nobody knows what happened to them. The clock itself disappeared. For nearly 40 years, there were no confirmed sightings. Then, in 2024, a photograph appeared on an online marketplace. Antique grandfather clock, mahogany, excellent condition, collection only. The photograph showed angels on one side, demons on the other. And on the silver face, after 11 came 13. The seller wrote that the clock had belonged to his late grandfather. He didn't know where it came from. He only wanted someone to take it away. The listing remained online for 13 days, then disappeared. Nobody knows whether it sold. But perhaps somewhere tonight, in a quiet house, someone has just finished winding a beautiful old clock, and at 9 o'clock they will hear the first chime, then the second, then the third, and perhaps they'll smile when it continues past 12. But I imagine they'll stop smiling when the clock strikes 13, because by then the first line will already have been crossed out.
West Yorkshire, England, 2022's The phone rang for the first time 3 days after David bought it. Not his normal phone, the old one. The one sitting inside his kitchen drawer. David had bought it from a second-hand shop in Wakefield. £20. An old-fashioned mobile, probably 15 years out of date. He didn't even need it. His daughter, Sophie, was studying photography at college and had become fascinated with old technology. Film cameras, cassette players, old mobile phones, anything her father considered obsolete rubbish. Her 19th birthday was approaching, and David thought the phone might make an amusing little extra present. The shopkeeper couldn't tell him much about it. No charger. That's fine. Don't know if it works. Doesn't matter. Battery's probably knackered. David smiled. For 20 quid, I'll risk it. He took it home, put it inside the kitchen drawer, and forgot about it. 3 nights later, at 2:17 in the morning, David woke. Something was ringing downstairs. He lay in bed half asleep, listening. An electronic ringtone, old-fashioned, shrill, beep, beep. David sat up. His own phone was charging beside the bed. The ringing continued. Beep, beep, beep. He went downstairs. The sound was coming from the kitchen. David opened the drawer. The old phone was ringing. Its screen glowed pale blue. David stared at it. That wasn't possible. The battery had been completely dead. There wasn't even a SIM card inside. The screen displayed, Sishu NKM Abun Kalos Arsta. David pressed answer. Hello, static. Then breathing, very faint. Hello, a woman's voice whispered. David. He frowned. Who's this? The line went dead. David stared at the phone. Probably some strange emergency. Call function, he decided. Maybe the previous owner's SIM was somehow still registered. He removed the battery, placed both pieces inside the drawer, and went back to bed. The following night, at exactly 2:17, the phone rang again. David ran downstairs. The battery was still lying beside it, yet the screen glowed. Beep, 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 beep. David didn't answer. The ringing stopped. A message appeared. Then a one messy Kel, then another message, and NEW voice MILS, and David hesitated. He pressed play. Static, breathing. Then the woman's voice. David, please answer. He deleted it. The next morning, David returned to the shop. The owner remembered the phone. Something wrong with it. Where did you get it? The shopkeeper shrugged. House clearance. Whose house? Couldn't tell you. David placed the phone on the counter. I'd like to return it. The shopkeeper stared at it. Then, his expression changed. What? The man picked it up. I've seen this before. You sold it to me. New. The shopkeeper shook his head. Before that, he disappeared into the back room. A minute later, He returned carrying an old notebook. He turned several pages. There, David read the entry. Eshinokai Mabali, BLHK Islas purchased from estate clearance. Dadas sold March 2017. David frowned. So, the shopkeeper pointed lower down, returned Dowses, then another entry. Sold. October 2018. Astor again. Has sold. June 2020. Tretwis returned. Asses. David looked at him. Why? The shopkeeper shrugged. Don't remember. You've sold the same phone 4 times. Apparently. David pushed it towards him. Make it 5. He left without asking for his money back. That night, at 2:17, David's own phone rang. He stared at the screen. Ewan Kaobon Cal R. His stomach tightened. He answered. Hello, static. Then, David. The woman's voice. He sat upright. Silence. Then, please, don't hang up. David switched on the bedside lamp. How do you know my name? The woman began crying. I don't have much time. For what? Something knocked. From downstairs. 3 quiet knocks. David looked towards the bedroom door. The woman whispered, Don't go downstairs. David froze. What? Another knock louder. Who's in my house? The woman answered. You are. David didn't understand. Then he heard footsteps downstairs. Someone moving through the kitchen, opening cupboards, closing them. Then the staircase creaked. David whispered, I'm calling the police. No. The woman sounded terrified. If you call them, it happens again. What happens? The footsteps reached the landing. David backed towards the wall. His bedroom door slowly opened. Nobody stood outside. The hallway was empty. Then David heard something from downstairs. His own voice. Hello? David stopped breathing. The voice downstairs spoke again. Who's this? Then the woman's voice, coming from somewhere in the kitchen. David. He recognized the conversation, the first phone call. David ran downstairs. The kitchen was empty. The drawer stood open. Inside was the old phone. He had returned it that morning. Yet there it was. Battery installed, screen glowing. David picked it up. The display rail, INPRESSA duration Ozozai 23. He raised it to his ear. His own voice answered. Who's this? David nearly dropped the phone. The woman's voice whispered. No, you understand. No. You're not receiving calls. A pause. You're hearing them. Before they happen, David felt cold. What happens? The woman began crying again. Tomorrow night. Who are you? My name is Laura. I own that phone. When? 2007. David gripped the kitchen counter. What happened to you? Silence. Then, I died. David closed his eyes. When? Tomorrow. The line went dead. David didn't sleep. The next morning he searched the internet. It took hours. Eventually, he found an old newspaper article. Testimony for UND Laura Mitchell, 26 years old, found at the bottom of her staircase, February 17, 2007. Police concluded she had fallen. Her mobile phone was never recovered. David stared at the photograph. Laura, the woman whose voice he had been hearing. But something didn't make sense. The article mentioned a neighbor. The neighbor had heard Laura arguing with a man shortly before she died. David searched further. There had been no boyfriend, no suspect, no arrest. That night, David waited. 2:17. Nothing. 2:18. Nothing. He laughed nervously. Then the old phone lit up. But it wasn't ringing. It was making a call. The screen displayed Eslo Uradux. David tried to end it. The buttons didn't respond. Someone answered. Hello, Laura. But Yalive David couldn't speak. Hello. He finally whispered. Laura, who's this? David understood. He was speaking to 2007. Listen to me. What? You're going to hear someone downstairs? Silence. How do you know that? Don't go down. A floorboard creaked through the phone. Laura whispered. There's someone in my house. David closed his eyes. Lock your bedroom door. The footsteps sounded. Then Laura screamed. The call disconnected. David stared at the phone. Then someone knocked on his front door 3 times. He didn't move. The knocking came again. David approached the window. A woman stood outside. Laura, exactly as she appeared in the newspaper photograph. David opened the door. She looked frightened. David stepped backwards. You can't be here. Alora looked past him towards the staircase. Her expression changed. Oh no. David turned. A man stood at the top. David couldn't see his face, but the man held something in his right hand, the old phone. David looked down, his own hand that was empty. The figure began descending. Laura whispered, "That's him?" "Who?" "The man I heard." Step, step, step. David backed towards the door. The figure reached the bottom. Then light from the kitchen touched its face. David stared. The man was him. Older, much older, grey hair, sunken eyes. David whispered, "What the hell?" The older David raised the phone. "I'm sorry." "For what?" "For answering." Everything went black. David woke on his kitchen floor. Morning sunlight filled the room. Laura was gone. The old phone lay beside him. David smashed it with a hammer, then burned the pieces, then buried what remained. The calls stopped. For 12 years, David grew older. Sophie married, had children. Life continued. Until February 16th, 2034. At 2:17 in the morning, David woke. A mobile phone was ringing downstairs. Beep, beep, beep. He walked into the kitchen. On the table sat the old phone. David stared at it. The screen displayed H9COM9JC David on 2022. His hands began trembling, and suddenly he remembered. The older man, the man on the stairs. It hadn't been a ghost. It had been him. David picked up the phone. The call connected. He could hear his younger self breathing. And somewhere, very far away, Laura whispered, "Please, don't answer." David looked towards the hallway. The house around him began to change. The wallpaper faded, the lights dimmed, and at the top of the staircase, Laura appeared. Young again, terrified, David looked down. The old phone was in his hand. Then he understood why Laura had died, why the phone kept returning, and why every person who bought it eventually brought it back. It wasn't haunted by someone who had died. It was haunted by something that hadn't happened yet. And somewhere, 17 years in the past, a younger David was about to open his bedroom door and see himself coming down the stairs.
London, England. 1938, the applause began 20 minutes after everybody had gone home. It came from the auditorium, soft at first. Perhaps 3 or 4 people clapping slowly in the darkness. Then more joined them, until the empty theater was filled with applause. Arthur Wells stood in the corridor holding a broom and listened. He had been night caretaker at the Marlowe Theater for almost 9 years. He knew every sound the building made. The pipes knocked when the boiler cooled. The ropes above the stage creaked when the weather changed. The old wooden seats occasionally snapped as though someone had suddenly stood up. But this was different. People were applauding. Arthur put down the broom. "Hello." The applause stopped. Complete silence. Arthur waited. Nothing. He walked towards the auditorium. The Marlowe Theatre had once been one of London's grandest. Red velvet seats, golden balconies, a painted ceiling, covered in angels and clouds. But by 1938, its better years were behind it. Cinema had taken audiences away. Theater companies came and went, and most evenings half the seats remained empty. Tonight, they had performed a comedy. Nothing remarkable. The audience had left before 11. Actors, stagehands, ushers, everyone was gone. Arthur opened the auditorium doors. Darkness. Empty seats. Heavy curtains closed across the stage. Anyone there? No answer. He switched on the easel lights. Still nothing. Arthur smiled at himself. Old building. Strange acoustics. Probably noise from the street. Then someone coughed from the balcony. Arthur looked up. Who's there? Silence. He climbed the staircase. The balcony doors were locked. Arthur unlocked them. Inside, rows of empty seats, except one seat. Near the center was lowered. All the others were folded upright. Arthur approached. On the cushion lay a theater program. Old, very old. He picked it up. The paper was brittle. Across the front were printed the words, "The Last Performance." Arthur frowned. He had never heard of the play. Below the title was a date, March 14th, 1899. Arthur turned the program over. A cast list, 6 actors. Then, at the bottom, one sentence, printed in black ink. Performance interrupted before the final scene. Arthur heard a floorboard creak. Behind him, he turned. Nobody. Then, from the stage below, a man's voice spoke. Places, Arthur hurried to the balcony rail. The curtain was opening slowly. There was no one at the ropes, yet the heavy red curtains pulled apart. The stage was dark. Then one gaslight flickered on. Impossible. The theater had converted to electricity more than 20 years earlier. Another gaslight lit, then another. An old drawing room set stood on the stage. Wallpaper, fireplace, 2 chairs, a grandfather clock. None of it belonged to the current production. Arthur stared. A man walked onto the stage, tall, thin, Victorian evening clothes. His face was white beneath the gaslight. He looked towards the empty seats, then said, "Where is Edward?" A woman entered from the opposite side. Long black dress, dark hair. She answered, "He will come." Arthur gripped the balcony rail. Actors. Some sort of rehearsal. Then he noticed the seats below. They weren't empty anymore. People sat throughout the auditorium, hundreds of them. Men in evening coats, women wearing hats and elaborate dresses. Every seat occupied. Arthur could see the backs of their heads. Nobody moved. Nobody whispered. The actors continued. Arthur slowly backed towards the door. Then one member of the audience turned around. An elderly woman. Her face was gray. Her eyes were closed. She smiled directly at Arthur. Then another person turned. Then another. Soon dozens of dead faces were looking up towards the balcony. Arthur ran. He locked the balcony door behind him. The moment it closed, everything became silent. No voices, no applause, no play. Arthur spent the rest of the night inside his office. At 7, the theater manager Mr. Hargreaves arrived. Arthur placed the old program on his desk. "What's this?" Hargreaves looked at the cover. His expression changed. "Where did you find it?" "Balcony." Hargreaves sat down. "You didn't watch it, did you?" Arthur stared. "Watch what?" "The play." Arthur felt cold. "You know about this?" Hargreaves picked up the program. "My grandfather owned this theater. Back in 1899. Arthur waited. "What happened?" Hargreaves looked towards the auditorium. "The last performance was written by a man named Julian Crane. Actor, writer, and lunatic." Arthur said nothing. Frayne believed a stage wasn't simply a place for printing. He said, if enough people believed what they were watching, the story became real. Arthur smiled nervously. "That's theatrical nonsense." Hargreaves nodded. "That's what everyone thought." He opened the program. 1899. The play opened here. During the final scene, Crane's character was supposed to murder his entire family. Arthur listened. Only the knife was real. Arthur stopped smiling. Killed 3 actors before the stage manager shot him. What happened to the others? 2 escaped. And the 6th? Hargreaves looked at Arthur. "Nobody knows. She vanished during the confusion." Arthur looked towards the cast list. One name had been circled in faded pencil. Eleanor Vale. Who was she? Crane's fiancée. A pause. The woman he was supposed to kill last. Arthur remembered the woman in black. She had said, "He will come," for 6 months. When it reopened, staff began hearing applause. After midnight, people saw the original audience. Sometimes they saw the actors. Whispered. Arthur whispered. "Why?" Hargreaves looked at the program. "Because the play never finished." Arthur said nothing. Then Hargreaves added, "And every few years it tries again." Arthur wanted to resign, but London was expensive. Work was difficult to find, and during the daytime, the theater seemed perfectly ordinary. So Arthur stayed. For 11 nights, nothing happened. Then, on the 12th, the applause returned. This time, Arthur did not investigate. He remained inside his office. The applause grew louder, then stopped. Footsteps approached along the corridor. A woman's voice called Arthur. He froze. Nobody at the theater called him Arthur. Everyone called him Mr. Wells. "Arthur, we need you." He locked you. The office door. The handle slowly turned. Then someone knocked. 3 soft taps. Arthur remained silent. The woman whispered, "Edward hasn't arrived." Arthur remembered the first line of the play. Where is Edward? He looked at the program, still lying on his desk. There was no Edward listed among the cast. The knocking stopped. Then the theater bell rang once, twice, 3 times. The traditional signal for the performance to begin. Arthur's office lights went out. A spotlight appeared beneath his door. Not corridor light, stage light. Arthur opened the door. He wasn't in the corridor anymore. He stood on stage. Gaslights burned around him. Hundreds of dead spectators filled the theater. The woman in black stood opposite. She smiled. Edward. Arthur shook his head. My name's Arthur. The audience laughed, not loudly. A soft, dry sound, like leaves, moving across stone. The woman approached. You're late. I'm not Edward. Nobody ever is. Arthur stared at her, then understood. Every time the play returned, it needed someone to fill the missing role. Someone from outside the original cast. Someone living. The tall actor walked onto the stage. Julian Crane. He carried a knife. Arthur backed away. Crane spoke his lines. You took her from me. Arthur had no idea what came next. The audience waited. The woman whispered, You have to answer. Why? Because if the scene stops, we begin again. Crane moved closer. The knife glinted beneath the gaslight. Arthur looked towards the auditorium. Hundreds of dead people watched him. Then he noticed something in the front row. Mr. Hargreaves, the theater manager, sitting among the dead. Arthur stared. Hargreaves was alive. He had left hours earlier. Yet there he sat, pale, motionless, watching. Arthur realized this wasn't the original audience, not all of it. Some were people the theater had taken over the years. Arthur turned towards Crane. What happens if I change the ending? The woman's expression became terrified. Don't. Crane raised the knife. Arthur stepped forward. Instead of retreating, he grabbed Crane's wrist. The audience gasped. Arthur shouted, You don't get to finish. Crane's face changed. The actor looked suddenly frightened. Arthur pulled him towards the edge of the stage. Then he threw the knife into the audience. It landed between 2 seats. Silence. Crane whispered, That isn't how it ends. Arthur answered, It is tonight. The theater began shaking. Gaslights exploded. The audience screamed. The painted scenery peeled away, revealing black emptiness behind the stage. The woman in black grabbed Arthur's arm. Run, who are you? Eleanor. Arthur stared. You survived. She shook her head. No. Behind them, Crane screamed. Something inside the darkness pulled him backwards. Eleanor pushed Arthur towards the wings. Go. What about you? She smiled sadly. I've been waiting 39 years for someone to change the ending. Then she turned towards the darkness. Arthur ran. He stumbled through the curtains and fell onto the real stage. Electric work lights flickered on. The theater was empty. No audience. No actors. No gaslights. Only one person sat in the front row. Mr. Hargraves. Arthur climbed down. Hargraves. The manager opened his eyes. What happened? Arthur helped him stand. You were here. I was at home. No. Hargraves looked towards the stage. Then he noticed something lying in the aisle. A knife, old, rusty, the blade covered with dark stains. The following morning, Hargreaves opened the theater archives. There was one photograph taken during rehearsals for the last performance. 6 actors stood on stage. Julian Crane, Eleanor Vale, and 4 others. Arthur stared at the picture. Then he noticed a 7th person standing far behind them, a man wearing a caretaker's uniform. Arthur Wells. The photograph had been taken 30 years before Arthur was born. The Marlowe Theater closed in 1940 after bomb damage. Part of the building survived. It was converted into shops after the war. During renovations, in 1976, builders discovered a sealed storage space beneath the stage. Inside, they found a woman's skeleton. Beside it was a black dress and a theater program for the last performance. The remains were believed to be Eleanor Vale. After 77 years, she was finally buried. The story should have ended there. But in 2008, the basement beneath one of the shops was being renovated. A worker found an old wooden trapdoor. Beneath it were stairs. The stairs led to a section of theater that should not have survived demolition. 6 rows of red seats, a small stage, and a curtain. On one chair sat a program. Fresh paper, new ink. The title, The Last Performance. The date was that night's date. The worker showed his supervisor. They laughed. Someone's joke. They left at 6. But according to the building's security cameras, at 12:14, all the basement lights turned off. A few seconds later, people began arriving. Men in Victorian evening clothes. Women in long dresses. They walked down the stairs, one by one. At 12:30, every seat was occupied. The curtain opened. The camera failed. Immediately afterwards, the following morning, the basement was empty. The program had disappeared, except someone had written something on the wall behind the stage. One sentence. The ending has changed, and beneath it, in much newer handwriting, someone else had added, but the audience still wants another performance.
England, 1879. Yvonne Zippers. On his first night at Blackwater Point, Samuel Reed was given only one warning. Never turn the lantern towards the bay. Samuel thought he had missioned the bay. The old lighthouse keeper, Mr. Penrose, nodded. He was 70, perhaps older, with a face shaped by 40 years of wind, salt, and loneliness. Samuel looked towards the enormous lantern above them. But surely the whole purpose of a lighthouse, the sea, is to shine towards the sea, the open sea. Penrose replied, Yes. The bay? No. Samuel smiled. Why? Penrose didn't. Because there's something down there. That follows the light. Samuel had arrived at Blackwater Point that afternoon. The lighthouse stood on a narrow finger of rock, jutting into the Atlantic. Behind it was the small fishing village of Port Karen. In front, nothing but grey water. The bay lay to the east, a perfect crescent, surrounded by cliffs. Strangely, no boats used it. Samuel had noticed that, before reaching the lighthouse, fishing vessels sailed far around the headland. Rather than crossing the calm water of the bay, he had assumed there were rocks. Penrose corrected him. Water's deep. Then why avoid it? Penrose looked through the window. Because the fishermen aren't stupid. That evening, Samuel learned his duties. Trim the wick, clean the glass, check the mechanism, record the weather. The lantern rotated slowly, sending its beam across the darkness. But when the mechanism approached the eastern side, a metal plate blocked the bay, remained dark. Samuel tapped the plate. This was added afterwards. Penrose nodded. 1846. Why? You ask too many questions, and you don't answer enough. The Penrose looked at him. You'll learn. 3 nights passed. Nothing happened. On the 4th, a storm arrived. Wind struck the lighthouse hard enough to shake the windows. Rain hammered against the glass. Shortly after midnight, Penrose went downstairs to check the door. Samuel remained beside the lantern. The rotation mechanism suddenly jammed. The beam stopped. Samuel swore and inspected the gears. A piece of metal had come loose. He reached inside. The lantern moved just slightly, but enough. The beam slipped past the metal plate and crossed our Blackwater Bay. Samuel saw the water. Then, something beneath it, he froze. For perhaps 2 seconds, the beam illuminated a shape under the surface, enormous, long, pale. Then the light rotated away. Samuel stared into darkness. Penrose returned. What happened? Something's wrong with the mechanism. Penrose examined it, then noticed the position of the lantern. His face changed. Did the light cross the bay? Samuel hesitated. For a moment, Penrose grabbed him. How long? I don't know. How long? 2 seconds. Penrose released him. Then, from somewhere far below came a sound. Dong. Samuel frowned. Out at sea. Dong. Penrose closed his eyes. Oh, God. Samuel went to the window. There's a boat out there. No. Another bell. Closer. Dong. Samuel searched the darkness. Then he saw it. A small light moving across the bay, coming towards them. Penrose whispered, Don't look at it. Samuel ignored him. The light approached. Then another appeared. Then another. 5, 10, perhaps 20 small lights moving through the bay. Samuel stared. They're lanterns. Penrose pulled the curtain. No. What are they? Penrose whispered one. The drowned. Samuel laughed. But the laugh died quickly. The bells continued. Dong, dong. Dozens now. Penrose sat beside the wall. In 1846, the passenger ship Elizabeth Rose entered Blackwater Bay. Samuel listened. Captain saw the lighthouse and followed the beam. What happened? Nothing. Penrose looked at him. That's the problem. Samuel frowned and disappeared. No wreckage. No bodies. 112 people. Gone. Samuel stared at him. A ship doesn't simply disappear. I know. 3 nights later, the lighthouse keeper saw lights. Beneath the water, Penrose pointed towards the bay. He turned the lantern towards them. Then, the lights came ashore. Samuel felt cold. "What do you mean, came ashore?" Something struck the lighthouse door. Boom. Both men froze again. Boom. Samuel whispered, "Driftwood." Penrose shook his head. The bell outside rang again. Except now, it was directly below them. Dong. Samuel approached the window. Penrose grabbed him. "Don't." But Samuel looked. People were standing on the rocks beneath the lighthouse. Dozens of them. Men, women, children. Their clothes hung wet against their bodies. Every face was turned upwards, watching. One woman held a ship's lantern. Another carried a baby. A little boy stood barefoot on the rocks. Samuel whispered, "Shipwreck survivors." Penrose shook his head. 33 years is a long time to survive underwater. The little boy raised his hand and waved. Samuel stepped back. Something began climbing the stairs, wet footsteps, slowly ascending inside the lighthouse. Samuel stared towards the stairwell. Door was locked. Penrose whispered, "They don't use doors." Step, step, step. Water appeared there on the stairs. Then a woman emerged. Her dress was Victorian, but old-fashioned even for 1879. Her skin was white and swollen. Seaweed hung from her hair. In her arms she carried a baby. Samuel backed away. The woman looked towards a lantern, then at Samuel. "Light." Her voice sounded as though she was speaking through water. "Please," Penrose whispered. "Don't listen." The woman stepped closer. "Can't find the shore." Samuel looked at her. Elizabeth rose. She nodded. "We've been waiting." "For what?" "The light," Penrose shouted. "Samuel, and don't." The woman looked towards the blocked side of the lantern. "Please." "One moment, let us see where home is." Samuel looked at the metal plate. Then at Penrose. "They're trapped." "They're not trapped." Penrose stepped between them. "They're keeping something." "Trapped." The woman stopped smiling. Samuel looked at Penrose. "What?" Penrose pointed towards the bay. The Elizabeth rose, didn't sink. The sea opened. Samuel said nothing. "My grandfather, lighthouse keeper." He saw it. The water split apart. Something came up beneath the ship. Penrose's voice trembled. Something so large as that the ship disappeared inside its mouth. The woman screamed, not like a woman, like a whale dying beneath the sea. The windows shook. Every drowned passenger outside opened their mouth at once. Black seawater poured from them. Penrose grabbed the lantern mechanism. "Help me." Samuel joined him. Together, they forced the lantern away from the bay. The drowned woman lunged towards them. Samuel grabbed the metal plate. He shoved it back into position. The beam vanished from the eastern window. Instantly, the woman disappeared. The footsteps stopped. The bells stopped. Outside, the lights vanished. Silence. Then something enormous moved beneath the lighthouse. Shook. Samuel fell. A sound rose from Blackwater Bay. Deep, ancient, hungry. Then, slowly, it faded. The following morning, the storm passed. Samuel stood outside the lighthouse. Blackwater Bay was perfectly calm. Penrose joined him. Samuel looked towards the water. "Is it still there?" Penrose nodded. "How long?" "Nobody knows." Samuel remained at Blackwater Point for 26 years. When Penrose died, Samuel became keeper, and every man who worked beneath him received the same warning: never turn the light towards the bay. Blackwater Lighthouse was automated in 1923. The old metal shield was removed. Engineers considered it unnecessary. On the first night, the automated lantern made a complete rotation. For the first time in 77 years, the beam crossed Blackwater Bay. The lighthouse keeper in the neighboring village recorded something unusual in his log. At 12:14, he saw dozens of lights appear on the water. At 12:17, every light went out. The following morning, Blackwater Lighthouse was gone, not damaged, not collapsed. Gone. Only the stone foundations remained. Officials blamed a landslide. But fishermen from Port Karen said something different. They said the lighthouse was still there. Sometimes, on moonless nights, boats passing far offshore see its light, not above the water. Below it, deep beneath, Blackwater Bay, the beam turns slowly through the darkness, and occasionally it illuminates the outline of a ship, the Elizabeth Rose, still intact, still full of passengers, still waiting after more than a century. But fishermen say there is something else down there now, something much larger moving beneath the ship, and whenever the underwater lighthouse shines upon it, the thing slowly opens its eyes. There is a forest in northern England that doesn't appear on many maps. The locals know it as Briar Wood. Most avoid it, not because people disappear, not because wild animals roam there, but because of a single stone well hidden deep among the trees. No one knows who built it. No one knows how old it is. The stones are worn smooth. The rope has long since rotted away, yet every morning, the bucket sits neatly beside it, dry, as though someone has just drawn water. The old people in the nearby village have only one rule. If you find the well, never look inside. Of course, that warning was exactly what attracted Thomas Walker. Thomas wasn't an adventurer. He was a documentary filmmaker. His channel focused on forgotten places and old folklore. He had heard dozens of stories about Briar Wood. None of them agreed. Some claimed the well granted wishes. Others believed it was cursed. One elderly man simply said, "The well doesn't show you what's below. It shows you what's waiting." Thomas laughed. He packed his cameras, his drone, his lights, and one cold October morning he entered the forest. The deeper he walked, the quieter everything became. Birdsong faded. The wind disappeared. Even his footsteps seemed strangely muted. After nearly 2 hours, he found it. The well stood in a small clearing surrounded by twisted oak trees. It was smaller than he'd imagined, barely waist high, covered in thick moss. The old wooden bucket rested beside it, bone dry. He circled the stones, filming every angle. Nothing unusual, no strange symbols, no ancient carvings, just weathered stone. Then he heard dripping water deep below. Thomas smiled. So there is water after all. He switched on his flashlight. The beam disappeared into darkness. No bottom, no reflection, only blackness. He leaned closer. The dripping stopped. Something whispered. Not loudly, not clearly, just enough to make him freeze. Thomas. His name. Softly spoken from somewhere below. He pulled back immediately. His heart raced. There had to be another person nearby. He searched the clearing. Nothing. The forest remained completely empty. He laughed nervously. Very funny. No answer. Only silence. He picked up a small stone. Let's see how deep you are. He dropped it into the well. 1 second. 2, 3, 4. No splash. Nothing. The stone simply never landed. Then a different sound echoed upward. Footsteps. Slow, measured. Climbing. From inside the well, Thomas backed away. The footsteps continued, stone scraping against stone, getting closer. Closer. Until they stopped. Right beneath the opening. He couldn't help himself. Curiosity won. He looked inside. At first, he saw only darkness, then a face slowly emerged, not climbing, floating. It looked exactly like Thomas, every detail, every scar, every wrinkle, except its eyes were completely black. The thing smiled. Thomas didn't. The creature opened its mouth. You came. It climbed over the edge without using its hands. Its feet never touched the stones. It simply drifted upward. Thomas ran. Branches whipped across his face. His camera bounced against his chest. Behind him, he heard nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, no pursuit. That somehow frightened him even more. After several minutes, he reached his car. He slammed the doors, started the engine, and drove. Only when he reached the village did he finally stop. He looked in the rear view mirror. The back seat was empty. He laughed with relief. Then, his reflection smiled. He hadn't. He spun around. Nobody. When he looked back, the reflection matched him again. Thomas returned home. He uploaded none of the footage. His family noticed changes almost immediately. He stopped sleeping. Stopped eating. He spent hours staring into mirrors, sometimes speaking quietly to his own reflection. One evening, his wife found every mirror in the house covered with blankets. Thomas simply whispered, "It keeps getting closer." A week later, he vanished. The police searched everywhere. The only clue was his camera. It had been left beside the well in Briarwood. The final recording lasted only 12 seconds. It showed Thomas staring into the darkness, then filming himself, except the camera revealed two Thomases, one holding the camera, one standing inside the well, watching, smiling. Neither one moved. The recording ended. Today, the well still waits in Briarwood. Visitors still find the bucket sitting beside it every morning, clean, dry, ready. Some claim they hear voices calling their names from below. Others insist they see familiar faces staring up from the darkness. Perhaps they're mistaken. Perhaps it's only echoes. But if you ever find yourself standing beside an old stone well in the middle of a silent forest, and you hear your own voice calling your name, walk away. Don't answer. Don't look down, because if something down there already knows your face, it may already be wearing it.
Yorkshire, England, 1976. By the time Michael Turner arrived at number 18, the house had been empty for 14 years. Nobody in the village wanted it. Nobody except Michael. He was 46, a widower and tired of living in rooms that still carried some else's memories. He wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere he could begin again. The house stood at the edge of a narrow village, beneath a long ridge of black trees. Stone walls, slate roof, 3 bedrooms, a crooked chimney, and a garden that had almost returned to the earth. The estate agent seemed relieved when Michael signed the papers. Needs work, he said. Michael smiled. I've got time. Or the man looked towards the house. Then, quietly, that's what the others said. Michael frowned. What others? The estate agent didn't answer. He handed over the keys and left. That first afternoon, Michael opened windows, swept floors, and carried boxes from his car. The house smelled of old plaster, and damp wood. Nothing unusual, nothing except the photographs. There were none on the walls, but pale rectangles showed where photographs had once hung, dozens of them, in the hallway, the dining room, up the staircase, even inside the kitchen. Michael noticed something strange about the marks. Every rectangle was different in size, as though the house had once been filled with portraits. He thought little of it until his second morning. Michael entered the dining room and found a photograph on the mantelpiece. He stopped. He had not put it there. It was black and white. Old, a family standing outside the house. A husband, 2 children. Michael picked it up. On the back someone had written May 1938. He recognized the house, same windows, same front step, same crooked chimney. Michael examined the family. The father looked directly into the camera, but the mother was looking towards an upstairs window. Michael followed her gaze. Something stood behind the glass, a dark figure, tall, almost hidden by the curtain. Michael stared at it. Then a floorboard creaked above him. He looked towards the ceiling, silence. That evening, he went to the village pub. The landlord, an elderly man named Harold Briggs, recognized him immediately. You're in number 18. Michael nodded. Harold stopped pouring his drink. Found anything? Michael smiled. Besides 20 years of dust, Harold didn't smile. Michael placed the old photograph on the bar. This, Harold stared at it, then slowly picked it up. Where? Dining room. Harold looked towards Michael. Burn it. Michael laughed. Why? Because, Harold whispered, the house has started remembering. Michael's smile faded. What does that mean? Harold looked around the pub. There were only 3 other customers. None of them were listening. At least, they pretended not to be. Harold leaned closer. That family, he said, were the Cartwrights. They lived there before the war. Michael looked at the photograph. What happened to them? The father died in France. Soldier? Harold nodded. The mother stayed in the house with the children in 1944. All 3 disappeared. Michael frowned. Disappeared? No bodies. No luggage gone. Food still on the kitchen table. They were simply gone. Michael looked again at the dark figure in the upstairs window. Who is that? Harold pushed the photograph back across the bar. Nobody knows. Michael returned home.
Shortly before 11, he placed the photograph inside a drawer, then went to bed. At 1:17, he woke somebody was walking downstairs. Slow footsteps. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, pause. Michael sat up. Hello! Or the footsteps stopped. He reached for the lamp, then heard a woman's voice from downstairs. Children, his blood ran cold. The voice was soft, tired. Come inside. It's getting dark. Michael climbed from bed. He opened his bedroom door. The hallway was empty. Then a child's voice answered from downstairs. Mummy. From Michael stopped. Another child spoke. He's in the house. Silence. Michael whispered. Who's there? Immediately, the entire house. Then a man's voice came from directly behind him. Me. Michael spun around. Nothing. He slept with the light on. The following morning, there were 3 photographs on the dining room mantelpiece. The Cartwright family, another family dated 1951, and another 1962. Michael examined the second photograph, a young couple with a baby. The mother wasn't looking at the camera. She was looking towards an upstairs window, same dark figure. The third photograph showed an elderly couple, same house, same window, same figure. Michael felt his hands begin to shake. He drove to the local library. Old newspapers filled several bound volumes. He searched the address, number 18, 1953. A young woman named Alice Morgan had vanished from the house. Her husband had been questioned. No charge. 1964. An elderly man named Peter Collins disappeared. His wife claimed she heard him speaking to someone upstairs before he vanished. 1967. Another tenant missing. 1970. Now Michael counted. 7 people had disappeared from number 18 between 1944 and 1962. Then nothing, because the house had remained empty. Michael returned before sunset. He intended to pack, but when he opened the front door, hallway looked different. Fresh wallpaper, new carpet, a coat hung beside the door. Not his. Michael stepped inside. The smell of cooking came from the kitchen. He walked slowly towards it. A woman stood beside the stove, her back towards him, long skirt, dark hair. Michael whispered as she turned. The woman from the 1938 photograph, Mrs. Cartwright. She looked exactly the same. Not older, not dead, just frightened. You shouldn't be here. Michael couldn't move. Who are you? You. She looked towards the ceiling. He heard you. Michael whispered, who? Who? She stepped closer. Doesn't keep people. Michael frowned. Then what does? A floorboard creaked upstairs. Mrs. Cartwright closed her eyes. The thing that lives in its memories. Another creak closer. Michael looked towards the staircase. The hallway was changing. Wallpaper faded, then returned. Furniture appeared, then disappeared. Years flashing through the house. 1938, 1951, 1962, 1970. Every family who had lived there seemed to exist. Voices filled the rooms. Laughter, arguments, crying. Then a child screamed. Michael turned. A little boy stood halfway up the staircase. The Cartwright boy. He pointed above Michael. Michael looked towards the ceiling. A dark stain spread across the plaster. Then something began coming through, not breaking the ceiling, passing through it. A man-shaped figure. Long arms, black clothing. No face, only a smooth, dark surface, where a face should have been. Mrs. Cartwright whispered, "Don't let it see your memories." Michael backed away. What? The figure lowered itself into the hallway. Then Michael heard another voice, a woman, his wife. "Sarah dead 5 years, Michael." He froze. The faceless figure tilted its head. Sarah's voice came again. "I've missed you." Tears filled his eyes. He whispered, "Sarah." Mrs. Cartwright grabbed him. Michael looked towards her. It's not her. The figure raised one hand. Suddenly, Michael wasn't in the hallway. He was in a hospital room. His wife lay in the bed, pale, weak, exactly as she had looked on the final day of her life. Michael stared. No. Sarah opened her eyes. "You left me?" Michael shook his head. "I was there. You went," she whispered. "You went for coffee." Michael stopped. It was true. 10 minutes. He had left for 10 minutes. When he returned, Sarah was gone. The memory he hated most. The figure had found it. Sarah reached up towards him. Stay this time. Michael stepped closer. Then he noticed something. Sarah's wedding ring was on the wrong hand. Michael stopped. The hospital room flickered. Mrs. Cartwright's voice echoed from somewhere far away. Don't give it what it wants. Michael whispered, What does it want? The answer came from behind Sarah. To be remembered, the faceless figure stood beside the bed. Michael understood. Every person who vanished had fed it. Their memories, their grief, their love, their fear. The house remembered them, because it had eaten everything they remembered. Michael closed his eyes. Sarah whispered, Look at me. He didn't. The figure stepped closer. Michael, he covered his ears. Then he began to speak. My wife's name was Sarah. The room shook. She liked old jazz records. The figure stopped. She hated her Sunday mornings. The walls began cracking. She laughed, and when she was nervous, Sarah screamed, Stop. Michael continued. She was real. She belonged to me. Not this house. The hospital room collapsed into darkness. Michael opened his eyes. He was back in the hallway. The faceless thing was standing directly in front of him. It raised both hands. Then all around them voices began speaking. Dozens, the missing residents, each remembering. My father's name was John. My daughter loved horses. My husband sang badly. My mother made bread every Friday. The house began shaking. Photographs fell from the walls. The dark figure twisted. Its body became thinner, smaller, as though the memories were being taken back. Mrs. Cartwright stood beside her children. She looked at Michael. Then she vanished. The others followed one by one. The figure collapsed into shadow. Then nothing. Michael woke on the hallway floor at sunrise. The house was silent. The photographs were gone. Every one. He sold number 18 3 months later. The new owners never reported anything unusual. Michael lived another 29 years. He remarried, had grandchildren, and rarely spoke about the house. But before he died, he gave his daughter a small envelope. Inside was one photograph, number 18, taken in 1938. The Cartwright family stood outside, mother, 2 children. But this time, the upstairs window was empty. The dark figure was gone. His daughter almost threw the photograph away. Then she noticed something on the back. Her father had written one sentence, people die when they are forgotten. So do monsters. Years later, the photograph was placed inside a family album. And there, perhaps the story should end. Except last winter, Michael's granddaughter was looking through that album. She found the old picture. She photographed it with her phone and enlarged the image. The window was empty at first. Then she noticed something in the reflection of the glass. Not inside, number 18, behind the photographer, a tall dark figure, no face, no features, watching. And beneath, the original message, written in ink. Another sentence had appeared, different handwriting, much newer. You remembered me.
Sussex, England, 1927. There are houses which become haunted because someone died within their walls. There are others which become haunted because someone refuses to leave. But at Wetherby Hall, the dead were not the problem. The portrait was. Dr. Jonathan Harcourt first saw it on a wet November evening in 1927. He had been summoned to Wetherby Hall to examine its owner, Sir Reginald Wetherby. Harcourt was 51, a physician, a man of sciences, and possessed very little patience for superstition. He arrived shortly before dusk. Wetherby Hall stood alone among several hundred acres of woodland, somewhere between Lewes and the coast. It was an unpleasant house, not ugly exactly. But there was something about its narrow windows and tall chimneys which gave Harcourt the peculiar impression that the building was watching him arrive. The door was opened by an elderly housekeeper named Mrs. Vale. Dr. Harcourt, yes! She stepped aside. Sir Reginald, so, is waiting. Harcourt removed his wet coat. What's wrong with him? Mrs. Vale hesitated. He hasn't slept for 9 nights. Pain? No. Or fever? Then why hasn't he slept? The housekeeper looked. Because she whispered, he's frightened of waking up. Harcourt frowned. That, he replied, makes remarkably little sense. Mrs. Vale gave him a tired smile. It will, as Sir Reginald was waiting in the library. He was 68, but looked considerably older. His face was grey. His hands trembled. Dark circles surrounded his eyes. On the table beside him stood a bottle of brandy, almost empty. Harcourt opened his medical bag. Mrs. Vale tells me you haven't slept. Sir Reginald looked towards the door. 9 nights. Why? The old man didn't answer. Harcourt examined him. Pulse rapid, blood pressure high, no obvious physical illness. You need rest. And Sir Reginald laughed. It was a dry, unpleasant sound. Doctor, if I sleep, I shall die. Harcourt closed his bag. I assure you your lack of sleep is far more likely to accomplish that. Sir Reginald leaned forward. Do you believe a man can dream of his own death? Certainly. And if the dream continues each night, also possible. And each the dream comes. And a little closer. Harcourt studied him. What exactly do you dream? Sir Reginald looked towards the ceiling. A room. What room? Room 7. Harcourt waited. Sir Reginald continued. Every night I find myself standing outside it. The first night that the door was closed. Oh. The second, it was open. The third, I entered. Harcourt poured a glass of water. And then there is a portrait. Of whom Sir Reginald whispered, myself. Harcourt almost smiled. But something in the man's expression stopped him. What's unusual about that? Sir Reginald looked at him. In the portrait. I'm dead. Silence. Harcourt placed the glass on the table. Where is room 7? The old man's face became even paler. Upstairs. May I see it? No, why not? Sir Reginald stood suddenly. Because there is no portrait in room 7. Harcourt stared. Then surely that proves it is merely a dream. Sir Reginald shook his head. No, because every morning something from the dream appears in the room. Harcourt said nothing. The first morning, on the floors, there's dust. The second, the chair had moved. The third, the wallpaper had changed. Harcourt frowned. Changed how? Sir Reginald looked at Mrs. Vale. She had entered quietly behind them. Mrs. Vale whispered. It became the wallpaper that was there when Sir Reginald was a child. Harcourt stood. I'd like to see this room. Sir Reginald grabbed his wrist. No. Harcourt looked down at the old man's hand. Sir Reginald, if I'm to help you, I need to understand what you're afraid of. The old man slowly released him. Then he whispered, you won't understand, not until it paints you. They climbed to the 2nd floor. At the end of a long corridor stood a row of doors. 4, 5, 6, then 7. Mrs. Vale produced a key. Her hand was trembling. She unlocked the door. The room beyond was small, a guest bedroom, bed, wardrobe, fireplace, one window. Nothing unusual, except for a large empty space on the wall opposite the bed. Harcourt approached. There was a rectangular mark on the wallpaper, as though a painting had hung there for many years. Where is it? Sir Reginald asked. Mrs. Vale frowned. Where is what? The portrait. There isn't one. Sir Reginald stared at the empty wall. Not yet. Harcourt examined the room. Nothing. No hidden door. No strange mechanism. No evidence of anyone entering. Then he noticed something beneath the bed. A paintbrush. Old. Its wooden handle blackened. With age. He picked it up. The bristles were wet. Black paint dripped onto his fingers. Harcourt frowned. Who has been painting? Or Mrs. Vale stepped backwards. Nobody. Harcourt held up the brush. Then this appears to disagree. Sir Reginald stared at it. Then his expression changed. Oh God, what? Sir Reginald whispered. It's begun. That evening, heavy rain made travel impossible. Harcourt was forced to remain at Wetherby Hall, a guest bedroom, not room 7. Harcourt prescribed a mild sedative for Sir Reginald. The old man refused it. If I sleep, he'll finish the portrait. Ooh. Sir Reginald looked at him. The painter. Harcourt sighed. Who is the painter? For a long moment, Sir Reginald said nothing. Then he opened a drawer. Inside was a photograph, very old. It showed Wetherby Hall, perhaps 50 years earlier. Standing on the steps were 3 people. A younger Sir Reginald, a woman, and a tall, thin man holding a painter's palette. His name, Elias Vane, my father's portrait artist. Harcourt examined the photograph. Vane had a narrow face, dark eyes, and unusually long fingers. What happened to him? Sir Reginald looked away. My father discovered that Vane was having an affair with my mother. Harcourt remained silent. There was an argument. My father struck him. The Vane fell from the upper landing. He died. He died. Sir Reginald nodded. Here, outside room 7, Harcourt looked towards the ceiling. And the portrait. If ordered every painting Vane had made, destroyed, except one. Harcourt looked at him. Which one, my mother's? Sir Reginald stood. She refused to surrender it. After Vane died, she hung it in room 7. What happened? 3 weeks later, my mother-in-law was found dead beneath it. Harcourt's expression. How did she die? To you, Sir Reginald whispered. Nobody knew? But, the portrait changed. Changed. My mother had been painted standing in a garden. After she died, the portrait showed her lying in room 7. Harcourt stared. Where is the painting now? Burned, you're certain. I watched my father burn it. Outside thunder rolled. Then from upstairs came a sound. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Harcourt looked at the ceiling. What is that? While Sir Reginald closed his eyes. A brush. Scrape. Something was painting upstairs. Harcourt grabbed a lamp. Sir Reginald shouted, Don't go. But Harcourt was already climbing the stairs. Scrape, scrape. The sound came from room 7. The door was open. Harcourt entered. The room was empty. Then he looked at the wall. A canvas hung there, large, in black wood. Harcourt raised the lamp. The painting showed Sir Reginald. He was lying on the floor of the library, eyes open, dead. Beside him stood a grandfather clock. Its hands showed 12:20. Harcourt heard footsteps behind him. Sir Reginald stood in the doorway. He saw the painting. Then screamed. That's tonight. And Harcourt turned. What? The clock! In the library! It is almost 12. They hurried downstairs. The clock. 11:53. Sir Reginald backed away. 7 minutes. Harcourt grabbed him. Listen to me. A painting cannot kill you. Sir Reginald laughed bitterly. No, but Vane can. The clock ticked. 11:55. Harcourt looked again at the photograph of Elias Vane. Then he noticed something. Vane was left-handed. The wet paintbrush they had found beneath the bed had black paint, only on the right side of its handle. Harcourt frowned. Something was wrong. Sir Reginald, who actually killed Vane. The old man froze. My father. Oh, no. Harcourt stepped closer. Who killed him? Sir Reginald. Looked towards Mrs. Vale. She stood in the doorway. Her face was expressionless. Then Sir Reginald whispered, I did. You silence. I was 17. I found him with my mother. I pushed him. Mrs. Vale closed her eyes. Harcourt understood. You've been lying for 50 years. You, Sir Reginald, began crying. My father took the blame. The family covered it up. The clock struck midnight. Dong. Sir Reginald stared. The hands moved. 12:15. Far too quickly. Harcourt looked upstairs. Scrape, scrape. The painting was still being finished. He suddenly understood. It isn't predicting your death. Sir Reginald stared. What It's painting what you believe will happen. The old man shook his head. No, Vane was painted. What he saw, inside people, guilt, fear, secrets. The clock reached 12:19. Harcourt grabbed Sir Reginald by the shoulders. The painting needs you to believe it. The final minute began. Sir Reginald closed his eyes. Numb, Harcourt spoke slowly. You killed Elias Vane. Yes, say it. I killed him. Louder. I killed him. The house shuddered. Upstairs, something screamed. Not human. Not entirely. The clock stopped. 12:19. Sir Reginald opened his eyes. The hands didn't move. Then from upstairs came a terrible tearing sound. Harcourt ran to room 7. The canvas was still there, but the image had changed. Sir Reginald was no longer lying dead. He was standing, alive. Behind him was Elias Vane, and Vane was smiling. Then the painted figure of Sir Reginald slowly turned towards the painter. Harcourt watched in disbelief. The painted Sir Reginald reached out and took Vane's hand. The two figures faded, slowly, until the canvas was blank. Behind Harcourt, Sir Reginald whispered, "I'm sorry." A voice answered from inside the empty painting. "I know. The canvas split from top to bottom, and fell from the wall. Sir Reginald slept for 14 hours. He lived another 11 years. Room 7 was locked and never used again. After Sir Reginald's death, Wetherby Hall was sold. The story was forgotten until 1968. The house was being converted into a hotel. During renovations, workers opened room 7. Behind several layers of wallpaper, they discovered dozens of portraits. None had frames. They appeared to have been painted directly onto the plaster. Men, women, children, different clothes, different centuries. Every person who had ever slept in that room. At the very end was Dr. Jonathan Harcourt, older, grey-haired, holding a medical bag. The workers thought nothing of it, until someone checked the date of Harcourt's death. He had died in 1954, 14 years before the wall was uncovered. And yet beneath his portrait the paint was still wet. Wetherby Hall became a hotel the following year. Room 7 was never rented. Officially there was a plumbing problem, but staff occasionally reported hearing something behind the locked door. Scrape, pause, scrape. The sound of a brush moving across canvas. Then, in 2006, a hotel manager entered room 7 to investigate. The room was empty, except for one new portrait. It showed the hotel manager standing. In room 7, he was looking at a painting, and inside that painted painting was another, smaller image of himself, and inside that another, and another, each one showing him slightly older, until in the smallest image he was an old man. Behind him stood a tall, thin figure, holding a painter's palette. The manager left the hotel that afternoon. He never returned. The room was sealed with bricks. But according to guests staying on the second floor late at night, you can sometimes hear the brush. Scrape, pause, scrape. And occasionally someone hears a man's voice speaking from behind the sealed wall, quietly, asking one simple question. Would you care to sit for your portrait?
Every police station has an evidence room. Shelves filled with forgotten belongings, old wallets, broken watches, boxes of photographs, objects connected to crimes long since solved, or crimes that never were. Most eventually find their owners, some are destroyed, and then there are the things no one ever claims. Things nobody wants to touch. At Westbrook Police Station there was one item every officer knew about, Locker 27. Officially, it contained a single cassette tape. Nothing else. No case number, no suspect, no victim, no report explaining where it had come from, just one handwritten label, Dio Note POI. Most officers laughed when they first saw it, until they asked the older staff. No one laughed after that. 23 years earlier, Detective Alan Mercer had ignored the warning. He believed every mystery deserved an answer. He carried the tape home. His wife later told investigators he listened to it alone in the study. She never heard the recording. only Alan's reaction. First, silence, then quiet laughter, followed by crying, then screaming. When she reached the room, the tape recorder was still turning. Alan was gone. The windows were locked. The doors were locked. Nothing had been disturbed. Only muddy footprints circled the chair, as though dozens of people had stood around him while he listened. The tape returned to locker 27. It remained untouched for years, until Noah Briggs joined the department. He was young, practical, logical. Ghost stories meant nothing to him. Late one evening, he worked alone in the evidence room. Rain hammered the roof. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. He noticed locker 27 standing slightly open, inside. The cassette lay exactly where everyone said it would. Dust covered everything except the tape itself. It looked new, almost inviting. He picked it up. The plastic felt strangely warm. There was no brand name, no recording length, just the words, Diona Pillai. He smiled. Curiosity always wins. An old cassette player still sat in the corner of the evidence room. He inserted the tape. At first, nothing. Only faint static. 30 seconds passed. Then breathing. Slow, steady. As though someone stood inches from the microphone. Noah frowned. He increased the volume. The breathing stopped. A man's voice whispered, "Thank you." The cassette clicked. Silence. That was all. Noah laughed. This is what everyone's afraid of. He ejected the tape. It wouldn't come out. The buttons stopped working. The reels began turning again. By themselves, the breathing returned. This time, behind him, he spun around. Nobody. The evidence room remained empty. The breathing continued, closer, closer. Then every evidence locker slammed shut at once. The lights flickered. One bulb burst, then another. Darkness spread through the room. Only the cassette player's tiny red light remained. A second voice spoke, not from the recorder. From somewhere inside the room. He listened. Another answered, "So will you." Noah ran for the door. It wouldn't open. He pulled harder. Nothing. Behind him, the tape was still playing. Except now, it wasn't breathing anymore. It was laughing. Not one person, hundreds. Men, women, children, all laughing together. His radio burst into life. Static. Then dispatch called his name. No, only it wasn't dispatch. It sounded exactly like his own voice. "I'm behind you." He refused to turn around. His hands shook against the locked door. The laughter stopped instantly. Silence. A hand rested gently on his shoulder. Cold. Heavy. Human. He closed his eyes. He knew nobody should be there. Very slowly. The cassette player clicked. Stop. The room lights returned. The door opened by itself. Everything appeared normal. The tape sat quietly inside the machine. Noah left it exactly where it was. He never spoke about that night. 3 months later, he resigned without explanation. Before leaving, he wrote one sentence inside the evidence log. Never listen beyond the breathing. The note remained there for years, until renovations forced the station to empty the evidence room. Locker 27 was opened. It was empty. The cassette had vanished. No one knew where it had gone. 6 months later, a charity shop on the other side of the country sold an old cassette player for £5. Inside, staff discovered a tape already waiting. No label, no markings, just a small piece of masking tape. Someone had written one word, POI. If you ever find an old cassette where nobody remembers recording it, leave it exactly where it is. Because recordings don't always preserve voices. Sometimes, they preserve the people speaking. And once they're heard, they remember exactly who listened.
The portrait arrived at my shop on a rainy afternoon in October 1923, wrapped in black cloth and carried by a man who refused to tell me where he had found it. I was 37 then, the proprietor of a modest antiquarian bookshop in Bloomsbury, London. Paintings were not my business, but the stranger seemed remarkably determined that I should have this particular one. He placed it against my counter and said, "Keep it somewhere people can see it." When I asked what price he wanted, he smiled without humor. "You couldn't afford what it costs." Then he walked into the rain and disappeared. I should have left the cloth exactly where it was. Instead, curiosity won. Beneath it was an oil portrait of a gentleman seated in a dark green armchair. He appeared to be about 40. elegantly dressed in the fashion of the late 18th century. His face was handsome but unpleasant, with narrow eyes and a small smile that suggested he knew something amusing about whoever happened to be looking at him. One hand rested on a silver top cane, the other held a pocket watch. A brass plate on the frame gave his name as Augustus Vail, 1764 to 1829. The artist's name had been carefully scratched away. I hung the portrait behind the counter. That evening, shortly before closing, an elderly customer named Mrs. Davenport stopped to admire it. She stared for several seconds before asking why I kept a portrait of a dead man in my shop. I pointed out that almost every portrait from the 18th century depicted somebody dead. She didn't smile. "No," she said. "I mean that man is dead." I looked again. Vail appeared perfectly normal. Mrs. Davenport stepped closer and suddenly gasped. His eyes moved. I assured her it was simply the effect of varnish catching the light. She left without purchasing anything. The following morning I noticed that Augustus Vail looked older, not dramatically. There were simply lines around his eyes that I did not remember seeing before. His hair seemed grayer at the temples. I blamed the changing daylight. 3 days later, however, there could be no mistake. Vail had aged perhaps 10 years. His cheeks had become hollow and his hands were thinner. Even stranger, the pocket watch he held had changed. When the portrait arrived, its hands showed 20 minutes past 3. They now showed 3:45. I removed the painting from the wall and examined it beneath a lamp. The paint was dry and ancient. Nothing had been altered. I began researching Augustus Vail. He had been a wealthy physician who lived near London during the Georgian period. Contemporary accounts described him as charming, educated, and unusually interested in the possibility of extending human life. His wife died mysteriously in 1801. 2 servants disappeared from his household during the following decade. Vail himself supposedly died in 1829 at the age of 65. There was, however, no record of his burial. More disturbing was a newspaper advertisement from 1837 offering a reward for the return of a stolen family portrait. The advertisement described the painting hanging behind my counter. That night I stayed late. I placed a chair opposite the portrait and watched. At midnight, the shop clock chimed. Vail's painted eyes moved towards me. There was no illusion this time. His pupils shifted slowly until he was looking directly into my face. The pocket watch advanced by 1 minute. I stood so quickly that my chair overturned. Vail smiled. Then something impossible happened. His painted chest rose beneath his waistcoat as he took a breath. A faint whisper came from the canvas. Closer, I backed towards the door. Vail's smile widened. "Please," he said, "I cannot see you properly from there." I covered the painting and left. The following morning, the black cloth lay neatly folded on the floor. Vail had aged another 20 years. He was now an elderly man, his skin sagging and spotted, his once dark hair almost white. Yet something else had changed. Behind him, painted into the shadowy background, stood a woman. She had not been there before. I recognized Mrs. Davenport. Her face was pale and frightened. She appeared to be pressing both hands against the inside of the canvas. I telephoned her home. Her daughter answered and told me Mrs. Davenport had died during the night. I immediately carried the portrait into the cellar and turned it towards the wall. For 2 days, nothing happened. On the 3rd morning, I found it hanging behind the counter again. I had locked the cellar myself. Vail was now impossibly old. His face had collapsed into deep folds, and one milky eye stared from beneath a drooping lid. Mrs. Davenport remained behind him. There were others now, a young maid, a bearded gentleman, a little old woman wearing mourning clothes. Their painted faces seemed to emerge from the darkness surrounding Vail's chair. On the table beside him stood a glass decanter that had not been there before. That afternoon a man entered the shop and asked whether I possessed a portrait of Augustus Vail. His name was Professor Henry Mercer, an art historian from Cambridge. When I showed him the painting, he became visibly frightened. Mercer had been searching for it for 14 years. He claimed the portrait had appeared repeatedly throughout the 19th century. Every owner reported the same phenomenon. Vail aged while people around the painting died. Then, when the figure reached extreme old age, something happened. What? I asked. Mercer looked towards the portrait. He becomes young again. I laughed nervously. Paintings do not become young. Mercer did not respond. He opened a leather folder containing photographs. One showed the portrait in 1872. Augustus Vail looked approximately 40. Another, taken 5 years later, showed him as an ancient man. A final photograph from 1878 showed Vail young again. Standing behind his chair were 11 additional figures. Mercer tapped them with one finger. All 11 died while the portrait was in that house. I looked towards my painting. Vail's remaining eye seemed fixed upon us. Mercer whispered, "I believe the portrait isn't aging." He is. That evening we decided to destroy it. We carried the painting into the courtyard behind my shop and soaked the canvas with paraffin. Mercer struck a match. Before he could drop it, a voice came from the portrait. "Henry." Mercer froze. Vail no longer looked old. He was watching us. "Henry," he repeated, "your mother has been waiting." Behind his chair, a woman appeared. Mercer made a choking sound. Mother, the painted woman, lifted her hand. "Henry, darling." Mercer stepped forward. I grabbed him. He fought me with surprising strength, shouting that his mother was alive inside the painting. Then Vail began laughing. His face changed as we watched. The wrinkles disappeared. His back straightened. White hair darkened. Roll. The transformation happened within seconds. Augustus Vail became a young man of perhaps 25. At the same time, Professor Mercer screamed. His hair turned gray. His skin tightened against his skull. He aged decades before my eyes. I tried to hold him, but his body became impossibly light. His clothes collapsed around him. Within moments, I was holding the dried remains of an old man in the portrait. Mercer appeared behind Vail's chair. He looked young again. His mother stood beside him. I dropped the match. Flames covered the canvas. Every figure inside the painting screamed. The sound did not come from the courtyard. It came from somewhere far away, as though dozens of people were trapped at the bottom of a deep well. Vail stood from his painted chair, his expression twisted with rage. For the first time, I saw what had been hidden behind him. The room in the portrait had no walls. Beyond the chair stretched an enormous darkness filled with faces, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Vail reached towards me. His painted fingers pressed against the surface of the canvas, stretching it outward like skin. The fire suddenly went out. The painting remained untouched. Vail was standing now, very close to the painted surface. His youthful face filled almost the entire canvas. "You cannot burn time," he whispered. I understood then. Augustus Vail had found his immortality. The portrait aged instead of his body, but eventually it required another life to renew him. Every person it consumed gave him more years. He had not died in 1829. He had simply disappeared into his own painting. The portrait was not preserving his image. It was preserving him. I took the only action I could think of. I smashed the shop's large front window, carried the portrait outside, and dragged it into the street. Vail screamed at me to stop. I placed the painting face down beneath the wheels of a delivery lorry parked nearby. Then I woke the driver and told him somebody was stealing his vehicle. The frightened man started the engine and drove forward. The wooden frame shattered beneath the tires. I heard Vail scream once when I lifted the remains. The canvas had split from top to bottom. Behind the painted surface was another layer of canvas, then another and another. I peeled them apart. Each contained a different portrait of Augustus Vale from a different century, old, young again. Beneath the final layer was not canvas at all. It was human skin, dry and yellow with age. Written across it in brown ink were dozens of names: Mrs. Davenport, Professor Mercer, people stretching back more than 100 years. At the bottom was an empty space. I burned every piece separately. This time the fire took them. By dawn, nothing remained except ash. For the rest of my life, I never owned another portrait. I sold the shop in 1951 and retired to Sussex. I died in 1968. You may reasonably wonder how I can tell you anything beyond that point. The answer lies in something discovered last year during renovations to the old Bloomsbury building. Workers removed a wall behind what had once been my counter. Inside they found a narrow cavity containing a painting. It was a portrait of me. I was seated in a dark green armchair. One hand rested upon a silver-topped cane. The other held a pocket watch. Behind me stood Mrs. Davenport and Professor Mercer. The workers photographed the painting before placing it in storage. 3 days later, one of them noticed something strange about the photograph. I was smiling. According to the man who took it, I had not been smiling before. Yesterday, the painting disappeared from storage. Nobody knows who took it. But somewhere tonight, perhaps in an antique shop, a market stall, or hanging innocently on the wall of a newly furnished home, somebody may be looking at the portrait of an old gentleman named Arthur Pembroke. If you happen to see it, don't worry about the man in the chair. Look behind him. Because Augustus Vale is standing in the darkness again, and this time he is holding the watch.
Hes Derbyshire, England, 1891. Every railway station has a last train. At Brackenmore, the last train left 27 years after the station closed, and according to the only man who saw it, nobody aboard was alive. Edward Finch began working as a railway signalman. In October 1891, he was 38, quiet, unmarried, and perfectly suited to spending long nights alone. His signal box stood beside a lonely stretch of railway, somewhere between Matlock and Chesterfield. There was no village nearby, no houses, only fields, woods, and railway line. Half a mile north, the track passed through Bracken Tunnel, and just beyond the tunnel stood the remains of an old platform. Edward noticed it on his first afternoon. Broken stone, overgrown weeds, a rusting lamp post, and, almost hidden by ivy, a sign. Only 3 letters remained visible. More. Edward asked the daytime signalman about it. Old Brackenmore Station. When did it close? 1864. Why? The man shrugged. Nobody used it. Edward looked towards the ruined platform. Seems an odd place to build a station. The signalman smiled. Seems an even odder place, to wait for a train. Edward laughed. The man didn't. Then, before leaving, he gave Edward one piece of advice. If the telegraph rings after midnight, check the clock before answering. Edward frowned. Why? If it's 12:14, leave it alone. What happens at 12:14? The man put on his coat. Nothing, if you're sensible. Edward assumed. It was railway humor, the sort of nonsense older employees told newcomers. For the first week, nothing happened. Edward settled into his routine. Check the signals. Record passing trains. Keep the stove burning. Drink tea. Read. Listen to the wind. Then, on Thursday night, the telegraph rang. One short bell. Edward looked up. The clock read 12:14. He smiled. He remembered the warning. Leave it alone. The bell rang again. Edward ignored it. Then, the telegraph key began moving by itself. Click, click, click. Pause. Click. Edward stared. He knew Morse, every railway signalman did. The message was simple. Train waiting. Edward frowned. There were no scheduled trains, too, until 12:42. He picked up the key. Where? The reply came immediately. Brackenmore. Edward stopped. Brackenmore had no telegraph office. It had no station, not anymore. Edward replied. Identify train. The key moved. Passenger service. Destination. No reply. Edward waited. Then the key moved again. Open the line. Edward looked towards the signal lever. The northbound signal was red. Beyond it, Bracken Tunnel was completely dark. Edward replied, "No scheduled service." For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, the telegraph hammered violently. Opened the line. Edward stepped backwards. The bell stopped. Silence. Then, from far beyond the signal box, came a whistle, a steam locomotive. Edward went to the window. Nothing. Another whistle. Closer. He grabbed his lantern and stepped outside. Cold mist covered the tracks. Edward walked towards Bracken Tunnel. Then he saw something beyond it. A light. Not inside the tunnel. Beyond it. At the abandoned station. The old platform lamp was burning. Edward stared. That was impossible. The lamp had no glass, no wick, and probably hadn't been lit in 30 years. Then another lamp appeared. Then another. Soon the entire platform was illuminated. People stood beneath the lights, dozens of them. Men in tall hats, women in long dresses, children holding luggage. All waiting. Edward whispered, "What the devil?" A train whistle sounded from behind him. He spun around. Nothing. When he looked back, the platform was dark. The people were gone. The following morning, Edward questioned the station master at Matlock. "Bracken Moor." The station master frowned. "Closed years ago?" "I know. Was there an accident?" The man's expression changed. "What makes you ask?" Edward told him about the telegraph. The station master listened without interrupting. Then he opened an old cabinet. From inside he removed a railway ledger. He turned through brittle pages. Then stopped. December 1864, Bracken Moor, on the 17th. Edward nodded. "Why?" The station master pointed towards an entry. There had been one final passenger service. December 17th, 1864. Scheduled departure, 12:14 in the morning. 31 passengers were aboard. The train left Bracken Moor and entered Bracken Tunnel. It never came out. Edward stared. "That's impossible. Search parties walked the entire tunnel. No wreckage. No locomotive. No passengers. Nothing." Edward looked at him. "Where did it go?" The station master closed the ledger. "If we knew, Bracken Moor might still be open." Edward returned to the signal box. That evening, he considered asking for another posting. Instead, he convinced himself that somebody was playing a cruel joke. At 12:14, the telegraph rang. Edward didn't answer. Click, click, click. Train waiting. Edward ignored it. Opened the line. He folded his arms. None. The telegraph stopped. Then a voice came through the speaking tube beside his desk. "Signalman." Edward stared. The speaking tube connected only to the maintenance hut 2 miles south. He lifted it. "Who is this?" A man's voice answered. "Driver William Cole." Edward remembered the railway ledger. He hadn't noticed the driver's name. "What do you want?" "The signal is against us." Edward looked towards the red light. "You can't be there?" A pause. Then, "We've been waiting a very long time." Edward's hand trembled. "Where are you?" The driver whispered. "I don't know." Behind his voice, Edward heard people crying. Then, "Please, let us through." Edward looked at the signal lever. Perhaps, he thought, if he changed the signal, whatever remained would finally leave. He pulled the lever. Outside, the signal changed from red to green. Immediately, every light in the signal box went out. Edward stood in darkness. Then, from inside Bracken Tunnel came a whistle. Not distant, this time close, very close. The rails began vibrating. Edward stepped outside. Smoke rolled from the tunnel, black, thick, and strangely cold. Then the locomotive appeared. Slowly, an old steam engine emerged from the darkness. Its metal was covered in rust. Its windows were black. Behind it were 6 passenger carriages. The train moved without sound. No clatter, no hiss, only the slow turning of wheels. Edward raised his lantern. The first carriage passed. People sat inside. Victorian passengers, completely still. The second carriage passed. More passengers. The third, children. The fourth, empty. Then the 5th carriage stopped directly opposite Edward. A woman sat beside the window. She looked at him. Her face was grey, her eyes completely black. She raised one hand and pointed towards the final carriage. Edward looked. Someone stood inside. A railway signalman. Edward's breath stopped. The man wore Edward's uniform, Edward's cap, and although the carriage was darker, Edward could see his face. It was Edward. Older. Dead. The figure lifted one hand and shook his head. Slowly. Don't. Edward looked towards the green signal. Then he understood. The train hadn't been asking to leave Bracken Moor. It had been asking to enter. Edward ran towards the signal box. Behind him, the train whistle screamed. He grabbed the lever. It wouldn't move. The train began creeping forward. Edward pulled harder. Nothing. Then hands appeared against every carriage window. Dozens. Passengers beating against the glass. The train accelerated. Edward put both feet against the wall and pulled. The lever moved. Green became red. The locomotive screamed. Not its whistle. The locomotive itself. A sound like hundreds of people crying at once. The train stopped. Then slowly it began moving backwards. Carriage after carriage returned towards Bracken Tunnel. The final carriage passed. The dead Edward stood inside. This time he smiled. Then he mouthed 2 words. Thank you. The train disappeared into the tunnel. The smoke cleared. Silence returned. Edward never answered. The midnight telegraph again. For 32 years, he worked at the same signal box. Every December 17th at 12:14, the bell rang. Every year, the message was the same. Train waiting. Open the line. Edward never did. He retired in 1923. Before leaving, he told his replacement one thing. If the bell rings at 12:14, Lou, keep the signal red. The replacement laughed. Edward didn't. Bracken Tunnel remained in service until 1968. Then, during modernization, engineers widened part of the tunnel. Behind one wall, they discovered another tunnel, older, completely sealed. Railway officials had no record of it ever existing. Inside, workers found a section of railway track. The rails ended after approximately 300 yards, and at the end stood an old platform. Bracken Moor. Not ruins, not broken stone. A complete station underground. Waiting room doors stood open. Luggages still sat on benches. A station clock had stopped at 12:14, but there was no train. The tunnel was sealed again. Today, modern trains still pass through Bracken Tunnel. Drivers occasionally report something strange during the early hours. A green signal appears where no signal exists. Then, for several seconds, another railway line can be seen running beside theirs. An old steam train travels along it, its carriages filled with passengers. Most simply stare through the windows, but drivers who've seen it more than once mention one particular passenger. An elderly man wearing an old railway uniform. He stands inside the final carriage holding a red lantern, and whenever the ghost train begins moving towards the modern track, the old signalman raises the lantern and shakes his head, warning them not to open the line, because after more than 160 years, the last train from Bracken Moor is still trying to get home.
Louisiana, United States, 1982. A man expects to hear beneath his house rats, water pipes, the slow settling of old timber. But when something beneath your floor knocks and waits for you to knock back, there is only one sensible thing to do. Walk away. I learned that too late. My name is Isaiah Cole. In the summer of 1982, I was 53 years old and working as a carpenter. I'd spent most of my life repairing the things other men had allowed to fall apart. Barns, churches, old houses, and occasionally something that should have been left to rot. That August, I was hired to repair an abandoned house outside St. Francisville, Louisiana. The house belonged to a name named Walter Grady. Walter was perhaps 70, thin, quiet, and always wore a white shirt buttoned to the throat. He met me at the gate on a Monday morning. The house stood behind him. 2 stories. White timber turned gray by weather. A wide porch wrapped around 3 sides. Spanish moss hung from enormous oak trees. There was no electricity, no telephone. And the nearest neighbor was almost 2 miles away. Walter handed me a ring of keys. Floors rotten in the back room. I've seen worse. He looked towards the house, maybe. I smiled. You living here? Not anymore. When did you leave? And Walter didn't answer. Instead, he pointed. There's the back of the house. There's one thing. What? What? Door open, the cellar. I looked beneath the porch. The house was raised perhaps 3 feet above the ground. I thought you said there wasn't a cellar. There isn't. I waited. Walter looked directly at me. That's why you don't open it. Then he walked away. I watched his truck disappear down the dirt road, and like most men who believe they are sensible, I decided the old man was simply a little strange. The first day was uneventful. I removed the rotten floorboards. In the back room beneath them was darkness, just the crawl space. Under the house, nothing unusual. At 5, I packed my tools. Then, as I was leaving, I heard 3 knocks. Knock. I stopped. The sound came from beneath the floor. I waited. Nothing. Probably loose timber. I walked towards the door. Knock, cook, knock. Same rhythm. I looked at the hole where I'd removed the boards. Hello. Silence. I laughed at myself. Then I went home. The following morning I found 3 coins. On the floor, old pennies. One dated 1911, one 1926, and one 1943. They had been placed in a straight line beside the hole. I picked them up. Cold. Far colder than have been in August. I put them on the windowsill and continued working. Around noon, I heard the knocks again. Knock, knock. This time, I knelt beside the opening. Who's down there? Nothing then, and one knock I frowned. Without thinking, I knocked at once against the floor. Knock. Something beneath me answered. Knock. I smiled, an animal. Perhaps I knocked twice. Knock. 2 knocks answered. Knock. Knock. I tried 3. It answered 3, then 4. 4 knocks. I stopped smiling, because before I could respond, something below knocked 5 times.
Knock.
Knock, knock. It was waiting for me to continue. I stood. The knocking stopped. That afternoon, I searched the house. I wanted to find the cellar Walter had mentioned. There was no cellar door outside. Nothing beneath the stairs. Nothing in the kitchen. Then, inside a pantry, I found a wooden cabinet built against the wall. It seemed too deep. I moved it. Behind was a door, small, perhaps 4 feet high, black wood. No handle, only an iron ring. Someone had driven 7 nails through the frame. On the door, written in faded white paint, were the words, "Do not answer." I stared at them. Then someone knocked from the other side, 3 times. A knock. Knock. I stepped backwards. A voice answered, very softly. Isaiah. I froze. The voice belonged to my brother, Samuel. Samuel had been dead for 11 years. He drowned in the Mississippi in 1971. His body was never recovered. Isaiah. I couldn't breathe. Sam, silence. Then opened the door. I stepped closer. Every sensible thought inside my head told me to leave. But grief isn't sensible after 11 years. Sam. The voice laughed softly. A laugh I remembered from childhood. Been waiting a long time, little brother. Yes, Samuel had always called me little brother. Even though I was taller, my hand moved towards the iron ring. Then I noticed the coins on the windowsill behind me. There were 4 now. I had found with 3 was dated 1971. The year Samuel died. I ran. I left my tools inside the house, drove straight to Walter Grady. He lived in a trailer about 6 miles away. When he saw me, he didn't ask what happened. He simply said, "You answered it." I stared at him. "You knew." Walter looked away. "What is under that house?" He poured 2 glasses of bourbon, then sat down. My grandfather at that house in 1909. 2 years later, his youngest son disappeared. I thought of the first coin, 1911. Walter continued. Under the floor for 3 nights. Calling. But he wasn't under the house. They searched. Never found him. Then, in 1926, my grandmother lost her sister. Another coin. Walter nodded. My father. I stared. And 1971. Walter's eyes moved towards me. That wasn't one of ours? I felt my stomach tighten. Samuel, maybe. What does it do? Walter took a long drink. Finds something you can't stop wanting back. Then it borrows. The voice. Yeah, I remembered. Samuel behind the door. What's actually down there? Walter whispered. We don't know. Then why? Is there a cellar door? Walter looked at me. There wasn't. A silence. What? My grandfather never built a cellar. The door appeared. After the boy disappeared, I stood. Then burn. The house. We'll try. What happened? The house burned. Walter looked directly at me. The door didn't. I didn't return for 3 days. I told myself I wasn't going back. Then, on Thursday night, someone knocked on my bedroom floor 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. I sat up. My house was 20 miles from Walter's property. Another 3 knocks. Then Samuel's voice came. My bed. Isaiah. I didn't move. Little brother. I closed my eyes. You're not Sam by silence. Then the voice said something nobody else could possibly have known. When Mama died, in the old boat shed, my eyes opened. You were 8, I remembered. Samuel A. had found me crying behind our father's boat. He sat beside me for never told anyone. The voice beneath my bed whispered, I found you then. I can find you now. I left the house before sunrise. I drove back to Walter. We're opening it. Walter stared at me. No, it won't stop, for it never does. Then help me. He looked at his hands. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Then Walter stood. We reached the old house at noon. Walter brought a shotgun. I brought a crowbar, a hammer, and enough stupidity for both of us. The small door was still behind the cabinet. 7 nails. Walter looked at them. Those aren't the original nails. What do you mean? My father replaced them in 1950. How many were there before? Walter whispered, 6. I looked one at the 7 nails. Why add one? He didn't. Something knocked from behind the door once, then twice, then 3 times. It continued. 4, 5, 6, 7. Walter raised the shotgun. The 8th knock came from behind us. We turned. The pantry door had closed. Then from every wall came knocking, hundreds of hands, or something that sounded like hands. Knocking inside the walls, the ceiling, the windows. Then all at once a silence. Samuel whispered from behind the little door, Isaiah, please. I took the crowbar. Walter grabbed my arm. Once you open it, don't answer anything you hear. I nodded. We pulled the first nail, then the second. By the 4th, the room had become cold. By the 6th, we could see our breath. The 7th nail came free. The door opened by itself. Behind it were stairs, stone stairs, descending into darkness, impossible. The land behind the house was flat. There was nothing beneath us, deep enough for those stairs. Walter lit a lantern. We descended. 10 steps, 20, 30. The air smelled of river mud. Then I heard water. At the bottom was a room. Not a cellar, a room, perhaps 50 feet across. The walls were black earth. In the center stood a wooden table. On it were objects, hundreds of them. Wedding rings, children's toys, shoes, photographs, watches, things belonging to people who had disappeared. Then I saw Samuel's wristwatch. I recognized the cracked glass. I picked it up. It was wet. River water dripped between my fingers. Walter whispered, Don't. Then someone behind me said, Isaiah. I turned. Samuel stood of the lantern light, exactly as I remembered him. 36 years old, wet hair, blue shirt, bare feet. Water ran from his clothes. I began crying. Sam and Walter shouted, Don't answer. Well, too late. Samuel smiled. Little brother. He opened his arms. I stepped towards him. Then I saw something behind Samuel. A second figure, then another, then dozens. People standing inside the darkness. Everyone facing us. Everyone silent. And everyone had the same black, empty eyes. Samuel reached towards me. Come home. I look at his hand. 6 fingers. Samuel had 5. I stepped back. The smile on his face disappeared. You're not my brother. Samuel's mouth opened, and from inside him came dozens of voices, men, women, children, all saying the same thing. Then, who are we? The lantern went out. Walter fired the shotgun. The flash illuminated the room. For one instant, I saw what something behind the dead, something enormous, pale, crouched inside the earth. Its body was covered with mouths, hundreds of mouths, and every mouth was whispering a different name. Walter screamed. I grabbed the lantern, relit it. The thing was moving towards us, not walking, dragging itself through the earth, as though the ground were water. I looked at the table, the objects, the memories. Then I understood. It didn't steal people. It stole the things that made others remember them, their voices, their possessions, their secrets. Then it used those memories to call someone else. I grabbed Samuel's watch and threw it into the lantern flame. The strap caught fire. Samuel screamed, not one voice, hundreds. Walter understood. He overturned the table. Photographs, rings, letters, fell into the lantern oil. I struck a match. The room erupted in flame. Every figure inside the darkness began screaming. The pale thing pulled itself backwards. The mouths across its body opened at once, and from them came one final deafening knock. The earth above us shook. Walter and I ran up the stairs. Behind us, the chamber collapsed. We reached the pantry. The little door shut. Then the entire house began sinking. Not collapsing, sinking. Slowly, earth. We ran outside. Within minutes, the old house was gone. Nothing remained except a shallow hollow filled with muddy water. Walter stood beside me and laughed. Then he began crying. Neither of us ever rebuilt on that land. For years nothing happened. No voices. No knocks. I eventually convinced myself it was over. Walter died in 1994. I attended his funeral. Afterwards, his daughter gave me a small box. Father wanted her to have this. Inside was one old penny. 1971. I almost threw it away. Then I noticed something scratched into the metal. 3 words, not Samuel Cole. My name, Isaiah Cole. I dropped here the coin. That night, for the first time in 12 years, I heard the sound, knock, knock, not beneath the floor. Inside my wardrobe. I didn't open it. The next night, the knocking came from the kitchen wall. The night after, from beneath my bed. And now, as I tell you what happened all those years ago, I am an old man. My house is quiet. The doors are locked. The windows are closed. And beside me, on the table, is a penny, dated with the year I was born. I don't know how it got there. But a few moments ago, something beneath my chair knocked once, then twice, then 3 times. It is waiting for me to answer. And from somewhere beneath the floor, I can hear Samuel laughing. I remember life from when we were boys. Only now there are other voices laughing with him, hundreds of them. So if one night you hear a knock beneath your floor, don't investigate, don't speak, don't ask who's there. And whatever you do, don't knock back, because something may answer. And once it learns that you're listening, it will begin through the voices of everyone you have ever lost until it finds the one voice you cannot ignore.
Every railway station has abandoned platforms, old lines, forgotten tunnels, places where trains no longer stop. But there is one platform that isn't marked on any map. Railway workers call it Platform 0. Officially, it doesn't exist. No signs point towards it. No station plans include it. And yet, every few years, someone disappears after claiming they found it. Most are never seen again. The story begins with Ethan Carter, a freelance photographer who specialized in forgotten places. He had spent years exploring abandoned stations across Britain. One rainy evening, he arrived at Ashford Central. His plan was simple. Photograph the Victorian architecture. Catch the last train home. Nothing more. As he packed away his camera, an elderly cleaner approached him. She glanced at his photographs, then quietly asked, "You didn't go below Platform 4, did you?" Ethan laughed. "There isn't anything below Platform 4. The old woman looked strangely uneasy. "There shouldn't be." Then she walked away. Curious now, Ethan searched the station. Near the end of platform 4, he found an old iron gate, half hidden behind electrical cabinets. It stood slightly open. Beyond it, stone steps disappeared underground. His torch revealed ancient brick walls. The air smelled damp. The sound of trains faded until there was only silence. At the bottom of the staircase stood another platform. Old wooden benches, rusted lamps, Victorian signs. Everything covered in dust. Except the rails, they gleamed, as though a train had passed only moments earlier. Above one tunnel entrance hung a cracked enamel sign, P-High for Arm ZRO. No station number, no timetable, just those 2 words. Ethan smiled. He had discovered something incredible. He began taking photographs. Click, click. Every flash echoed along the tunnel. Then a whistle, far away. Low, growing louder, he checked his watch. No trains were scheduled. Not here. Not anywhere near this tunnel. The rails began to hum. A vibration traveled beneath his feet. Wind rushed through the darkness. Then a light appeared. Not the bright white beam of a modern train. A warm yellow glow, like gas lamps. The train emerged slowly, black, ancient. Every carriage made of polished wood. Gold lettering decorated the sides. No company name, no destination. The engine made almost no sound. Only the slow hiss of steam. It stopped directly in front of him. Every door opened at once. No passengers stepped out. Inside, people sat perfectly still. Men in Victorian suits. Women wearing long black dresses. Children clutching old toys. Every one of them stared straight ahead. None of them blinked. None of them breathed. The conductor stepped onto the platform. He wore an immaculate dark uniform. His silver pocket watch gleamed beneath the station lights. Without speaking, he held out a ticket. It was yellow with age. Across the front were printed 4 words. Onowalawai. Ethan stepped backwards. I don't have a ticket. For the first time, the conductor smiled. You do now. His voice echoed strangely, as though several people had spoken together. Behind him, every passenger slowly turned their heads, not one at a time, all together, every pair of eyes fixed on Ethan. Then, they smiled. The train whistle screamed. The platform lights flickered. Every clock along the wall began spinning backwards. Ethan ran. The staircase seemed impossibly far away. The footsteps behind him were slow, measured, never hurried. He dared not look back. The sound of polished shoes echoed across the stone floor. Closer, closer. He reached the staircase. The moment he stepped onto the first stair, everything stopped. The silence returned. He climbed until he burst back into the modern station. Commuters hurried past. Announcements echoed overhead. It was as though nothing had happened. The old cleaner stood waiting. She looked disappointed. You looked at them, didn't you? Ethan couldn't answer. She sighed. They know your face now. He never returned. Months later, he developed every photograph from that evening. Most showed nothing unusual. The empty platform, the old lamps, the rusted benches. Until he reached the final image. It showed Ethan standing alone beside the tracks. Except, he wasn't alone. Through every carriage window, the passengers were staring directly at the camera, and standing immediately behind Ethan was the conductor. One white, gloved hand rested gently on his shoulder. Written across the glass behind him, condensation had formed 4 simple words. Next tire I'm yoar tuarn. Ethan burned every photograph. Or at least, he believed he had. Years later, a railway museum received an anonymous envelope. Inside was a single print, the same photograph. On the back, someone had written, "They've changed my departure time." No one ever discovered who sent it. Today, railway workers still lock the gate beneath platform 4 every evening. Occasionally, security cameras capture it standing open. By morning, it's always closed again. Sometimes cleaners report hearing an old steam whistle beneath the station. Sometimes commuters claim they smell coal smoke where none should exist. And every now and then, someone waiting for the last train glances across the tracks. For just a second, they see another platform, lit by old gas lamps. Waiting. If you ever see it, don't walk towards it. Don't look for the timetable. And whatever you do, if a conductor offers you a ticket, never take it, because every journey from Platform 0 has only one destination, and no return ticket has ever been issued.
1906. Arthur Pembroke first noticed the man while developing a photograph of an empty street. The photograph had been taken shortly after midnight on December the 3rd, 1906. Arthur was experimenting with night photography. At the time, it was difficult work. Exposure times were long, equipment was heavy, and carrying a wooden camera, glass plates, tripod, and magnesium flash powder through the streets after midnight attracted attention. Arthur didn't mind. He was 31, unmarried, and completely obsessed with photography. He owned a small portrait studio on Walcott Street, where respectable families sat beneath uncomfortable lights and attempted not to blink. But Arthur preferred photographing things when nobody was around: empty streets, abandoned buildings, churchyards, places that looked different after everyone else had gone home. That night, Arthur chose Marlow Lane, a narrow, cobbled street behind an old textile warehouse. The buildings there were due for demolition. Arthur wanted a final photograph. He positioned the camera beneath a gas lamp, opened the shutter and waited. 30 seconds, 40, 50, nobody passed. He closed the shutter, packed his equipment, and returned home. The following morning, Arthur developed the plate. Slowly, the image appeared: buildings, gas lamp, wet cobbles. Then, a man. Arthur frowned. Someone stood at the far end of Marlow Lane. He hadn't seen anyone. The figure was perhaps 100 yards away, tall, black coat, black hat, facing the camera. Arthur examined the negative with a magnifying glass. The man's face was impossible to distinguish. Probably someone had walked into the exposure and stood still. Unusual, but hardly supernatural. Arthur placed the photograph on his desk and forgot about it. 2 nights later, he returned. Same street, same camera position, same exposure. Nobody appeared. The next morning, Arthur developed the second plate. The man was there again. But this time, he was closer, perhaps 70 yards away. Arthur stared at the photograph. Same coat, same hat, same posture, facing the camera. Arthur checked it. The first photograph, 100 yards. Second, 70. He felt a small chill, then laughed. Somebody was playing games. So, the following night, Arthur returned with his assistant, Henry Clark. Stand beside me. Henry looked around. Why, just humor me. Arthur prepared the camera. If anyone enters the street. Henry sighed. Very well. Arthur opened the shutter. They waited. Nobody appeared. Arthur closed it. See anyone? No. Seton? Arthur. There's nobody here. They returned to the studio. Arthur developed the plate, while Henry watched. The image appeared. Empty street, gas lamp, buildings. Then Henry whispered, "Who's that?" The man stood 40 yards away. Henry stepped closer. I wasn't there. I know. Double exposure. Arthur shook his head. New plate. Contamination. New. Henry stared at the image. Then he noticed something. Arthur, what? Look at his feet. The Arthur used the magnifying glass. The man's shoes were not touching the street. He appeared else to be standing several inches above the cobbles. Henry stepped backwards. Burn it. Arthur smiled nervously. Don't be ridiculous. I'm serious. It's a photographic anomaly. Henry pointed at the 3 pictures. An anomaly. That's walking towards you. Arthur didn't burn them. Instead, he became fascinated. He wanted another photograph. Henry refused to accompany him. So, on December the 9th, Arthur returned alone. He positioned the camera, opened the shutter, waited. The street was completely silent. Then, Arthur heard something. A camera shutter, click. Behind him, Arthur turned. Nothing. He looked towards Marlow Lane, empty. Click. Again, this time from somewhere above him. Arthur closed his shutter and hurried home. He developed the plate immediately. The man was now 10 yards from the camera. Arthur dropped the photograph. For the first time, his face was visible. Pale skin, deep-set eyes, thin mouth, and around his neck hung a camera. Arthur didn't sleep. The next morning, he visited the city archive. He searched old newspapers for Marlowe Lane. Eventually, he found an article dated October 1871, photographer killed in studio fire. The man's name was Edwin Marr. His studio had once stood on Marlowe Lane. Arthur continued reading. Marr had been a photographer known for something unusual. He photographed the dead. Families would bring deceased relatives to his studio, children, parents, infants. Marr arranged them as though they were sleeping. Sometimes he posed them beside living family members. It was called post-mortem photography. Arthur knew the practice. What he didn't know was what happened. At Marr's studio, in October 1871, a fire destroyed the building. Marr died inside. But witnesses reported something strange. When firefighters entered the ruins, they found hundreds of photographic plates, completely undamaged. Every plate showed the same thing: Edwin Marr standing behind the person he had photographed, even photographs taken years before his death. Arthur stared at the newspaper. There was a photograph of Marr, black coat, black hat, pale face, the man from Marlowe Lane. Arthur returned to his studio. He gathered the 4 photographs. He intended to destroy them. Then he noticed something he hadn't seen before. In photograph 1, Marr stood 100 yards away. Photograph 2, 70. Photograph 3, 40. Photograph 4, 10. Arthur realized what the next photograph would show: nothing. Because Marr would be behind the camera, Arthur burned all 4 photographs. Then he smashed the glass negatives. For 3 days, nothing happened. On the 4th morning, a customer arrived for a portrait. Mrs. Eleanor Webb and her young son, Thomas. Arthur prepared the studio. Mother and child sat together. Arthur placed a fresh glass plate. Please remain still. He removed the lens cap. Exposure, 3 seconds. Done. That afternoon, Arthur developed the portrait. Mrs. Webb appeared. Thomas appeared, and behind them stood Edwin Marr. Arthur stared. Marr was smiling. His hand rested on Thomas's shoulder. Arthur destroyed the photograph. The following day, Mrs. Webb returned, has disappeared. Arthur felt sick. When? Last night, his bedroom window was locked, door closed. He simply vanished. Arthur said nothing. After she left, he examined the broken negative. Something had changed. Thomas was no longer sitting beside his mother. The chair was empty. Arthur stepped backwards. Behind Mrs. Webb, Marr remained, still smiling. That evening, Arthur packed every camera, every plate, every photograph in his studio. He intended to burn everything. At 11:30, he heard a camera shutter. Click. Arthur stopped. Click. From upstairs. His studio had no upstairs. Click. Again. Then a flash illuminated the room. Arthur screamed. For 1 second, he saw dozens of people standing around him. Men, women, children, all dressed in clothing from different decades, all pale, all silent. Thomas Webb stood among them, and behind everyone was Edwin Marr, holding his camera. Darkness returned. Arthur ran towards the door. It wouldn't open. Another flash. The dead were closer. Another. Closer. Another. Now only a few feet away. Arthur grabbed a chair and smashed the studio window. He climbed through, cutting his hands on the glass. Behind him, click, flash. Arthur fell onto the street. He ran and never returned. The following morning, police entered his studio. Nobody was inside. The cameras were gone. The photographic plates were gone. Everything had disappeared, except one photograph. It lay in the center of the studio floor. The photograph showed Arthur standing inside an empty room. His expression was terrified. Behind him were dozens of dead people, and directly over Arthur's shoulder, Edwin Marr was smiling. Arthur Pembroke left Bath and abandoned photography. He lived another 37 years. He never allowed another photograph to be taken of him. Not once. When he died in 1943, his family discovered a sealed envelope inside his desk. Written across it were the words, "Do not photograph my body." His family respected his wishes. Arthur was buried without a photograph. For decades, the story was forgotten. Then, in 2019, the old building on Walcott Street, where Arthur's studio had once stood, was renovated. Workers discovered a wooden box beneath the floorboards. Inside were 14 glass photographic plates. Most were damaged. 13 showed ordinary portraits. The 14th was different. It showed an empty photography studio. The date, scratched into the glass, was December 1906. Nobody has stood in the photograph. At first, the plate was donated to a local museum. A curator digitized it at high resolution. When she enlarged the image, she noticed a reflection in a mirror at the back of the room. A man holding a camera, black coat, black hat, pale face. She assumed he was the photographer. Then she looked closer. The camera was pointed directly out of the photograph. At her, the curator laughed and showed a colleague. The following morning, she didn't arrive for work. Her flat was locked from inside. Her phone, her handbag, her keys were still there. She was never found. The museum removed the photograph from public display. But by then, the digital scan had already been uploaded to the museum's online archive. According to the website, it was viewed more than 8,000 times before being deleted. Nobody knows how many people saved a copy, but occasionally one appears on photography forums or old history websites. People usually notice the man in the mirror. Then someone enlarges him. Then someone downloads the picture. And according to those who have seen more than one copy, there is something very strange about Edwin Marr. In the original scan, he stands at the back of the room, but each time the image is copied, he moves slightly closer. So, if you ever find an old photograph of an empty Victorian studio, and there is, a pale man holding a camera somewhere in the background, don't enlarge it, don't save it, and whatever you do, don't look to see how close he is.
There is not in all London a quieter spot, or one, apparently, more withdrawn from the heat and bustle of life than Newsome Terrace. It is a cul-de-sac, for at the upper end the roadway, between its two lines of square, compact little residences, is brought to an end by a high brick wall, while at the lower end, the only access to it is through Newsome Square, that small discreet oblong of Georgian houses, a relic of the time when Kensington was a suburban village sundered from the metropolis by a stretch of pastures stretching to the river. Both square and terrace are most inconveniently situated for those whose ideal environment includes a rank of taxicabs immediately opposite their door, a spate of buses roaring down the street, and a procession of underground trains accessible by a station a few yards away, shaking and rattling the cutlery and silver on their dining tables. In consequence, Newsome Terrace had come, 2 years ago, to be inhabited by leisurely and retired folk, or by those who wished to pursue their work in quiet and tranquility. Children with hoops and scooters are phenomena rarely encountered in the terrace, and dogs are equally uncommon. In front of each of the couple of dozen houses of which the terrace is composed lies a little square of railinged garden, in which you may often see the middle-aged or elderly mistress of the residence, horticulturally employed. By 5 o'clock of a winter's evening, the pavements will generally be empty of all passengers, except the policeman, who, with felted step, at intervals throughout the night, peers with his bull's eye into these small front gardens, and never finds anything more suspicious there than an early crocus or an aconite, for by the time it is dark the inhabitants of the terrace have got themselves home, where behind drawn curtains and bolted shutters they will pass a domestic and uninterrupted evening. No funeral ass up to the time I speak of had I ever seen leave the terrace. No marriage party had strewed its pavements with confetti and perambulators were unknown. It and its inhabitants seemed to be quietly mellowing like bottles of sound wine. No doubt there was stored within them the sunshine and summer of youth long past, and now, dozing in a cool place, they waited for the turn of the key in the cellar door and the entry of one who would draw them forth and see what they were worth. Never leave alone. Yet after the time of which I shall now speak, I have never passed down its pavement without wondering whether each house, so seemingly tranquil, is not, like some dynamo, lane never leave alone, softly and smoothly bringing into being vast and terrible forces, such as those I once saw at work in the last house at the upper end of the terrace, the quietest, you would have said, of all the row. Never leave alone had you observed it with continuous scrutiny, for all the length of a summer day. Thorn Lane never leave alone. It is quite possible that you might have only seen issue from it in the morning an elderly woman whom you would have rightly conjectured to be the housekeeper, with her basket for marketing on her arm. Never leave alone, who returned an hour later. Except for her, the entire day might often pass without there being either ingress or egress from the door. Never leave alone. Occasionally a middle-aged man, lean and wiry, came swiftly down the pavement, but his exit was by no means a daily occurrence, and indeed, when he did emerge, he broke the almost universal usage of the terrace. Never leave alone, for his appearances took place when such there were between 9 and 10 in the evening. Lane never leave alone. At that hour, sometimes he would come round to my house in Newsom Square to see if I was at home and inclined for a talk a little later on. Never leave alone, for the sake of air and exercise, he would then have an hour's tramp through the lit and noisy streets, and return about 10, still pale and unflushed. Never leave alone. For one of those talks which grew to have an absorbing fascination for me, Thorn Lane never leave alone. More rarely through the telephone I proposed that I should drop in on him. This I did not often do, since I found that if he did not come out himself, it implied that he was busy with some investigation. Lane never leave alone. And though he made me welcome, I could easily see that he burned for my departure, so that he might get busy with his batteries and pieces of tissue. Lane never leave alone. Hot on the track of discoveries that never yet had presented themselves to the mind of man as coming within the horizon of possibility. Never leave alone. My last sentence may have led the reader to guess that I am indeed speaking of none other than that recluse and mysterious physicist Sir James Horton. Lane never leave alone, with whose death 100 half-hewn avenues into the dark forest from which life comes must wait completion till another pioneer, as bold as he takes up the axe which hitherto none but himself has been able to wield, never leave alone. Probably there was never a man to whom humanity owed more, and of whom humanity knew less. He seemed utterly independent of the race to whom, although indeed with no service of love he devoted himself. Never leave alone. For years he lived aloof and apart in his house at the end of the terrace. Never leave alone. Men and women were to him like fossils to the geologist, things to be tapped and hammered and dissected, and studied with a view not only to the reconstruction of past ages, but to construction in the future. Lane never leave alone. It is known, for instance, that he made an artificial being formed of the tissue, still living, of animals lately killed, with the brain of an ape and the heart of a bullock, and a sheep's thyroid, and so forth. Lane never leave alone. Of that I can give no first-hand account. Horton, it is true, told me something about it, and in his will directed that certain memoranda on the subject should on his death be sent to me. But on the bulky envelope there is the direction, not to be opened till January 1925. He spoke with some reserve, and so I think Lane never leave alone, with slight horror at the strange things which had happened on the completion of this creature. Never leave alone. It evidently made him uncomfortable to talk about it, and for that reason I fancy he put what was then a rather remote date to the day when his record should reach my eye. Finally, in these preliminaries, Lane never leave alone. For the last 5 years before the war, he had scarcely entered, for the sake of companionship, any house other than his own and mine. Lane never leave alone. Ours was a friendship dating from school days, which he had never suffered to drop entirely, but I doubt if in those years he spoke except on matters of business to 6 other people. Lane never leave alone. He had already retired from surgical practice in which his skill was unapproached, and most completely now did he avoid the slightest intercourse with his colleagues, never leave alone, whom he regarded as ignorant pedants without courage or the rudiments of knowledge. Lane never leave alone. Now and then he would write an epoch, making little monograph, which he flung to them like a bone to a starving dog, but for the most part, utterly absorbed in his own investigations, Lane never leave alone. He left them to grope along unaided. He frankly told me that he enjoyed talking to me about such subjects, since I was utterly unacquainted with them. Lane never leave alone. It clarified his mind to be obliged to put his theories and guesses and confirmations with such simplicity that anyone could understand them. I well remember his coming in to see me on the evening of the 4th of August, 1914. "So the war has broken out," he said, "and the streets are impassable with excited crowds. Odd, isn't it? Just as if each of us already was not a far more murderous battlefield than any which can be conceived between warring nations." "How's that?" said I. "Lane never leave alone. Let me try to put it plainly, though it isn't that I want to talk about. Your blood is one eternal battlefield. It is full of armies eternally marching and counter-marching. Lane never leave alone. As long as the armies friendly to you are in a superior position, you remain in good health if a detachment of microbes that, if suffered to establish themselves, would give you a cold in the head, never leave alone. Entrench themselves in your mucous membrane. The commander-in-chief sends a regiment down and drives them out. Never leave alone. He doesn't give his orders from your brain, mind you. Those aren't his headquarters. Never leave alone. For your brain knows nothing about the landing of the enemy till they have made good their position and given you a cold." He paused a moment. "There isn't one headquarters inside you," he said. "There are many. Leave alone. For instance, I killed a frog this morning. At least most people would say I killed it. Never leave alone. But had I killed it, though its head lay in one place and its severed body in another? Not a bit. I had only killed a piece of it. For I opened the body afterwards and took out the heart. Lay never leave alone, which I put in a sterilized chamber of suitable temperature so that it wouldn't get cold or be infected by any microbe. That was about 12 o'clock today. And when I came out just now, the heart was beating still. It was alive, in fact. That's full of suggestions, you know. Come and see it." The terrace had been stirred into volcanic activity by the news of war. The vendor of some late edition had penetrated into its quietude. And there were half a dozen parlor maids fluttering about like black and white moths. But once inside Horton's door, isolation, as of an Arctic night, seemed to close round me. He had forgotten his latch, key, but his housekeeper, then newly come to him, who became so regular and familiar a figure in the terrace, must have heard his step, for before he rang the bell she had opened the door and stood with his forgotten latch key in her hand. "Thanks, Mrs. Gabriel," said he, and without a sound the door shut behind us. Both her name and face, as reproduced in some illustrated daily paper, seemed familiar, rather terribly familiar, but before I had time to grope for the association, Horton supplied it. "I tried for the murder of her husband 6 months ago," he said. "Odd case. The point is that she is the one and perfect housekeeper. I once had 4 servants, and everything was all mucky, never leave alone, as we used to say at school. Now I live in amazing comfort and propriety with one. She does everything. She is cook, valet, housemaid, butler, and won't have anyone to help her. Lane never leave alone. No doubt she killed her husband, but she planned it so well that she could not be convicted. She told me quite frankly who she was when I engaged her." Of course, I remembered the whole trial vividly now. Her husband, a morose, quarrelsome fellow, tipsy as often as sober, had, according to the defense, cut his own throat while shaving. According to the prosecution, she had done that for him. There was the usual discrepancy of evidence as to whether the wound could have been self-inflicted, and the prosecution tried to prove that the face had been lathered after his throat had been cut. So singular an exhibition of forethought and nerve had hurt, rather than help their case, and after prolonged deliberation on the part of the jury, she had been acquitted. Yet not less singular was Horton's selection of a probable murderess, however efficient, as housekeeper. He anticipated this reflection. Apart from the wonderful comfort of having a perfectly appointed and absolutely silent house, he said, I regard Mrs. without me, Gabriel as a sort of insurance against my being murdered. If you had been tried for your life, you would take very especial care not to find yourself in suspicious proximity to a murdered body again. No more deaths in your house, if you could help it. Come through to my laboratory and look at my little instance of life after death.
Lane never leave alone. Certainly it was amazing to see that little piece of tissue still pulsating with what must be called life. It contracted and expanded faintly indeed, but perceptibly. Lane never leave alone, though for 9 hours now it had been severed from the rest of the organization. Never leave alone. All by itself it went on living, and if the heart could go on living with nothing, you would say, to feed and stimulate its energy, there must also, so reasoned Horton, never leave alone reside in all the other vital organs of the body, other independent focuses of life. Never leave alone. Of course, a severed organ like that, he said, will run down quicker than if it had the co-operation of the others, and presently I shall apply a gentle electric stimulus to it. Never leave alone. If I can keep that glass bowl under which it beats at the temperature of a frog's body in sterilized air, I don't see why it should not go on living. Food. Of course, there's the question of feeding it. Alone. Do you see what that opens up in the way of surgery? Imagine a shop with glass cases containing healthy organs taken from the dead. Say a man dies of pneumonia, he should never leave alone. As soon as ever the breath is out of his body, be dissected, and though they would, of course, destroy his lungs, as they will be full of pneumococci, his liver and digestive organs are probably healthy. Never leave alone. Take them out, keep them in a sterilized atmosphere with the temperature at 98 V4, and sell the liver, let us say, to another poor devil who has cancer there. Fit him with a new healthy liver, and insert the brain of someone who has died of heart disease into the skull of a congenital idiot. I asked. Yes, perhaps. But the brain's tiresomely complicated in its connections and the joining up of the nerves. You know, surgery will have to learn a lot before it fits new brains in. And the brain has got such a lot of functions. All thinking, all inventing seem to belong to it. Though, as you have seen, the heart can get on quite well without it. But there are other functions of the brain I want to study first. I've been trying some experiments already. He made some little readjustment to the flame of the spirit lamp, which kept at the right temperature the water that surrounded the sterilized receptacle in which the frog's heart was beating. Start with the more simple and mechanical uses of the brain, he said. Primarily, it is a sort of record office, a diary. Say that I rap your knuckles with that ruler. What happens? The nerves there send a message to the brain, of course, saying, how can I put it most simply? Saying, somebody is hurting me. And the eye sends another, saying I perceive a ruler hitting my knuckles. And the ear sends another, saying, I hear the rap of it. But leaving all that alone, what else happens? Why, the brain records it. It makes a note of your knuckles having been hit. Lane never leave alone. He had been moving about the room as he spoke, taking off his coat and waistcoat, and putting on in their place a thin black dressing gown. Never leave alone. and by now he was seated in his favorite attitude cross, legged on the hearth rug, looking like some magician or perhaps the afrit which a magician of black arts had caused to appear. Never leave alone. He was thinking intently now, passing through his fingers his string of amber beads and talking more to himself than to me. And how does it make that note? He went on. Why, never leave alone. In the manner in which phonograph records are made. There are millions of minute dots, depressions, pock, marks on your brain which certainly record what you remember, what you have enjoyed or disliked, or done or said. Never leave alone. The surface of the brain anyhow is large enough to furnish writing paper for the record of all these things, of all your memories. If the impression of an experience has not been acute, the dot is not sharply impressed, and the record fades. In other words, you come to forget it. But if it has been vividly impressed, the record is never obliterated. Mrs. Never leave alone. Gabriel, for instance, won't lose the impression of how she lathered her husband's face after she had cut his throat. That's to say, if she did it. Now do you see what I'm driving at? Of course you do. Never leave alone. There is stored within a man's head the complete record of all the memorable things he has done, and said there are all his thoughts there, and all his speeches, and most well marked of all, never leave alone. His habitual thoughts and the things he has often said for habit. There is reason to believe, wears a sort of rut in the brain, so that the life principle, whatever it is, as it gropes and steals about the brain, is continually stumbling into it. Never leave alone. There's your record, your gramophone plate all ready. What we want, and what I'm trying to arrive at, is a needle which, as it traces its minute way over these dots, leave alone, will come across words or sentences which the dead have uttered, and will reproduce them. My word, what judgment books! What a resurrection!
Here in this withdrawn situation, no remotest echo of the excitement, which was seething through the streets, penetrated. Through the open window there came in only the tide of the midnight silence. But from somewhere closer at hand, through the wall surely of the laboratory, there came a low, somewhat persistent murmur. Perhaps our needle, unhappily not yet invented, as it passed over the record of speech in the brain, might induce even facial expression, he said. Enjoyment or horror might even pass over dead features. There might be gestures and movements even, as the words were reproduced in our gramophone of the dead. Some people, when they want to think intensely, walk about. Some, there's an instance of it audible now, talk to themselves aloud. He held up his finger for silence. Yes, that's Mrs. Gabriel, he said. She talks to herself by the hour together. She's always done that, she tells me. I shouldn't wonder if she has plenty to talk about. Never leave alone.
It was that night when, first of all, the notion of intense activity going on below the placid house fronts of the terrace occurred to me. None looked more quiet than this. Never leave alone. And yet there was seething here a volcanic activity and intensity of living, both in the man who sat cross, legged on the floor, and behind that voice just audible through the partition wall. Never leave alone. But I thought of that no more, for Horton began speaking of the brain gramophone again. Were it possible to trace those infinitesimal dots and pock, marks in the brain by some needle exquisitely fine, never leave alone. It might follow that by the aid of some such contrivance as translated the pock, marks on a gramophone record into sound, some audible rendering of speech might be recovered from the brain of a dead man. Never leave alone. It was necessary, so he pointed out to me, that this strange gramophone record should be new. It must be that of one lately dead, for corruption and decay would soon obliterate these infinitesimal markings. Never leave alone. He was not of opinion that unspoken thought could be thus recovered. At the utmost he hoped for from his pioneering work was to be able to recapture actual speech. Never leave alone. Especially when such speech had habitually dwelt on one subject, and thus had worn a rut on that part of the brain known as the speech center. Never leave alone. Let me get, for instance, he said, the brain of a railway porter, newly dead, who has been accustomed for years to call out the name of a station. Never leave alone. and I do not despair of hearing his voice through my gramophone trumpet. Or again, given that Mrs. Gabriel, in all her interminable conversations with herself, talks about one subject, I might, in similar circumstances, recapture what she had been constantly saying. Never leave alone. Of course my instrument must be of a power and delicacy still unknown, one of which the needle can trace the minutest irregularities of surface, and of which the trumpet must be of immense magnifying power. Never leave alone. Able to translate the smallest whisper into a shout. But just as a microscope will show you the details of an object invisible to the eye, so there are instruments which act in the same way on sound. Never leave alone. Here, for instance, is one of remarkable magnifying power. Try it if you like. He took me over to a table on which was standing an electric battery connected with a round steel globe. Never leave alone. Out of the side of which sprang a gramophone trumpet of curious construction. Lay never leave alone. He adjusted the battery and directed me to click my fingers quite gently opposite an aperture in the globe, and the noise, ordinarily scarcely audible, resounded through the room like a thunderclap. Leave alone. Something of that sort might permit us to hear the record on a brain, he said.
After this night, my visits to Horton became far more common than they had hitherto been. Having once admitted me into the region of his strange explorations, he seemed to welcome me there. Partly, as he had said, it clarified his own thought to put it into simple language. Partly, as he subsequently admitted, he was beginning to penetrate into such lonely fields of knowledge by paths so utterly untrodden that even he, the most aloof and independent of mankind, wanted some human presence near him. Despite his utter indifference to the issues of the war, for in his regard, issues far more crucial demanded his energies. He offered himself as surgeon to a London hospital for operations on the brain, and his services, naturally, were welcomed. For none brought knowledge or skill like his to such work. Occupied all day, he performed miracles of healing, with bold and dexterous excisions which none but he would have dared to attempt. He would operate, often successfully, for lesions that seemed certainly fatal, and all the time he was learning. He refused to accept any salary. He only asked, in cases where he had removed pieces of brain matter, to take these away, in order by further examination and dissection, to add to the knowledge and manipulative skill which he devoted to the wounded. He wrapped these morsels in sterilized lint and took them back to the terrace in a box, electrically heated to maintain the normal temperature of a man's blood. His fragment might then, so he reasoned, keep some sort of independent life of its own. Even as the severed heart of a frog had continued to beat for hours, without connection with the rest of the body. Then for half the night he would continue to work on these sundered pieces of tissue scarcely dead, which his operations during the day had given him. Simultaneously, he was busy over the needle that must be of such infinite delicacy.
One evening, fatigued with a long day's work, I had just heard with a certain tremor of uneasy anticipation the whistles of warning which heralded an air raid when my telephone bell rang. My servants, according to custom, had already betaken themselves to the cellar, and I went to see what the summons was, determined in any case not to go out into the streets. I recognized Horton's voice. "I want you at once," he said. "But the warning whistles have gone," said I, "and I don't like showers of shrapnel." "Oh, never mind that," said he. "You must come. I'm so excited that I distrust the evidence of my own ears. I want a witness. Just come." He did not pause for my reply, for I heard the click of his receiver going back into its place. Clearly he assumed that I was coming, and that I suppose had the effect of suggestion on my mind. I told myself that I would not go, but in a couple of minutes his certainty that I was coming, coupled with the prospect of being interested in something else than air raids, made me fidget in my chair and eventually go to the street door and look out. The moon was brilliantly bright, the square quite empty, and far away the coughings of very distant guns. Next moment, almost against my will, I was running down the deserted pavements of Newsome Terrace. My ring at his bell was answered by Horton before Mrs. Gabriel could come to the door, and he positively dragged me in. "I shan't tell you a word of what I am doing," he said. "I want you to tell me what you hear. Come into the laboratory." The remote guns were silent again as I sat myself, as directed, in a chair close to the gramophone trumpet. But suddenly through the wall, I heard the familiar mutter of Mrs. Gabriel's voice. Horton, already busy with his battery, sprang to his feet. "That won't do," he said. "I want absolute silence." He went out of the room, and I heard him calling to her. While he was gone, I observed more closely what was on the table. Battery, round steel globe, and gramophone trumpet were there, and some sort of a needle on a spiral steel. Spring linked up with the battery and the glass vessel, in which I had seen the frog's heart beat. In it now, there lay a fragment of grey matter. Horton came back in a minute or two, and stood in the middle of the room listening. "That's better," he said. "Now I want you to listen at the mouth of the trumpet. I'll answer any questions afterwards." With my ear turned to the trumpet, I could see nothing of what he was doing, and I listened till the silence became a rustling in my ears. Then suddenly that rustling ceased, for it was overscored by a whisper which undoubtedly came from the aperture on which my oral attention was fixed. It was no more than the faintest murmur, and though no words were audible, it had the timbre of a human voice. "Well, do you hear anything?" asked Horton. "Yes, something very faint, scarcely audible." "Describe it," said he. "Somebody whispering." "I'll try a fresh place," said he. "Never leave alone." The silence descended again, the mutter of the distant guns was still mute, and some slight creaking from my shirt front. As I breathed, alone broke it, "Never leave alone." And then the whispering from the gramophone trumpet began again, "Never leave alone." This time much louder than it had been before. It was as if the speaker, still whispering, had advanced a dozen yards, but still blurred and indistinct. "Never leave alone." More unmistakable, too, was it that the whisper was that of a human voice, and every now and then, whether fancifully or not, I thought I caught a word or two. For a moment it was silent altogether, "Never leave alone." And then with a sudden inkling of what I was listening to, I heard something begin to sing, "Never leave alone." Though the words were still inaudible, there was melody, and the tune was Tipperary. From that convolvulus, shaped trumpet there came 2 bars of it. "And what do you hear now?" cried Horton with a crack of exultation in his voice. "Singing! Singing! That's the tune they all sang. Fine music that from a dead man. Encore, you say?" "Yes, wait a second, and he'll sing it again for you. Confound it, I can't get onto the place. Ah, I've got it, listen again." Surely that was the strangest manner of song ever yet heard on the earth, this melody from the brain of the dead. Horror and fascination strove within me, and I suppose the first for the moment prevailed, for with a shudder I jumped up. "Stop it," I said. "It's terrible." His face, thin and eager, gleamed in the strong ray of the lamp, which he had placed close to him. His hand was on the metal rod from which depended the spiral spring and the needle, which just rested on that fragment of grey stuff which I had seen in the glass vessel. "Yes, I'm going to stop it now," he said, "or the germs will be getting at my gramophone record, or the record will get cold. See, I spray it with carbolic vapor. I put it back into its nice warm bed. It will sing to us again." "But terrible? What do you mean by terrible?" "Then never leave alone." Indeed, when he asked that, I scarcely knew myself what I meant. I had been witness to a new marvel of science as wonderful perhaps as any that had ever astounded the beholder. Lane never leave alone. and my nerves, these childish whimperers, had cried out at the darkness and the profundity. But the horror diminished. The fascination increased as he quite shortly told me the history of this phenomenon. Never leave alone. He had attended that day and operated upon a young soldier in whose brain was embedded a piece of shrapnel. The boy was in extremis, but Horton had hoped for the possibility of saving him. Lane, never leave alone. To extract the shrapnel was the only chance, and this involved the cutting away of a piece of brain known as the speech center and taking from it what was embedded there. Never leave alone. But the hope was not realized, and 2 hours later the boy died. It was to this fragment of brain that, when Horton returned home, he had applied the needle of his gramophone, Lane, never leave alone, and had obtained the faint whisperings which had caused him to ring me up, so that he might have a witness of this wonder. Witness I had been, not to these whisperings alone, but to the fragment of singing.
"And this is but the first step on the new road," said he. "Who knows where it may lead, or to what new temple of knowledge it may not be the avenue. Well, it is late. I shall do no more tonight. What about the raid, by the way?" To my amazement, I saw that the time was verging on midnight. 2 hours had elapsed since he let me in at his door. They had passed like a couple of minutes. Next morning, some neighbors spoke of the prolonged firing that had gone on, of which I had been wholly unconscious. Week after week, Horton worked on this new road of research, perfecting the sensitiveness and subtlety of the needle, and, by vastly increasing the power of his batteries, enlarging the magnifying power of his trumpet. Many and many an evening during the next year did I listen to voices that were dumb in death, and the sounds which had been blurred and unintelligible mutterings in the earlier experiments developed as the delicacy of his mechanical devices increased into coherence and clear articulation. It was no longer necessary to impose silence on Mrs. Gabriel when the gramophone was at work, for now the voice we listened to had risen to the pitch of ordinary human utterance, while as for the faithfulness and individuality of these records, striking testimony was given more than once by some living friend of the dead, who, without knowing what he was about to hear, recognized the tones of the speaker. More than once also, Mrs. Gabriel, bringing in siphons and whiskey, provided us with 3 glasses, for she had heard, so she told us, 3 different voices in talk. But for the present no fresh phenomenon occurred. Horton was but perfecting the mechanism of his previous discovery, and, rather grudging the time, was scribbling at a monograph, which presently he would toss to his colleagues, concerning the results he had already obtained. And then, even while Horton was on the threshold of new wonders, which he had already foreseen and spoken of as theoretically possible, there came an evening of marvel and of swift catastrophe. I had dined with him that day, Mrs. Gabriel deftly serving the meal that she had so daintily prepared, and towards the end, as she was clearing the table for our dessert, she stumbled, I supposed, on a loose edge of carpet, quickly recovering herself. But instantly Horton checked some half-finished sentence and turned to her. "You're all right, Mrs. Gabriel?" he asked quickly. "Yes, sir, thank you," said she, and went on with her serving. "As I was saying," began Horton again, but his attention clearly wandered, and without concluding his narrative, he relapsed into silence till Mrs. Gabriel had given us our coffee and left the room. "I'm sadly afraid my domestic felicity may be disturbed," he said. "Mrs. Gabriel had an epileptic fit yesterday, and she confessed when she recovered that she had been subject to them when a child, and since then had occasionally experienced them." "Dangerous then?" I asked. "In themselves not in the least," said he.
If she was sitting in her chair or lying in bed when one occurred, there would be nothing to trouble about. But if one occurred while she was cooking my dinner or beginning to come downstairs, she might fall into the fire or tumble down the whole flight. We'll hope no such deplorable calamity will happen. Now, if you've finished your coffee, let us go into the laboratory. Not that I've got anything very interesting in the way of new records. But I've introduced a second battery with a very strong induction coil into my apparatus. I find that if I link it up with my record, given that the record is a fresh one, it stimulates certain nerve centers. It's odd, isn't it, that the same forces which so encourage the dead to live would certainly encourage the living to die, if a man received the full current. One has to be careful in handling it. Yes, and what then? You ask. Never leave alone. The night was very hot, and he threw the windows wide before he settled himself cross-legged on the floor. I'll answer your question for you, he said, though I believe we've talked of it before. Lane, never leave alone. Supposing I had not a fragment of brain, tissue only, but a whole head, let us say, or best of all, a complete corpse, I think I could expect to produce more than mere speech through the gramophone. The dead lips themselves perhaps might utter, God, what's that? From close outside, at the bottom of the stairs leading from the dining room, which we had just quitted to the laboratory, where we now sat, there came a crash of glass followed by the fall as of something heavy which bumped from step to step, and was finally flung on the threshold against the door with the sound as of knuckles rapping at it and demanding admittance. Horton sprang up and threw the door open, and there lay, half inside the room and half on the landing outside, the body of Mrs. Gabriel. Round her were splinters of broken bottles and glasses, and from a cut in her forehead, as she lay ghastly with face upturned, the blood trickled into her thick grey hair. Horton was on his knees beside her, dabbing his handkerchief on her forehead. Ah, that's not serious, he said. There's neither vein nor artery cut. I'll just bind that up first. He tore his handkerchief into strips, which he tied together, and made a dexterous bandage covering the lower part of her forehead, but leaving her eyes unobscured. They stared with a fixed, meaningless steadiness, and he scrutinized them closely. But there's worse yet, he said. There's been some severe blow on the head. Help me to carry her into the laboratory. Get round to her feet and lift underneath the knees when I am ready. There! Now put your arm right under her and carry her. Her head swung limply back as he lifted her shoulders, and he propped it up against his knee, where it mutely nodded and bowed as his leg moved, as if in silent assent to what we were doing, and the mouth, at the extremity of which there had gathered a little lather, lolled open. He still supported her shoulders as I fetched a cushion on which to place her head, and presently she was lying close to the low table on which stood the gramophone of the dead. Then with light, deft fingers he passed his hands over her skull, pausing as he came to the spot just above and behind her right ear. Twice and again his fingers groped and lightly pressed, while with shut eyes and concentrated attention he interpreted what his trained touch revealed. Her skull is broken to fragments just here, he said. In the middle there is a piece completely severed from the rest, and the edges of the cracked pieces must be pressing on her brain. Her right arm was lying palm upwards on the floor, and with one hand he felt her wrist with finger tips. Not a sign of pulse, he said. She's dead in the ordinary sense of the word. But life persists in an extraordinary manner, you may remember. She can't be wholly dead, and no one is wholly dead in a moment, unless every organ is blown to bits. But she soon will be dead, if we don't relieve the pressure on the brain. That's the first thing to be done. While I'm busy at that, shut the window, will you, and make up the fire. In this sort of case, the vital heat, whatever that is, leaves the body very quickly. Make the room as hot as you can. Fetch an oiled stove, and turn on the electric radiator, and stoke up a roaring fire. The hotter the room is, the more slowly will the heat of life leave her. Already he had opened his cabinet of surgical instruments, and taken out of it 2 drawers full of bright steel, which he laid on the floor beside her. I heard the grating chink of scissors severing her long grey hair, and as I busied myself with laying and lighting the fire in the hearth and kindling the oil stove, which I found by Horton's directions in the pantry, I saw that his lancet was busy on the exposed skin. He had placed some vaporizing spray, heated by a spirit lamp close to her head, and as he worked its fizzing nozzle filled the air with some clean and aromatic odor. Now, and then he threw out an order. "Bring me that electric lamp on the long cord," he said. "I haven't got enough light. Don't look at what I'm doing if you're squeamish, for if it makes you feel faint, I shan't be able to attend to you." I suppose that violent interest in what he was doing overcame any qualm that I might have had, for I looked quite unflinching over his shoulder as I moved the lamp about till it was in such a place that it threw its beam directly into a dark hole at the edge of which depended a flap of skin. Into this he put his forceps, and as he withdrew them they grasped a piece of blood-stained bone. "That's better," he said, "and the room's warming up well. But there's no sign of pulse yet. Go on stoking, will you, till the thermometer on the wall there registers 100 degrees. When next, on my journey from the cold cellar, I looked, 2 more pieces of bone lay beside the one I had seen extracted, and presently referring to the thermometer, I saw that between the oil stove and the roaring fire and the electric radiator, I had raised the room to the temperature he wanted. Soon, peering fixedly at the seat of his operation, he felt for her pulse again. "Not a sign of returning vitality," he said, "and I've done all I can. There's nothing more possible that can be devised to restore her. Never leave alone." As he spoke, the zeal of the unrivaled surgeon relaxed, and with a sigh and a shrug he rose to his feet and mopped his face. Then suddenly the fire and eagerness blazed there again. "The gramophone," he said, "never leave alone. The speech center is close to where I've been working, and it is quite uninjured. Good heavens, what a wonderful opportunity. She served me while living, and she shall serve me dead. Never leave alone, and I can stimulate the motor nerve center too with the second battery. We may see a new wonder tonight." Some qualm of horror shook me. "No, don't," I said. "It's terrible, she's just dead. I shall go if you do. But I've got exactly all the conditions I have long been wanting," said he. "And I simply can't spare you. You must be witness. I must have a witness. Why, man, there's not a surgeon or a physiologist in the kingdom who would not give an eye or an ear to be in your place now. She's dead. I pledge you my honor on that, and it's grand to be dead if you can help the living." Once again, in a far fiercer struggle, horror and the intensest curiosity strove together in me. "Be quick, then," said I. "That's right," exclaimed Horton. "Help me to lift her onto the table by the gramophone. The cushion, too. Never leave alone. I can get at the place more easily with her head a little raised." He turned on the battery, and with the movable light close beside him, brilliantly illuminating what he sought, lay "Never leave alone." He inserted the needle of the gramophone into the jagged aperture in her skull, lay "Never leave alone." For a few minutes, as he groped and explored there was silence, and then quite suddenly Mrs. Gabriel's voice, clear and unmistakable, and of the normal loudness of human speech, issued from the trumpet. "Yes, I always said that I'd be even with him," came the articulated syllables. "He used to knock me about. He did, when he came home drunk, and often I was black and blue with bruises. But I'll give him a redness for the black and blue." The record grew blurred. Instead of articulate words, there came from it a gobbling noise. By degrees that cleared, and we were listening to some dreadful suppressed sort of laughter, hideous to hear. On and on it went. "I've got into some sort of rut," said Horton. "She must have laughed a lot to herself. Never leave alone." For a long time we got nothing more except the repetition of the words we had already heard and the sound of that suppressed laughter. Then Horton drew towards him the second battery. "Lowell, try a stimulation of the motor nerve centers," he said. "Never leave alone. Watch her face." He propped the gramophone needle in position, and inserted into the fractured skull the 2 poles of the second battery, moving them about there very carefully. And as I watched her face, never leave alone, I saw with a freezing horror that her lips were beginning to move. "Her mouth's moving," I cried. "She can't be dead." He peered into her face. "Nonsense," he said. "That's only the stimulus from the current. She's been dead half an hour." "Ah, what's coming now?" "Never leave alone." The lips lengthened into a smile, the lower jaw dropped, and from her mouth came the laughter we had heard just now through the gramophone. And then the dead mouth spoke, with a mumble of unintelligible words, a bubbling torrent of incoherent syllables. "I'll turn the full current on," he said. The head jerked and raised itself. The lips struggled for utterance, and suddenly she spoke swiftly and distinctly. "Just when he'd got his razor out," she said, "I came up behind him, breathing, and put my hand over his face and bent his neck back over his chair with all my strength. And I picked up his razor and with one slit. That was the way to pay him out, breathing. And I didn't lose my head, but I lathered his chin well and put the razor in his hand and left him there and went downstairs and cooked his dinner for him. And then an hour afterwards, it breathing. As he didn't come down, up I went to see what kept him. It was a nasty cut in his neck that had kept him." Horton suddenly withdrew the 2 poles of the battery from her head, and even in the middle of her word the mouth ceased working and lay rigid and open. "By God," he said, "there's a tale for dead lips to tell, but we'll get more yet." Breathing. Exactly what happened then I never knew. It appeared to me that as he still leaned over the table, with the 2 poles of the battery in his hand, his foot slipped, and he fell forward across it, if breathing. There came a sharp crack, and a flash of blue dazzling light, and there he lay face downwards, with arms that just stirred and quivered, breathing. With his fall, the 2 poles that must momentarily have come into contact with his hand were jerked away again, and I lifted him and laid him on the floor, breathing. But his lips, as well as those of the dead woman, had spoken for the last time.
The Sex, Manchester, England. 2019 years. The building only had 2 floors. That was the first thing Emma should have remembered. She moved into number 14, Calder Street, on a wet Saturday in October. It wasn't much of a flat. 1 bedroom, small kitchen, bathroom with a shower that took 5 minutes to become warm, and another 10 minutes to decide whether it wanted to remain that way. But it was cheap, and after separating from Mark, cheap mattered. The building itself was Victorian, 4 flats downstairs, 4 upstairs, and above the 2nd floor, an attic. Nothing more. Emma knew that because the letting agent had shown her the floor plan. So when she heard footsteps above her bedroom, on her first night, she assumed they were coming from the attic. 3 slow steps. Pause. 3 more. Pause. Emma lay awake, listening. Step, step. Then silence. Old building, she thought. Pipes. Wood expanding. Mice, very large mice, wearing boots. She laughed at herself, rolled over and went to sleep. The following morning, she met her neighbor. His name was Alan. He lived across the landing and looked about 70. "Settling in?" he asked. "Trying to." Emma smiled. Someone upstairs was having a wander about last night. Alan's expression changed, only slightly, but Emma noticed. Upstairs, the attic, Alan stared at her. Then, he smiled. Old building. That was exactly what Emma had told herself. So she forgot about it. For 3 nights, nothing happened. Then, Thursday morning, Emma found a letter on the mat. Not unusual, except it wasn't addressed to her. The envelope read, Miss Sarah else, Asia flight 12 at SCHIRD floor 14 Keldia CSTR. To Emma turned the envelope over. No return address. The postmark was faded. She took it across to Alan. "Do you know who Sarah Wells is?" Alan looked at the envelope. The color left his face. "Where did you get that?" "Through my door." "Throw it away." Emma laughed. "I'm not opening somebody else's post." "I didn't say don't open it." Alan looked towards the stairs. "I said throw it away." Then he closed his door. That evening, Emma searched online. Nothing. No Sarah Wells, no 3rd floor. The building had 8 flats. Always had. At least according to the records she found. At 11:30, Emma went to bed. At 2:17, the footsteps returned. Step, 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 pause, step, step, step. Emma opened her eyes. This time, something was different. The footsteps weren't above her, they were on the stairs, coming down, step, step. Emma sat upright. The sound reached the landing, then stopped outside her flat. Silence. Emma waited. Someone slid something beneath her bedroom door, a piece of paper. Emma stared at it. She got out of bed and picked it up. It was the envelope, the one she'd thrown into the outside bin 6 hours earlier. Except now it was open. Inside was a single sheet of paper. 3 words, Aradabo ang Fayakayan A7. Emma didn't sleep. The next morning, she confronted Alan. He let her inside. His flat smelled of cigarettes and furniture polish. Emma placed the letter on his table. Tell me. Alan stared at it for a long time. Then he sat down. Sarah Wells lived here. When, before you were born. Emma waited. 1978. Alan rubbed his hands together. I was 17. My parents lived downstairs. There were 8 flats then, same as now. Emma frowned. Then why does this say 3rd floor? Alan looked at her. Because Sarah said she lived there. Emma stared. That's ridiculous. I know, Alan continued. She appeared one winter. Nobody knew where she'd come from. Young woman, early 20s. People saw her entering the building, walking upstairs. But nobody ever saw her come back down. Emma sat opposite him. Where did she actually live? Alan shook his head. Nobody knew. Then one night, my dad followed her. He watched her climb to the 2nd floor. Then, she kept going. Emma felt something cold move across her back. What do you mean? There was another staircase. Alan pointed towards the ceiling. Where the attic stairs are now. Emma whispered. A 3rd floor? Alan nodded. My dad said there was a corridor. 4 doors. Numbers 9, 10, 11 and 12. Emma looked towards the hallway. What happened? He came downstairs. Called the police. They went up. There was nothing there. Just the attic. Emma swallowed. And Sarah disappeared. 2 weeks later, a smell started coming through the ceiling. They searched the attic. Found her body. Emma stared at him. How did she die? Alan looked down. That's the strange part. She'd been dead for nearly 60 years. Emma said nothing. Alan continued. The clothes, the dental work, everything. They eventually identified her from records. Sarah Wells, born 1892, disappeared 1914. From this building, Alan nodded. The building used to have 3 floors. What happened to it? Fire. 1914, the top floor burned. 4 people died. Afterwards, they removed what remained and built the roof over the 2nd floor. Emma looked at the letter. Then who sent this? Alan didn't answer. Emma returned to her flat. She decided she was leaving. That afternoon, she called the letting agent. She packed 2 suitcases. At 6:00, her sister agreed to collect her. At 5:47, Emma heard someone climbing the stairs. She assumed it was her sister arriving early. Then the footsteps passed her floor and continued upwards. Step, step, step. Emma opened her door. The landing was empty. But at the far end, where there should have been a wall, there was a staircase. Going up. Emma couldn't move. Warm yellow light came from above. Someone was humming. A woman. Emma should have closed the door. She should have gone downstairs. Instead, she climbed. At the top was a corridor. Old wallpaper. Gas lamps, 4 doors. 10, 11, 12. The door to 12 stood open. Emma approached. Inside, a young woman sat beside a fireplace. She wore a long skirt, white blouse, and her dark hair was pinned behind her head. On the table were dozens of envelopes. The woman looked up. Emma. Emma froze. How do you know my name? The woman smiled. Your post keeps coming to my flat. Emma stepped backwards. The woman's smile disappeared. Don't go. Behind Emma, the staircase was gone. There was only a wall. Emma began pounding against it. Hell! The corridor lights flickered. Doors 9, 10, and 11 slowly opened. People stood inside. Burned, blackened, silent. Sarah stood behind Emma. They've been waiting for someone, she whispered, who still has somewhere to go back to. Emma screamed. Downstairs, Alan heard it. He ran onto the landing and saw Emma's flat door standing open. Her suitcases were inside, her coat, her phone, everything. But Emma was gone. Police searched the building, the attic, the roof, every flat. Nothing. Emma was officially declared missing 3 years later. Alan moved away soon afterwards. The building was renovated in 2024. During the work, builders removed part of the attic floor. Underneath, they discovered something impossible. A staircase. It descended. Instead of going up, at the bottom was a section of burned corridors sealed between the walls. 4 doors. 9, 10, 11, 12. Inside number 12, they found 5 bodies. 4 were over a century old. The 5th was Emma. Except, according to the pathologist, Emma had been dead for 97 years, and inside her coat pocket, they found an unopened letter, addressed to IT next Tinanti Flighty Twive Sheikh ID Fefalo or RT 14 Keldar Stiaries, and nobody opened it. The building was demolished, but sometimes people walking along Calder Street late at night notice something strange. Between numbers 12 and 16, there is occasionally another building, a narrow Victorian building 3 stories high, and in the highest window, a young woman stands watching the street, waiting for someone to bring her post.
She didn't last very long, said Mrs. Renner's resentful voice. Lucy Butterfield turned her head on the pillow so that she might hear better the whisperings outside her bedroom door. She was not loath to eavesdrop in that house of secret happenings, if by listening she might find some clue to Cora Kent's mysterious disappearance. Because she was not a well woman, Mrs. It was just too much for her. You should have knowed it, if Kathy didn't. That, Lucy knew, was the voice of Aaron Gross, the ancient pauper whom her landlady explained she had taken from the county poor farm to do her outdoor chores. It was a high, cackling voice quite in character with the dried up little man to whom it belonged. Shh, shh. Want to wake her up? Lucy sat upright in bed, by now keenly attuned to those low voices in the corridor outside her room. Lane never leave alone. The knowledge that she was not supposed to hear what her landlady and the hired man were discussing lent a certain allure, half mischievous, half serious, to her almost involuntary eavesdropping. Never leave alone, Kathy had to be fed, said Miss Renner's sharp whisper. Listen at her now. How am I going to put her off? Lane never leave alone. Tell me that. Lucy, too, listened. From one of the locked rooms along the corridor, she heard a soft moaning and knew that what she had been hearing for several nights was not a dream. Lane never leave alone. 12-year-old Kathy Renner, confined to her bed with rheumatic fever and denied the solace of sympathetic company for fear the excitement might bring on a heart attack, was wailing softly. "I'm hungry." "I'm hungry." "Why, the poor kid." Lying there alone all day with no one to talk to, and crying all night with hunger. Lucy's gorge rose against the hard efficiency of Mrs. Renner. How could a mother bear hearing that pitiful pleading? As if some relentless intuition pushed her into explanation, Mrs. Renner's voice came huskily. "Listen at her." "Oh, my little Kathy. I just can't bear it. I can't get at them tonight, but tomorrow I'm going to take out that honeysuckle." Lucy's grey eyes roved across the room to rest with puzzlement upon a tail vase of yellow, blossomed honeysuckle, dimly seen in the half-light on one shelf of the old bureau between the 2 south windows. She had thought it pleasant that her landlady brought them in fresh daily, for their high perfume was sweet, and they seemed part of the country life to which she had given herself for a 2-week vacation from her new and responsible buyer's position in the linen department of Munger Brothers in Philadelphia. "Don't do it, Mrs. You'll just be sorry if you do. Don't do it,"
Sharp protest in old Aaron's querulous voice. You know what happened with that other gal. You can't keep that up, missus. If this one goes, it won't be like the first one, and then you'll have double trouble, missus, mark my words. Don't do it. Accidents are one thing, on purpose is another. Let me get a sharp steak, missus. Hush! Get back to bed, Aaron. Leave this to me. After all, I'm Kathy's mother. You're not going to stop me. I'm not going to let her go hungry. Get back to bed, I tell you. Well, her door's locked, and there's honeysuckle inside. You can't do anything tonight. Grudgingly acceded Aaron. Footsteps receded, softly down the corridor. The old Pennsylvania Dutch farmhouse out in the haycock sank into silence, save only for that plaintive moaning from the child's room. Mom! I'm hungry! Mom! Lucy lay long awake. She could not compose herself to sleep while that unhappy whimper continued. Against its eerie background, her thoughts went to the reason for her stay at Mrs. Renner's out of the Way farmhouse in Bucks County. It had begun with the non-appearance of Cora Kent, Lucy's immediate superior in Munger Brothers' linen department. Cora had not returned to work at the expiration of her vacation period, and inquiries only emphasized the fact of her disappearance. She had left for the country in her coupe, taking a small table loom and boxes of colored thread. Lucy had liked Miss Kent as a business associate and felt reluctant at taking over her job. Somebody had had to assume the responsibility, and Lucy stood next in line. Her vacation had come 3 weeks after Miss Kent's, and she had insisted upon taking it as a partial preparation for taking over the job. In her heart, she determined to scout about the countryside to find, if she could find some clue to Cora Kent's mysterious disappearance. She felt that Cora would not have gone far afield, and so she took up her headquarters in Doylestown, county seat of Bucks, while she carried on her self-imposed detective work. In the Haycock region outside Quakertown, where many isolated farms were located, she came upon a clue. She had learned at the Doylestown Museum the names of weavers, and inquiries had taken her to Mrs. Renner's farm. On the 3rd day of her vacation, Lucy had come to an agreement with Mrs. Renner for a week's board and weaving lessons. In the upstairs front room that was to be hers, Lucy exclaimed with enthusiasm over the coverlet on the old spool bed, at the runners on the wash stand, and the antique bureau with its tall shelves and drawers on either side of the high mirror. A stuffed chair upholstered in material that Mrs. Renner said was woven by herself caught Lucy's attention, and the antimacassar pinned on the back caught her eye particularly. Mrs. Renner said, with a certain uneasiness, that she hadn't woven it herself, and her eyes evaded Lucy's shiftily. Lucy offered to buy it, and Mrs. Renner at once unpinned it. She said shortly, "Take it. I never did like it. Glad to be shut of it. Never leave alone." When Lucy went back to Doylestown to pick up her belongings, she wrote a brief note to Stan's mother and enclosed the weaving. She gave her prospective mother-in-law Mrs. Renner's address. Never leave alone. Lucy knew that Stan's mother, with whom she was on exceptionally good terms, lay never leave alone, would be pleased with the odd bit of weaving, and was sure it would be shown to Stan when he came home over the week, end from his senior medical course studies. Never leave alone. The antimacassar wasn't as crazy looking as she had at first imagined. It was a neat piece of work, even if the central design was loosely haphazard. Lay never leave alone. The decorative blocks at corners and center top and bottom weren't so poorly designed, and the irregular markings through the center were amusing. They looked like some kind of ancient symbols. Lay never leave alone. Brunner would be charmed to receive an authentic piece of obviously original weaving. Lucy promised herself to find out about the weaver once she had gained her landlady's confidence. She had asked Mrs. Renner outright if ever a Miss Cora Kent had been at the Renner place, and her landlady had eyed her strangely and denied ever having heard the name even. On Friday morning, her second day on the Renner farm, Aaron Gross brought Lucy a package from the Doylestown laundry, where she had left lingerie. He acted so suspicious and fearful that she was puzzled. When she stripped the covering from the package, he took it and crumpled it, as if he were afraid someone would know she had given her address freely before going to the farm. Lucy counted the small pieces. There were 11 instead of 10. There was an extra handkerchief, and it was initialed. It was then that Lucy received the first impact of ominous intuition. The handkerchief carried the initials C.K. Cora Kent must have lived somewhere in the vicinity. There was a penciled note from the laundry. The handkerchief had been mistakenly delivered to another customer and was now being returned apologetically to its owner's address. Cora Kent had been to the Renner farm. Mrs. Renner had lied deliberately when she said she had never heard the name. Lucy looked up at the sound of a rustling, starched skirt to find Mrs. Renner staring down at Cora's handkerchief, sallow brow furrowed, lips a straight line, black eyes narrowed. Mrs. Renner said nothing. She only stared. Then she turned suddenly on her heel and marched into the house. Lucy was disturbed without actually knowing why, yet Mrs. Renner's deliberate lie was in itself a puzzle. THIS was only one of the small things that began to trouble her, like the locked door that confined Kathy Renner. Mrs. Renner had said definitely that she didn't want people barging in on Kathy, perhaps getting her all excited, what with the danger of heart trouble on account of the rheumatic fever. Kathy, it would appear, slept all day, for Lucy was asked to be very quiet about the house in daytime. At night noise didn't disturb the little sick girl, because then she would be awake anyway. Lucy sat up in bed now and listened to the child's whining complaint. Why didn't Kathy's mother give the poor child something to eat? Surely starvation was not included in a regimen for rheumatic fever. There was the faint sound of a door opening, and the wails subsided. Lucy lay down then and slipped comfortably off to sleep, feeling that Kathy's needs had been met. Mrs. Renner's enigmatic remarks and Aaron's peevish disapproval of his employer's behavior on some former occasion dimmed as sleep stilled Lucy's active mind. It was not until afternoon of the following day that Lucy, entering her room to get her scissors so that she might use them when weaving, noticed with sudden sharp recollection of her landlady's whispered words of the previous night that the vase of honeysuckle was conspicuous by its absence. She asked herself vainly what connection had honeysuckle to do with Kathy's wailing cry of hunger, or, for that matter, with herself. Never leave alone. With the vague idea of blocking Mrs. Renner's contemplated design hinted to Aaron Friday night, Lucy managed to pluck several sprays of lilac and honeysuckle from her open window. Never leave alone. Smartly avoiding carrying them through the house, she put them into the heavy stoneware mug that stood on the washstand. To remove these flowers, Mrs. Never leave alone. Renner must come out into the open and explain her reason for taking them away, thought Lucy mischievously. In the big downstairs living room, where Mrs. Renner's enormous lofty loom occupied space, never leave alone. The landlady had cleared a table, and upon it stood a small loom about 15 inches wide. Lucy examined this with interest, for she recognized it at once as a model carried in the store where she worked. Lane never leave alone. She said nothing of this, but eyed Mrs. Renner surreptitiously when that lady explained that it was an old machine given her years ago by a former student who had no need for it. The leave alone, there was a white warp threaded in twill for a plain weave, Mrs. Renner explained. What kind of weaving can you do on twill? Lucy queried, thinking of the antimacassar she had sent to Stan's mother. The piece with the queer little hand inlaid figures woven into it. All manner of things, Mrs. Renner said. On a twill. You can do almost anything, miss. Mostly handwork. She manipulated the levers in illustration as she talked. You'd better stick to plain weaving at first. Handwork isn't so easy and takes a heap more time. That antimacassar you let me have is handwork, isn't it? Lucy probed. Mrs. Renner flung her an oddly veiled look. Tomorrow you can weave a white cotton towel with colored borders, she said abruptly. No use starting tonight. Hard to work with kerosene lamps. Lucy opened that she could hardly wait. It seemed incredible that she was actually to manufacture the fabric of a towel with her own hands, and within the brief limits of a day. She went up to her room fairly early, and as she had done from the first, locked her door, a habit acquired from living in city boarding houses. From deep sleep, she stirred once into half, waking at the sound of a cautious turning of the doorknob and retreating foot, steps and the moaning plaint of the little sick girls. Mom, I'm hungry. Which seemed so close that for a moment, she could have believed the child to be standing closely without her locked door. She thought she heard the child say, Mom, I can't get in. I can't get in. Mrs. Renner was obviously feeling far from well the following morning. Her eyes were ringed by dark circles, and she wore a loosely knotted kerchief about her neck, although the sweltering heat would have seemed sufficient to have made her discard rather than wear any superfluous article of clothing. When Lucy was seated at the loom, she showed her how to change the sheds and throw the shuttle for a plain weave, then left her working there while she went upstairs to tidy her guest's room. When she came down a few moments later, she walked up to Lucy, her face dark and grim, her lips a hard, uncompromising line. Did you put those flowers up in your room? She demanded. Lucy stopped weaving and turned her face to Mrs. Renner in feigned surprise, but her intuition told her that there was more to the inquiry than was apparent on the surface. I love flowers so much, she murmured, deprecatorily. Not in a room at night, snapped Mrs. Renner. They're unhealthy at night. That's why I took out the others. I don't want flowers in my bedrooms at night. The tone was that of an order, and Lucy's natural resentment, as well as her heightened curiosity, made her rebel. I'm not afraid of having flowers in my room at night, Mrs. Renner, she persisted stubbornly. Well, I won't have it, said her landlady with determined voice and air. Lucy raised her eyebrows. I see no good reason to make an issue of a few flowers, Mrs. Renner. I've thrown those flowers out, miss. You needn't bring any more, for I'll just throw them out too. If you want to stay in my house, you'll have to get along without flowers in your room. If you feel so strongly about it, of course I won't bring flowers inside. But I must say frankly that it sounds silly to me, their being unhealthful. Mrs. Renner stalked away. She appeared satisfied at the assertion of her authority as hostess, and the balance of Sunday was spent initiating Lucy into the intricacies of decorative twill weaves, to such good effect that by the time evening came Lucy had completed a small towel in white cotton with striped twill borders in color. Lucy fell half asleep in the hammock that evening. The fresh country air and the lavish supply of good country food combined to bring early drowsiness to her eyes. She came awake when a small mongrel dog she had seen from time to time in and out of the Renner barn began to dig furiously around the roots of a nearby shrub, unearthing eventually a small, blue bottle half filled with white tablets. She pushed the dog away and picked up the bottle. She looked at it curiously. A shiver of apprehension went over her body.
She had seen just such a container on Cora Kent's office desk, and Cora had said something about garlic being good for tubercular inclined people. Lucy unscrewed the bottle cap and sniffed at the contents. The odor was unmistakable. She quickly slipped the bottle inside her blouse. She knew now beyond the shadow of a doubt that Cora Kent had preceded her as a guest in the Renner household. She knew, now that the small loom must have been Cora's. The initialed handkerchief was yet another silent witness.
Lucy crept up to her room and again locked the door. She slipped the back of a chair under the knob as a further precaution. For the first time, she began to sense some threat to her own safety. Her thoughts flew to the flowers Mrs. Renner had tossed from the window. Why should her landlady take such a stand? Why had she told old Aaron that she was going to take out the honeysuckle? What was there about honeysuckle that made Mrs. Renner wish to remove it from her guest's room, as if it had something to do with Kathy Renner's plaintive, "Mom, I'm hungry." Lucy could not fit the pieces of the puzzle together properly, but the outstanding mention of honeysuckle determined her to pull several more sprays from the vine clambering up the wall outside her window. If Mrs. Renner did not want them in the room, then Lucy was determined to have them there. She removed the screen quietly and leaned out. It struck her with a shock. Every spray of flowering honeysuckle within reaching distance had been rudely broken off and dropped to the ground below. Somebody had foreseen her reaction. She replaced the screen and sat down on the edge of her bed, puzzled and disturbed. If Mrs. Renner was entertaining nefarious designs that mysteriously involved the absence of honeysuckle, then Lucy knew she would be unable to meet the situation suitably. It might have been amusing in broad daylight. She could just walk away to the shed where her car was garaged. Even if they had done something to it, Lucy figured that she could walk or run until she reached the main road, where there ought to be trucks and passenger cars, not the solitude of the secluded Renner farm, hidden behind thickly wooded slopes. She told herself sharply that she was just being an imaginative goose, just being silly and over-suspicious. What could honeysuckle have to do with her personal security? She got ready for bed, resolutely turned out the kerosene lamp. Drowsiness overcame her, and she sank into heavy sleep. Alone, she did not hear Mrs. Renner's sibilant whisper, "Shh! Shh! Kathy! You can come now, Kathy. She's sound asleep. Mother took out the honeysuckle. You can get in now. Never leave alone." "Shush!" She did not hear old Aaron's querulous pressed, "You can't do this, missus. Let me get the steak, missus. It'd be better that way, missus." Bonk. To Lucy, soundly sleeping within her locked room, no sound penetrated. Her dreams were strangely vivid, and when she finally wakened Monday morning, she lay languidly recalling that final dream wherein a white-clad child had approached her bed timidly, had crept in beside her until her arms had embraced the small, shy intruder. The child had put small warm lips against her throat in what Lucy felt was a kiss, but a kiss such as she had never in her life experienced. It stung cruelly, but when she yielded to the child's caress, a complete relaxation of mind and muscle fell upon her, and it was as if all of herself were being drawn up to meet those childish lips that clung close to her neck. It was a disturbing dream, and even the memory of it held something of mingled antipathy and allure. Lucy knew it was time to rise, and she sat up, feeling tired, almost weak, and somehow disinclined to make the slightest physical effort. It was as if something had gone out of her, she thought exhaustedly. She lifted one hand involuntarily to her neck. Her fingers sensed a small roughness, like 2 pin pricks, where the dream child had kissed her so strangely, so poignantly. Lucy got out of bed then and went to the mirror. Clear on her neck were those 2 marks, as if a great beetle had clipped the soft flesh with sharp mandibles. She cried out softly at the sight of those ruddy punctures. That there was something wrong, she was now convinced. That it also concerned herself, she felt certain. She was unable to analyze the precise nature of the wrongness, but knew that it held something inimical in the very atmosphere of the Renner farmhouse. An unreasoning terror mounted within her. Could she get to her car and escape? Escape? She stared at her neck in the mirrored reflection and fingered the red marks gingerly. Her thoughts could not be marshaled into coherence, and she found herself thinking of but one thing: flight. She could not have put into words just what it was from which she ought to flee, but that she must leave the Renner farmhouse at the earliest possible moment became a stronger conviction with every passing moment. In her mind, one ugly, incontrovertible fact stood out only too dearly. Cora Kent had visited the Renner farm and had not been seen since. Lucy dressed hastily and managed to slip out of the house without encountering her landlady. She found her car under the shed at the rear of the barn, where she had left it. It looked all right, but when she got closer, she saw to her dismay that it had 2 flats. She had, as was usual, but one spare tire. She did not know how to take off or put on even that one spare tire, let alone manage to repair the second flat. She would be unable to drive away from the Renner farm in her car. She stood staring in dismay at the useless vehicle. Aaron Gross's whining voice came softly to her ear. She whirled to confront him accusingly. "What happened to my car?" "Who? You can't be using it right away, miss, with them 2 tires flat." Aaron volunteered, whiningly. "Want I should take them down to a service station for you?" she cried with relief. "That would be splendid, Aaron. But I don't know how to get them off." "Neither do I, miss. I don't know nothing about machines." Impatience and apprehension mingled in the girl's voice. She threw open the luggage compartment and began to pull out the tools. "I think I can jack up the car, Aaron. I've never done it before, but I do want the car so that I can get to town." "Shopping," she added quickly, trying to smile carelessly. Aaron made no comment. He stood at the end of the shed, watching her as she managed to get the jack under the rear axle and began to pump the car off the ground. "I'll need a box to hold this up when I put the jack under that other tire," she suggested. Aaron shuffled away. Lucy managed to pry off the hubcap, but with all her feverish attempts at the nuts and bolts, she could stir nothing. She stopped in despair, waiting for Aaron to return with the box. She thought she might get him to have a mechanic come up from town. Panting and disheveled, she walked out of the shed to look for him. As she emerged, Mrs. Renner confronted her, grim-lipped, narrow-eyed. "Anything wrong?" inquired Mrs. Renner, both fat hands smoothing down blue checkered apron over ample hips. "My car has 2 flats. I can't understand why," blurted Lucy. "Mrs. Never leave alone." Renner's face remained impassive. She stated rather than asked. "You don't need to go into town. Aaron can do your errands." "Oh, but I do want to get to town," insisted Lucy with vehemence. "Lane never leave alone." "You don't need your car until you're leaving here," said Mrs. Renner coldly. She regarded Lucy with impassive face, then turned her back and walked toward the house without another word. Lucy called, "Never leave alone." "Mrs. Renner? Mrs. Renner? I'd like to have Aaron take these 2 wheels into town to be repaired, but I can't get them off." "Mrs. Never leave alone." Renner continued on her way and disappeared into the house without turning or giving the least sign that she had heard a word. From the interior of the barn, Aaron's querulous voice issued cautiously. "Miss, want I should ask the mechanic to come out here?" "Oh, Aaron, that would be wonderful. I'd be glad to pay him." "And you will." "Tell him I just can't get those tires off by myself." Ted would do it, she told herself. Once the mechanic was there, she would bring down her suitcase and manage to get into town and have him send someone to bring out her car when the tires were repaired. She would manage to leave before night. While Aaron was away, she would work on the loom that she was convinced had been Cora Kent's property. That might disarm Mrs. Renner's suspicions.
She walked slowly back to the house. She was thankful that Mrs. Renner was upstairs, tidying the bedroom. Lucy could hear her steps as she walked from one side to the other of the big bed. Lucy sat down at the loom and began to experiment with a colored thread to see if she would make an ornamental border, like that of the antimacassar she had sent to Stan's mother. It was not as difficult as she had thought it might be, and went faster than she believed possible. It was almost as if other fingers laid the threads in place for her. She began to build up the border emblems with growing excitement. The corner inserts looked for all the world like curving serpents standing upright on their tails, and the center one was like a snake with its tail in its mouth. Time passed. The weaving grew under what she felt were guided fingers.
Alone why, she said aloud, amazed at what she had woven in so short a time. It looks like Essos. So, hissed Mrs. Renner significantly. She was standing directly behind Lucy, never leave alone, staring at the woven symbols with narrowed eyes and grim mouth. She picked up the scissors lying on the table and slashed across the weaving with deliberate intent. In a moment it had been utterly destroyed. So, she said with dark finality. Lucy's hands had flown to her mouth to shut off horrified protest. She could not for a moment utter a word. The significance of that action was all too clear. She knew suddenly who had woven the antimacassar. She knew why the adaptable serpents had been chosen for decor. She looked at Mrs. Renner, all this knowledge clear on her startled face, and met the grim determination with all the opposing courage and strength of purpose she could muster. What happened to Cora Kent? She demanded point blank, her head high, her eyes wide with horror. She was here. I know she was here. What did you do to her? As if the words had been thrust upon her, she continued. Did you take the honeysuckle from her room? Amazngly, Mrs. Renner seemed to be breaking down. She began to wring her hands with futile gestures of despair. Her air of indomitable determination dissipated as she bent her body from one side to the other like an automaton. She didn't last long, did she? Lucy pursued with cruel relentlessness, as the recollection of that overheard conversation pushed to the foreground of her thoughts. Mrs. Renner stumbled backward and fell crumpled shapelessly into a chair. How did you know that? She whispered hoarsely. And then, I didn't know she was sick. I had to feed Kathy, didn't I? I thought. You thought she'd last longer, Mrs., didn't you? You didn't really mean to let Kathy kill her, did you? Aaron was standing in the kitchen doorway. One gnarled hand held a stout stick, whittled into a sharp point at one end. A heavy wooden mallet weighed down his other hand. Mrs. Never leave alone, Renner's eyes fastened on the pointed stick. She cried out weakly. Aaron shuffled back into the kitchen and Lucy heard his footsteps going up the stairs. Mrs. Renner was sobbing and crying frantically, no. Never leave alone. She seemed entirely bereft of physical stamina, unable to lift herself from the chair into which her body had sunk weakly. Lane never leave alone. She only continued to cry out pitifully in protest against something which Lucy's dizzy surmises could not shape into tangibility. A door opened upstairs. Aaron's footstep paused. For a long, terrible moment, silence prevailed. Even Mrs. Renner's cries ceased. It was as if the house and all in it were awaiting an irrevocable event. It breathing. Then there sailed out upon that sea of silence a long, quavering shriek of tormented, protesting agony that died away in spreading ripples of sound. It breathing, ebbing into the finality of deep stillness as if the silence had absorbed them. Mrs. Renner slipped unconscious to the floor. She said one word only as her body went from chair to floor. Kathy. Her lips pushed apart sluggishly to permit the escape of that sound. Lucy stood without moving beside the loom with its slashed and ruined web. It was as if she were unable to initiate the next scene in the drama and were obliged to await her cue. It came with the sound of wheels and a brake and a voice that repeatedly called her name. Lucy! Lucy! Why, it was Stan. How was it that Stan had come to her, How was it that his arms were about her shelteringly? She found her own voice then. Aaron has killed Kathy with a sharp stick and a mallet, she accused sickly. Stan's voice was full of quiet reassurance. Aaron hasn't killed Kathy. Kathy has been dead for many weeks. Impossible, whispered Lucy. I've heard her calling for food, night after night. Food, Lucy? All Kathy wanted was blood. Her mother tried to satisfy her and couldn't. So Kathy took what Cora Kent could give, and Cora couldn't stand the drain. Oh, Mrs. Renner said Cora didn't last long. Stan held her closer, comfortingly safe within his man's protective strength. Lucy, did she? Oh, you see why I touched her neck. Incomprehensibly, the red points had smoothed away. She said uncertainly, I think she came once, Stan. But I thought it was a dream. Now the red marks are gone. For that you can thank Aaron's action, Lucy. He has put an end to Kathy's vampirism. He bent over the prostrate woman. Nothing but a faint, he said briefly. Aaron, he's perfectly sane and he won't hurt anybody, Lucy. What he's done won't be understood by the authorities, but I doubt if they do more than call him insane. For an examination will prove that Kathy was long dead before he drove that wooden stake into her heart. Alone, how did you know about her, Stan? From the antimacassar you sent Mother. With the Essos worked into the border, Lucy ventured. So you found that too, Lucy. Lane never leave alone. Did you know that poor girl had woven shorthand symbols all over the piece? As soon as I realized that they stood for vampire, danger, death, Cora Kent, I came for you. What will happen to Mrs. Renner, Stan? That's hard to say, but she may be charged with murder if they ever find Cora's body. Lucy shuddered. The likelihood is that she is mentally unsound deaf. She probably never realized that Kathy was dead. Her punishment may not be too severe. But come on, Lucy, and pack up your things. You're going back to town with me, and we'll inform the authorities of what's happened. In the winter of 1847, Blackthorn Lane was the road sensible people avoided after sunset. It ran for 3 miles through the countryside outside Whitby, twisting between fields. Stone walls and patches of woodland so dense that even moonlight struggled to reach the ground. Travelers preferred the longer road through the neighboring village, especially during winter. They said a man sometimes walked Blackthorn Lane after dark. Nobody knew his name. Nobody knew where he came from. But everyone agreed on one thing. You always heard him before you saw him, because the man was always whistling. My name was Samuel Whittaker, and at 29 years old I had little patience for ghost stories. I was the new schoolmaster at Blackthorn Village, having arrived from York only 6 months earlier. Whenever somebody warned me about the lane, I smiled politely and changed the subject. There was usually a sensible explanation behind such stories. A poacher mistaken for a phantom. Wind through branches mistaken for voices. Fear could transform almost anything into a monster. I believed that completely until the evening of 16th of December, when a dying farmer forced me to take Blackthorn Lane after midnight. Thomas Bell had collapsed at his brother's house while visiting the village. His wife lived 4 miles away and needed to be told before morning. The main road had flooded after days of heavy rain, leaving Blackthorn Lane as the only practical route. I borrowed a horse and lantern and left shortly before midnight. Frost covered the fields, and my breath hung pale before me. For the first mile, nothing happened. Then my horse slowed. Its ears flattened against its head. I encouraged it forward, but the animal refused. That was when I heard a quiet melody drifting between the trees.
Someone was whistling. The tune was pleasant enough, almost cheerful, but there was something strange about its rhythm. The final note of every verse stopped abruptly, as though the person whistling had forgotten how the melody ended. I called into the darkness, asking whether someone needed assistance. The whistling stopped immediately. My horse began trembling beneath me. Then a man's voice came from somewhere behind the stone wall beside the road. "Would you finish it for me?" I raised my lantern. "Finish what?" There was no reply. After several seconds, the whistling began again, this time from much farther down the lane. I forced the horse onward. Around the next bend, I saw a man walking ahead of me. He was tall and unusually thin, dressed in a long black coat and a broad hat. He walked slowly with his hands clasped behind his back. The whistling continued. I called out, but he did not turn. My horse refused to approach him, so I dismounted and led it. Despite my faster pace, the distance between us never changed. The stranger remained perhaps 50 yards ahead. Then he reached a crossroads and stopped. He turned his head slightly, although not far enough for me to see his face. "Which way?" he asked. "Bell Farm," I replied. "I'm traveling to Bell Farm." The man nodded towards the left-hand road. "Then we are going the same way." I knew immediately that something was wrong. Bell Farm lay to the right. I had studied the route before leaving. "I believe it's the other road," I said. The stranger slowly turned towards me. His face remained hidden beneath the brim of his hat. "No," he replied. "Not tonight." My horse suddenly reared. Tearing the reins from my hand, it galloped back towards Blackthorn. The stranger laughed softly. Then he began whistling again and walked down the left-hand road. I chose the right. For perhaps 20 minutes I saw nobody. Then the lantern flame began shrinking. The air smelled suddenly of stagnant water and wet soil. Ahead stood an old stone bridge crossing a narrow stream. A man was sitting on the parapet, black coat, broad hat. My stomach tightened. There was no possible way he could have reached the bridge before me. He stopped whistling as I approached. "Wrong road," he said. I asked what he wanted. The stranger lifted his head. Where his face should have been, I saw only darkness beneath the hat, only the end of my song. Then he whistled the melody again. I recognized it now. My mother had sung the same tune when I was a child. It was an old Yorkshire folk song called The Traveller's Rest. Without thinking, I quietly hummed the final notes that the stranger always omitted. The instant I finished, the night became completely silent. The man stood. "Thank you, Samuel." Hearing my name from him chilled me more deeply than the winter air. He stepped down from the bridge and pointed towards the water. "Now you know the ending." Something moved beneath the surface. Not one shape, but dozens. Faces appeared beneath the black water. Men and women stared upward through the current, their eyes open, their mouths moving soundlessly. Some wore clothes decades out of fashion. Others looked almost skeletal. I stumbled backwards. The stranger pointed towards them. They finished it too. Then every face beneath the water opened its mouth. The melody rose from the stream itself, whistled by dozens of dead lips. I ran. Behind me, the stranger laughed and called, "Don't worry, Samuel. I never take anyone the first time." His final words followed me into the darkness. I always let them hear the song twice. I reached Bell Farm shortly before 2 in the morning. Mrs. Bell listened silently while I explained her husband's condition, then noticed my expression and asked what had happened. When I mentioned the whistling man, she crossed herself. Her grandfather had told her the story. In 1806, a traveling musician named Josiah Crane disappeared on Blackthorn Lane. Crane was known for composing a tune he claimed could make the dead answer. Weeks later, his body was discovered beneath the bridge, his throat cut so deeply that his head was almost severed. People began hearing his unfinished melody soon afterwards. Those who completed it supposedly disappeared after hearing it a second time. I left Blackthorn the following spring. I never heard the melody again, and eventually convinced myself that exhaustion and fear had created the entire encounter. I became a headmaster in York, married, raised 3 children, and lived into my 70s. Before my death in 1891, I wrote down everything that happened on Blackthorn Lane. My family kept the account, but treated it as the strange recollection of an elderly man. Eventually it passed to my grandson, then his daughter, and finally disappeared into a box of family papers that nobody opened for decades. In 2021, those papers were donated to a local historical archive. A researcher named Daniel Price discovered my account and decided to investigate Blackthorn Lane. The old road still existed, although much of it had become a walking trail. Daniel visited on a December evening and recorded the journey on his phone. The video remained online for less than a week before he removed it. Copies still circulate. For the first 20 minutes, nothing unusual happens. Then Daniel reaches the old stone bridge. He stops and tells the camera he can hear someone whistling. The microphone catches it clearly. A simple melody, The Traveler's Rest. Daniel laughs nervously and says somebody must be playing a joke. Then a tall figure appears behind him, perhaps 50 yards farther up the lane. Black hat. Daniel turns around, but the road behind him is empty. When he looks back at the phone screen, the figure has moved closer. He turns again. Nothing. On the screen, however, the man is now standing directly behind him. The video ends there. Daniel Price disappeared that night. His phone was found on the stone bridge the following morning. Police searched the surrounding countryside for weeks and found no trace of him. They did discover something strange beneath the bridge. Carved into one of the stones were dozens of names and dates, stretching from 1806 to the present day. Daniel's name was the newest, but it wasn't the final one. Last December, another name appeared beneath his. Nobody in the village recognizes it. Not yet. And since then, walkers on Blackthorn Lane have reported hearing someone whistling after sunset. The tune always stops before the final notes. So if you ever find yourself on a lonely road at night and hear a stranger whistling an unfinished song, keep walking. Do not hum along, do not finish the melody. Because the whistling man does not forget the people who teach him how their song ends.
Yes, North Yorkshire, England. 19 Fraser every October. The people of Barrowfen put a scarecrow in their fields, not because of the birds. The birds had never been the problem. Thomas Mercer learned that during his first autumn at Willow Farm, he had inherited the place from an uncle he barely remembered. 40 acres, an old stone farmhouse, 2 barns, and enough debt to make the inheritance feel considerably less generous than it first appeared. Thomas arrived in September 1924. He was 34, recently widowed, and eager for somewhere quiet. Barrow Fen certainly seemed quiet, perhaps too quiet. There were only 23 houses, a church, a blacksmith, and a small inn called the Ploughman's Rest. The nearest proper town was almost 9 miles away. Thomas didn't mind. He wanted solitude. The villagers, however, were curious about him, especially about Willow Farm. During his first week, 3 different people asked whether he'd found the old scarecrow. Thomas eventually asked the landlord what they meant. Scarecrow. The landlord, Mr. Pritchard, stopped polishing a glass. Your uncle kept one in the barn. Thomas smiled. I've seen it. Ugly, bloody thing. Pritchard didn't smile. You'll want it in the West Field before October. I don't grow anything in the West Field. Doesn't matter. Thomas took a drink. If there aren't crops, there's nothing to scare away. Pritchard looked at him. It's not for the crows. Thomas laughed. Nobody else in the pub did. October arrived with rain. Cold, persistent rain that turned the fields to mud. On the first day, Thomas noticed something peculiar. Every farm surrounding Barrow Fen had erected a scarecrow, all facing the same direction, west. Thomas stood beside his gate, looking across the valley. Perhaps a dozen figures stood in distant fields, old coats, straw hats, wooden crosses, all staring towards the western hills. Thomas's neighbor, George Wilkes, was repairing a fence nearby. Thomas called across. Why are they all facing the same way? George stopped working. That's where he comes from. Thomas sighed. Who? George looked towards the hills, the walker. Thomas waited for him to laugh. He didn't. What walker? George climbed over the fence. Your uncle never told you. I barely knew him. George wiped his hands on his trousers. Every October, something comes down from Black Crag. Thomas looked towards the distant hills. What? Nobody knows. It walks on through the fields, looking for somewhere to spend the winter. Thomas smiled, and the scarecrows stopped it. George shook his head. None. They tell it which houses are occupied. Thomas frowned. Wouldn't you want the opposite? George stared at him. The walker doesn't enter occupied houses. It enters empty ones. Thomas laughed. Then what's the problem? George's expression remained serious. Once it enters, the house isn't empty anymore. Thomas walked away. He'd had enough of village superstition. The scarecrow remained in his barn. October 5th, Nothing happened. October 6th, nothing. On October 7th, Thomas woke shortly after midnight. Something was walking through the west field. Step, pause, step, pause. Thomas sat up. The sound was faint but unmistakable. Wet footsteps through mud. He went to the bedroom window. Moonlight covered the field. Nothing moved. Then, near the stone wall, Thomas saw a figure, tall, thin, standing completely still. He assumed it was George. Hello. The figure didn't answer. Thomas opened the window.
You there?
The figure slowly turned towards the farmhouse. Thomas stepped back. He couldn't see its face, but he could see its arms. They were far too long, almost reaching its knees. The figure began walking towards the house. Step, pause, step, pause. Thomas slammed the window shut. He grabbed his shotgun and hurried downstairs. By the time he reached the kitchen, the footsteps had stopped. Thomas waited. Nothing. Then something scratched against the front door, slowly, from top to bottom. Thomas raised the shotgun. Who's there? Silence. Then a voice answered. Nobody. Thomas froze. The voice sounded like his wife, Mary, dead for 18 months. Thomas, he lowered the shotgun. Impossible. Thomas, cold. He stepped towards the door, then stopped. Mary had never called him Thomas, not once. She had always called him Tom. The thing outside scratched the door again. Let me in. Thomas backed away. No silence. Then the voice changed. An old man, his uncle. Thomas, where's the scarecrow? When Thomas stared towards the barn, the old scarecrow was still inside. The thing outside laughed, not loudly, almost kindly. Then the footsteps moved away. Step, pause, step, pause. By morning, Thomas had convinced himself it had been a dream, until he opened the front door. 2 footprints were pressed into the mud, bare feet, but enormous, each nearly 2 feet long. They began at his doorstep and continued towards the barn. Thomas followed. The barn door was open. Inside, the scarecrow was gone. Thomas ran to George's farm. George listened without interruption. When Thomas finished, the old farmer looked terrified. You didn't put it out, no. And now it's taken it. Thomas frowned. Ooh, the walker. What does that mean? George looked towards Willow Farm. It means tonight it'll wear it. Thomas felt his stomach tighten. Why? So you'll think it's only the scarecrow. That afternoon, George helped Thomas make another wooden cross, straw body, old coat, sackcloth head. They placed it in the west field, facing Black Crag. George tied a small brass bell around its neck. Thomas frowned. If the bell rings, don't look outside. Why? George tightened the rope. Because the scarecrow is looking behind you. Thomas stared at him. What does that mean? George walked away. You'll know. A night came. Thomas locked every door, closed every curtain, loaded the shotgun. At 11:30, nothing. Midnight, nothing. Then, at 12:17, the bell rang, very softly. Ting. Thomas sat beside the fireplace. Ting. He remembered George's warning. Don't look outside. Ting. Then something knocked against the kitchen window. Thomas stared at the curtain. Mary's voice whispered from outside, Tom. His heart stopped. This time it had called him Tom. Please look at me. Thomas closed his eyes. You're not Mary. Silence. Then Mary began singing a song she used to sing while preparing breakfast. Thomas hadn't heard it since she died. His eyes filled with tears. Mary. The bell stopped. Thomas stood. He reached for the curtain. Then he remembered George's words. If the bell rings, don't look outside, because the scarecrow is looking behind you. Thomas slowly turned. The scarecrow stood inside the kitchen. Its muddy boots rested on the stone floor. Its wooden arms hung at its sides. The sackcloth head tilted slightly. Thomas couldn't breathe. He had placed it in the field less than 6 hours earlier. The bell around its neck moved. Ting. Thomas raised the shotgun. The scarecrow didn't move. Then, from outside the window, Mary whispered, Don't shoot him. Thomas looked towards the curtain. The scarecrow's head turned slowly towards the window. Thomas suddenly understood. It wasn't looking at him. It was watching. Whatever stood outside, something struck the window. The scarecrow moved, not like a person. Its entire body jerked forward, as though pulled by invisible strings. It placed itself between Thomas and the window. Outside, something screamed. The sound was enormous, deep, animal and human at the same time. The glass cracked. The scarecrow's bell rang violently. Ting, ting, ting. Then everything stopped. Thomas remained against the wall until sunrise. When daylight came, the scarecrow was gone. He found it back in the west field, exactly where they had placed it. But its coat was torn, and the sackcloth face was covered in black stains. George arrived shortly after breakfast. Thomas told him what happened. George nodded. It protected you. Thomas looked towards the scarecrow. I thought you said they only marked occupied houses. Joe Orge shook his head. That's what we tell people who don't believe Thomas stared at him. What are they really? George looked across the valley. Every scarecrow still faced west. They're the ones who came before us. Thomas frowned. George continued. Every scarecrow contains something from the last person who owned the land. Thomas remembered what? A tooth. Sometimes a finger bone. Thomas stared. There's part of my uncle inside that. Oh, George nodded. He protected the farm while he was alive. No, he protects it while he's dead. Thomas remained at Willow Farm for another 41 years. Every October, he placed the scarecrow he never forgot, not once. Thomas Mercer died in 1965. The farm passed to his son, Edward, and according to village tradition, before Thomas was buried, Edward removed one small thing from his father's body. Nobody recorded what it was, but that October, a new scarecrow appeared in the west field. It wore Thomas Mercer's old brown coat. Willow Farm still exists today. Most of the surrounding land has been sold. New houses stand where fields once stretched towards Black Crag. The old traditions have almost disappeared, almost, because every October the current owner still places one scarecrow beside the western hedge. Visitors sometimes laugh at it. Children take photographs. Teenagers occasionally steal its hat, but nobody from Barrow Fen touches it. And several years ago, a family living in one of the new houses decided to remove theirs. They thought the village tradition was ridiculous. On October 7th, their security camera recorded something walking across their garden, tall, thin, arms almost reaching its knees. The figure stopped outside their kitchen window. For almost 3 hours it stood there, watching. The following morning, the family left. They never returned. When neighbors entered the house, nothing seemed disturbed, except for the kitchen. On the table, someone had placed a small pile of straw. Beside it was an old brass bell, and scratched into the wooden tabletop were 5 words. Yarsers, there should have been one here. Doc Sezzy, the following October, the villagers made another scarecrow. They placed it outside the empty house. Nobody knows what they put inside it, but since then, the walker hasn't returned, at least not to that house, because sometimes late in October, people driving along the road beneath Black Crag see something walking through the distant fields. Step, pause, step, pause, moving slowly towards the village, and one by one, as it approaches, the scarecrows turn their heads to watch it coming.
was Birmingham, England. 1978, a Mason Court had 12 floors. Everybody knew that. 12 floors, 96 flats, 2 lifts, and 1 caretaker who had stopped asking the council to repair things, because nobody ever came. The building had been completed in 1964. By 1978, it already looked 50 years old. Paint peeled from the corridors. Half the lights didn't work. The lifts smelled of cigarettes, and occasionally urine. But families lived there. Children played football outside. Women talked across balconies. Men came home from factories and disappeared into the pub. Mason Court wasn't unusual, except sometimes the lift went to 13. Peter Lawson discovered this on a Thursday night in November. Peter was 19. He lived with his mother on the 8th floor. He had spent the evening at his girlfriend's flat and returned home shortly after midnight. The entrance doors were unlocked. They were always unlocked. Peter pressed the lift button. D9. The doors opened. He stepped inside. Pressed 8. The doors closed. The lift began moving. 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it stopped. Peter sighed. Come on. The lights flickered. The lift started again. 6, 7, 8. It didn't stop. 9. Peter pressed 8 again. 10. What the bloody hell? 11, 12. Then the display changed. 13. The lift stopped. Peter stared. There was no 13th floor. The doors opened. Beyond them was a corridor. At first, Peter thought he'd reached 12, but the corridor looked different. The walls were painted dark green. The floor was bare concrete, and instead of electric lights, these small yellow bulbs hung from wires. Along the ceiling, Peter remained inside the lift. At the far end of the corridor, a woman stood facing the wall. Peter pressed nothing. He pressed nothing. The woman moved, not towards him. Her head turned, slowly, but her body remained facing the wall. Peter stepped backwards. Her face continued turning, farther, until she was looking directly at him, over her own shoulder. Peter hammered the button. Come on. The woman smiled. The lift doors closed. Peter reached the 8th floor and ran home. His mother was asleep. Peter locked the door and spent most of the night trying to convince himself he'd imagined it. The following morning, he mentioned it to the caretaker, Arthur Briggs. Arthur was nearly 60 and had worked at Mason Court since the building opened. Lift went past 12 last night. Arthur stopped sweeping. What number? 13. Arthur looked towards the lift, then at Peter. Did the doors open? Peter's smile disappeared. Yeah. Did you get out? No. Arthur nodded. Good. Peter laughed nervously. What's going on? Arthur resumed sweeping. Nothing. Don't give me that. Arthur stopped. If it happens again, stay in the lift. Why? Because Mason Court. Arthur looked upwards. Used to have 13 floors. Peter frowned. No, it didn't. Not officially. Arthur leaned against his broom. When they built this place, there was another level. Service floor. Boilers, electrical equipment, storage. Between 12 and the roof. Peter stared at him. Arthur corrected him. What happened? Arthur looked uncomfortable. Fire. Win. 1965. Building had only been open 11 months. Peter waited. 4 families were living up there. Why? Temporary accommodation. Council had nowhere else to put them. Arthur looked towards the lift. Fire started in an electrical cupboard. Lift stopped working. Stairwell door jammed. Peter swallowed. How many died? 23. The corridor suddenly seemed colder. What happened to the floor? Council sealed it. Removed the button. Changed the lift mechanism. Eventually, they removed the floor from the plans. Peter thought of the woman. Why? Arthur looked at him. Because dead families in a brand new council block look bad in newspapers. Peter went to work. By evening, he'd almost convinced himself Arthur was winding him up. Then, 3 nights later, Peter's mother disappeared. He came home and found dinner on the table. Television on, her handbag beside the sofa. No mother. Peter searched the flat. Nothing. Then he noticed the lift through the small window in their front door. The indicator above it was moving 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Peter ran outside. The lift doors opened, empty. He stepped inside. On the floor was his mother's slipper. Peter stared at it, then pressed 12. Nothing. He looked at the control panel. Buttons 1 through 12. Then he noticed beneath 12 a faint circular mark. A button had once been there. Peter pressed the metal. The lift doors closed. The display changed. 13. When the doors opened, the green corridor waited. Peter stepped out. "Mum." His voice echoed. Doors lined the corridor. 1301, 1302, 1303. Peter walked. "Mum." A television played, or, somewhere nearby, old music. A baby cried. Then a door opened. A little boy stepped into the corridor. His pajamas were burned. "Have you seen my mum?" Peter backed away. "No." The boy pointed behind Peter. "She's there." Peter turned. The woman from his first visit stood beside the lift. Her body faced away. Her head looked backwards at him. She smiled. Then Peter heard his mother's voice. "Pete." A door farther along the corridor stood open. "Mum." He ran. His mother stood inside, flat 1307. She looked confused. "Peter." "What are you doing here?" "I don't know." As she looked around. "I got in the lift. Then this woman asked me." His mother stopped. "What?" "She asked if I wanted to come inside." Peter grabbed her hand. "We're leaving." They stepped into the corridor. Every door was now open. People stood inside them. Men, women, children. Burned faces, blackened clothes. Watching. Peter pulled his mother towards the lift. The little boy blocked their way. "You can't take her." Peter stopped. "Move." She said yes. Peter looked at his mother. "What?" His mother whispered. "The woman asked if I lived here. And I thought she meant Mason Court." Peter's stomach tightened. "What did you say?" "Less." The corridor lights went out. Someone screamed. Then another. Then dozens. Peter grabbed his mother and ran. The lift doors were closing. He shoved his arm between them. They reopened. Peter pushed his mother inside. The burned residents began moving towards them. Slowly at first, then faster. Peter pressed 8. Nothing. The woman appeared directly outside, her head twisted backwards. She whispered, "You live here." Peter pressed. "Gerard." The doors began closing. A burned hand shot through. Peter kicked it. The hand withdrew. Doors closed. The lift dropped, not descended. Dropped. Peter and his mother screamed. 13, 14, 15, 16. Numbers flashed. Then, Groun, the doors opened. Arthur stood outside. Peter dragged his mother into the lobby. "Shut it off." Arthur hit the emergency switch. The lift stopped. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then, from inside the lift shaft, came banging. 23 knocks. 1 for every person who died. Arthur retired the following week. Peter and his mother moved away 3 months later. Mason Court remained occupied until 1999. Eventually, the council decided to demolish it. Before demolition, engineers examined the original plans and discovered something strange. Arthur had been wrong. There had never been a 13th floor, no service level, no residential accommodation. Nothing. The building had always contained 12 floors. There was, however, a fire. November 1965. 23 residents died, but the fire occurred on the 12th floor. The strangest part was the official list of victims. 22 names were recorded. The 23rd victim was never identified, only described as a woman approximately 40 years old. Her body was found inside the lift, and according to the fireman, there was something unusual about her injuries. Her body wasn't burned. Her neck had been broken, twisted almost completely backwards. Mason Court was demolished on September 14, 1999. As the upper floors came down, a television crew filmed the demolition. Years later, someone uploaded the footage online. Most people never notice anything unusual. But if you pause the recording, exactly 3 seconds before the 12th floor collapses, there is something standing at one of the windows. A woman. Her body faces into the building, but her head is turned backwards towards the camera, and above her, where there should only be sky, there is another row of windows, 8 of them, all lit. And behind every window, someone is watching. Leeds, England. 2020 ends. The baby monitor turned itself on 3 nights after the Robinsons moved into the house. At first, Megan assumed it was interference, the sort of thing people always blamed when cheap electronics did something strange. The house itself was perfectly ordinary, a 1930s semi-detached on a quiet street with bay windows, a narrow garden. and floorboards that creaked whenever the heating came on. Megan and Paul had bought it because they needed more space. Their daughter, Lucy, was 11 months old, and after nearly a year in a small flat, they were desperate for somewhere that felt like home. Lucy's bedroom was directly above the kitchen. Small room, cream walls, white cot, rocking chair, a little nightlight shaped like a moon, nothing unusual. The first strange thing happened on Wednesday night. Megan woke at 2:46. The monitor beside the bed was glowing. She sat up. Lucy was asleep. Megan could see her on the tiny screen. Then, hello, and Megan froze. The sound came through the monitor. A woman, quiet, almost breathless. Megan grabbed Paul's arm. Wake up. He opened one eye. What? Listen. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the woman whispered again. Hello. Paul sat up. What the hell? Megan picked up the monitor. Someone's in her room. They ran upstairs. Paul reached the bedroom first. He opened the door. Lucy was asleep. Alone. Window closed. Wardrobe empty, nothing beneath the cot. Nothing behind the curtains. Paul checked the landing, then the bathroom, then every room upstairs, nobody. Megan stood beside Lucy. Paul whispered. Probably interference. From what? Another baby monitor. Megan looked at him. At 3 in the morning? Paul shrugged. It's possible. Megan wanted to believe him. So she did. The next night, nothing happened. The night after that, nothing. Then, on Saturday, the voice returned, this time at 1:17. Megan was awake. Lucy had been restless, and Megan had been watching the monitor. The bedroom looked normal. Then, the sound crackled. A woman whispered, Lucy. Megan's stomach tightened. The camera showed Lucy turning in her sleep. The woman spoke again. Lucy, look at me. Megan jumped from bed. Paul followed. They reached the room. Lucy was sitting upright in the cot, staring towards the rocking chair. Megan switched on the light. The chair was moving, slowly, back and forth, back and forth. Paul stopped in the doorway. Did you do that? Megan looked at him. How? The chair stopped. Lucy began crying. They moved her into their room for the rest of the night. The following morning, Paul searched online for problems with that particular monitor. Interference, crossed signals, faulty microphones, nothing useful. Megan searched the house instead. She didn't know what she was looking for. Old photographs, hurt letters, something left behind. The previous owner, an elderly man, had died in hospital. That was all the estate agent had told them. By lunchtime, Megan found something behind the wardrobe in Lucy's room. A small piece of wallpaper had come loose. Behind it, someone had written, in pencil, very faintly, Don't answer her. Megan stared at the words. Paul came upstairs. What is it? She showed him. He read it twice. Old joke. Maybe, but neither of them laughed. That afternoon, Paul spoke to their neighbor, Mrs. Clarker, who had lived next door for 37 years. When Paul asked about the previous owners, she became quiet. There was a family before Mr. Wells' win, years ago, late 80s. Mother, father, little girl. Paul listened. What happened? Mrs. Clark looked towards the house. How? I don't remember. But she did. Paul could tell. She cried. She fell down the stairs. Paul frowned. Accident. That's what everyone said. A pause. Then the little girl started telling people that her mother was still talking to her. Paul felt cold. From where? Mrs. Clark looked directly at him. Her baby monitor. That evening, Megan wanted to leave. Paul agreed. They packed a bag and planned to stay with Megan's sister. At 7:30, Megan went upstairs to collect Lucy's clothes. The monitor downstairs switched on. Paul heard it from the hallway. Static. Then a woman whispered, Paul. He stopped. The voice knew his name. He picked up the monitor. The screen showed Lucy's bedroom, empty. Megan was not visible. Paul. The woman's voice again. He swallowed. Who are you? Silence. Then, don't let her take the baby. Paul stared at the screen. What? The image flickered. Now, someone stood beside the cot. A woman. Long hair. White nightdress. Back turned to the camera. Paul ran upstairs. Megan! No answer. He reached Lucy's room. Empty. Megan. Then he heard footsteps from the attic slow. Careful, he looked up. The attic hatch was open. It had been closed all day. Paul pulled down the ladder. Megan. He climbed. The attic was dark. Boxes. Insulation. Old furniture. Then his torch found Megan. She stood, holding Lucy. Megan. She didn't turn. Paul moved closer. What are you doing? Megan whispered. She told me to come up here. Paul stopped. Oh, the woman? Lucy began crying. Paul stepped closer. Megan, give me Lucy. And Megan slowly turned. Her face was wet with tears. She says this used to be her room. Paul stared. The attic. Megan nodded. Then a floorboard creaked. Behind him. Paul turned. The woman stood near the hatch, pale barefoot, head lowered. Paul couldn't move. She whispered, "Give her back." Megan clutched Lucy tighter. Paul shouted, "Nunku." The woman raised her head. Her face was badly bruised. One side almost black, her neck bent at an unnatural angle. She whispered, "She was mine." The Megan screamed. The attic light exploded. Darkness. Paul lunged forward, grabbed Megan, grabbed Lucy, and dragged them towards the ladder. Something seized his ankle. He fell. Fingers, ice cold, wrapped around his leg. Paul kicked. Once. Twice. The grip released. Megan climbed down. Paul followed. The attic hatch slammed shut. They ran. They left everything. Clothes, furniture, photographs. Everything. They never slept in the house again. The police found nothing. No intruder. No sign of forced entry. No evidence anyone else had been inside. But weeks later, Paul obtained old property records. The attic had once been a bedroom. In 1988, a woman named Elaine Carter lived there with her husband and their 2-year-old daughter. Elaine died after falling down the stairs. Her husband claimed she tripped. No charges were brought. Their daughter Emily was placed with relatives. Paul kept digging. Eventually, he found an old local newspaper article. A photograph showed Elaine, her husband, and Emily. Paul stared at the little girl. Something about her looked familiar. Then he realized why. The previous owner, Mr. Wells, had a framed photograph still hanging in the hallway when they first viewed the house. An old woman? His wife. Emily. The child who had heard her dead mother through the baby monitor had grown up and returned to live in the same house. Paul contacted the solicitor who had handled Mr. Wells's estate. He asked one question. The solicitor was quiet. She died first? When? 2019. We're in the house. Paul stopped breathing. How? Fell down the stairs. That night, Paul removed the batteries. He threw the monitor away. Then, months later, Lucy began talking. Her first proper words were simple. Dagged. Dog. More. Then one morning, while sitting in her high chair, Lucy looked past Megan towards the doorway. She smiled and said, "Lady." Megan turned. Nobody was there. Lucy waved. Then, in a voice that sounded nothing like a child, she whispered, "Hello." Across the room, inside a kitchen drawer, an old baby monitor that Paul had thrown away began to glow, and from its speaker, a woman's voice said, very softly, "Lucy, look at me."
The Lane That Had No Turning by Gilbert Parker, The Manor House at Bugard, Monsieur. Certainly I mind it very well. It was the first in Quebec, and there are many tales. It had a chapel and a gallows. Its baron, he had the power of life and death, and the right of the seigneur. You understand! Which he used only once. And then what trouble it made for him and the woman and the barony and the parish and all the country. What is the whole story? Larue, said Medallion, who had spent months in the seigneur's company, stalking game and tales and legends of the St. Lawrence. Spoke English very well. His mother was English. Mais, I do not know for sure, but the Abbé Fronton, he and I were snowed up together in that same house which now belongs to the church, and instead, and in the big fireplace where we sat on a bench toasting our knees and our bacon. He told me the tale as he knew it. Thee was Do, great scholar. There is none greater. He had found papers in the wall of the house, and from the government chest he got more. Then there were the tales handed down, and the records of the church. For she knows the true story of every man that has come to New France from first to last. So, because I have a taste for tales, and gave him some, he told me of the Baron of Bougard, and that time he took the right of the Seigneur, and the end of it all. Of course it was 150 years ago, when Bigot was intendant. Ah, what a rascal was that Bigot! Robber and deceiver! He never stood by a friend, and never fought fair a foe. So the abbé said. Well, Bougard was no longer young. He had built the manor house. He had put up his gallows. He had his vassals. He had been made a lord. He had quarrelled with Bigot and had conquered, but at great cost. For Bigot had such power, and the governor had trouble enough to care for himself against Bigot, though he was Bougard's friend. Well, there was a good lump of a fellow who had been a soldier, and he picked out a girl in the seigneury of Bougard to make his wife. The air was too still, it is said. The girl herself was not set for the man, for she was of finer stuff than the peasants about her, and showed it. But her father and mother had a dozen other children, and what was this girl, this Felice, to do? She said yes to the man. The time was fixed for the marriage, and it came along. Oh, so, at the very hour of the wedding, Bougard came by, for the church was in mending, and he had given leave it should be in his own chapel. Well, he rode by just as the bride was coming out with the man, Gavroche. When Bougard saw Felice, he gave a whistle, then spoke in his throat, reined up his horse, and got down. He fastened his eyes on the girls. A strange look passed between them. He had never seen her before, but she had seen him often, and when he was gone had helped the housekeeper with his rooms. She had carried away with her a stray glove of his. Of course it sounds droll, and they said of her, when all came out, that it was wicked. But evil is according to a man's own heart. And the girl had hid this glove, as she hid whatever was in her soul. Hid it even from the priest. Well, the Baron looked, and she looked, and he took off his hat, stepped forward, and kissed her on the cheek. She turned pale as a ghost, and her eyes took the color that her cheeks lost. When he stepped back, he looked close at the husband. "What is your name?" he said. "Gavroche Mcu, le Baron," was the reply. "Gavroche, Gavroche," he said, eyeing him up and down. "You have been a soldier." "Yes, Mcu, le Baron. You have served with me. Against you, Mcu, le Baron. When Bigot came fighting, better against me than for me," said the Baron, speaking to himself, though he had so strong a voice that what he said could be heard by those near him, that is, those who were tall, for he was 6.5 feet, with legs and shoulders like a bull. He stooped and stroked the head of his hound for a moment, and all the people stood and watched him, wondering what next. At last he said, "And what part played you in that siege, Gavroche?" Gavroche looked troubled, but answered, "It was in the way of duty, Mcu, le Baron. I with 5 others captured the relief, party sent from your cousin the Seigneur of Vadrum." "Oh," said the Baron, looking sharp, "you were in that, were you? Then you know what happened to the young Marmette." Gavroche trembled a little, but drew himself up and said, "Mcu, le Baron, he tried to kill the intendant. There was no other way. What part played you in that?" "Gavroche." Some trembled, for they knew the truth, and they feared the mad will of the Baron. "I ordered the firing party, Mcu, le Baron," he answered. The baron's eyes got fierce and his face hardened, but he stooped and drew the ears of the hound through his hand softly. Marmet was my cousin's son, and had lived with me, he said. A brave lad, and he had a nice hatred of vileness, else he had not died. A strange smile played on his lips for a moment, then he looked at Felice steadily. Who can tell what was working in his mind? A war is war, he went on, and Bigot was your master, Garoshi, but the man pays for his master's sins this way or that. Yet I would not have it different, no, not a jot. Then he turned round to the crowd, raised his hat to the curé, who stood on the chapel steps, once more looked steadily at Felice, and said, You shall all come to the manor house, and have your feastings there, and we will drink to the home, coming of the fairest woman in my barony. With that he turned round, bowed to Felice, put on his hat, caught the bridle through his arm, and led his horse to the manor house. This was in the afternoon. Of course, whether they wished or not, Garochi and Felice could not refuse, and the people were glad enough, for they would have a free hand at meat and wine, the baron being liberal of table. And it was as they guessed, for though the time was so short, the people at Bugard soon had the tables heavy with food and drink. It was just at the time of candle. Lighting, the baron came in and gave a toast. To the dwellers in Eden, to night, he said. Eden against the time of the angel and the sword. I do not think that any except the curé and the woman understood. And she, maybe only because a woman feels the truth about a thing, even when her brain does not. After they had done shouting to his toast, he said a good night to all, and they began to leave. The curé among the first to go, with a look in his face. As the people left, the baron said to Garachi and Felice, A moment with me before you go. The woman started, for she thought of one thing, and Garoch started, for he thought of another, the siege of Bugard and the killing of young Marmet. But they followed the baron to his chamber. Coming in, he shut the door on them. Then he turned to Garoch. You will accept the roof and bed of Bugard tonight, my man, he said, and come to me here at 9 tomorrow morning. Garoch stared hard for an instant. Stay here, said Garoch. Felice and me stay here in the manor. See you, le baron! Here, even here, Garochi. So good night to you, said the baron. Garoch turned towards the girl. Then come, Felice, he said, and reached out his hand. Your room, Garoch, shall be shown you at once. The baron added softly, the ladies at her pleasure. Then a cry burst from Garoch, and he sprang forward, but the baron waved him back. Stand off, he said. Hand, let the lady choose between us. She is my wife, said Garoch. I am your seigneur, said the other. And there is more than that, he went on, for damn me, she is too fine stuff for you, and the church shall untie what she has tied today. At that Felice fainted, and the baron caught her as she fell. He laid her on a couch, keeping an eye on Garoch the while. Lose her gown, he said, while I get brandy. Then he turned to a cupboard, poured liquor, and came over. Garoch had her dress open at the neck and bosom, and was staring at something on her breast. The baron saw also, stooped with a strange sound in his throat, and picked it up. My glove, he said, and on her wedding day, he pointed. There on the table is its mate, fished this morning from my hunting coat, a pair the governor gave me. You see, man, you see her choice? At that he stooped and put some brandy to her lips. Garoch drew back sick and numb, and did nothing, only stared. Felice came to herself soon, and when she felt her dress open, gave a cry. Garoch could have killed her then, when he saw her shudder from him, as if afraid, over towards the baron, who held the glove in his hand, and said, See, Garoch, you had better go. In the next room they will tell you where to sleep. To-morrow, as I said, you will meet me here. We shall have things to say, you and I. That baron, he had a queer mind, but in truth he loved the woman, as you shall see. Garach got up without a word, went to the door and opened it, the look of the Baron and the woman following him, for there was a devil in his eye. In the other room there were men waiting, and he was taken to a chamber and locked in. You can guess what that night must have been to him. What was it to the Baron and Felice? Asked Medallion. Ziu, what do you think? Boogerd had never had an eye for women, loving his hounds, fighting, quarreling, doing wild, strong things. So, all at once, he was face to face with a woman who has the look of love in her face, who was young and fine of body. So the abbé said, and was walking to marriage at her father's will, and against her own, carrying the Baron's glove in her bosom. What should Boogerd do? Mem Siu, not as you think, not quite. Wild, with the bit in his teeth, yes, but at heart. Well, here was the one woman for him. Say what it all in a minute, and he would have her once and for all, until death should come their way. And so he said to her, as he raised her, she drawing back afraid, her heart hungering for him, yet fear in her eyes, and her fingers trembling as she softly pushed him from her. You see, she did not know quite what was in his heart. Still, she was the daughter of a tenant vassal who had lived in the family of a grand seigneur in her youth, the friend of his child. That was all. And that was where she got her manners and her mind. She got on her feet and said, "Mcu, le Baron, you will let me go, to my husband. I cannot stay here. Oh, you are great, you are noble. You would not make me sorry, make me to hate myself, and you. I have only one thing in the world of any price. You would not steal my happiness." He looked at her steadily in the eyes and said, "Will it make you happy to go to Gorochi?" She raised her hands and wrung them. God knows, I am his wife," she said helplessly, "and he loves me." "And God knows, said the Baron, "it is all a question of whether one shall feed and two go hungry, or two gather and one have the stubble. Shall not he stand in the stubble? What has he done to merit you? What would he do? You are for the master, not the man, for love, not the feeding on, for the manor house and the hunt, not the cottage and the loom." She broke into tears, her heart thumping in her throat. "I am for what the church did for me this day," she said. "Oh, sir, I pray you, forgive me and let me go. Do not punish me, but forgive me and let me go. I was wicked to wear your glove. Wicked, but no," was his reply. "I shall not forgive you so good a deed, and you shall not go. And what the church did for you this day she shall undo. By all the saints, she shall. You came sailing into my heart this hour past on a strong wind, and you shall not slide out on an ebb tide. I have you here as your seigneur, but I have you here as a man who will." He sat down by her at that point and whispered softly in her ear, at which she gave a cry which had both gladness and pain. "Surely even that," he said, catching her to his breast. And the Baron of Boogerd never broke his word. What should be her reply? Does not a woman, when she truly loves, always believe? That is the great sign. She slid to her knees and dropped her head into the hollow of his arm. "I do not understand these things," she said, "but I know that the other was death, and this is life. And yet I know, too, for my heart says so, that the end will be death." "Tut, my flower, my wild rose," he said. "Of course the end of all is death, but we will go Maying first, come October, and let the world break over us when it must." "We are for Maying now, my rose of all the world." It was as if he meant more than he said, as if he saw what would come in that. October, which all New France never forgot, when, as he said, the world broke over them. The next morning the Baron called Garashi to him. The man was like some mad buck harried by the hounds, and he gnashed his teeth behind his shut lips. The baron eyed him curiously, yet kindly, too, as well he might, for when was ever man to hear such a speech as came to Goroch the morning after his marriage? Goroch, the baron said, having waved his men away, as you see, the lady made her choice, and forever. You and she have said your last farewell in this world, for the wife of the Baron of Bogard can have nothing to say to Goroch the soldier. At that Goroch snarled out, "The wife of the Baron of Bogard!" That is a lie to shame all hell. The Baron wound the lash of a riding whip round and round his fingers quietly and said, "It is no lie, my man, but the truth." Goroch eyed him savagely and growled, "The church made her my wife yesterday. And you! You! Ah, you who had all, you with your money in place, which could get all easy, you take the one thing I have! You, the grand seigneur, are only a common robber! Ah, Jesu, if you would but fight me." The Baron, very calm, said, "First, Goroch, the lady was only your wife by a form which the church shall set aside. It could never have been a true marriage. Second, it is no stealing to take from you what you did not have. I took what was mine. Remember the glove. For the rest, to fight you. No, my churl, you know that's impossible. You may shoot me from behind a tree or a rock, but swording with you. Come, come, a pretty gossip for the court. Then, why wish a fight? Where would you be as you stood before me? You!" The Baron stretched himself up and smiled down at Goroch. "You have your life, man. Take it and go to the farthest corner of New France, and show not your face here again. If I find you ever again in Bogard, I will have you whipped from parish to parish. Here is money for you, good gold coins. Take them and go." Goroch got still and cold as stone. He said in a low, harsh voices, "Mziu, le Baron, you are a common thief, a wolf, a snake. Such men as you come lower than Judas. As God has an eye to see, you shall pay all one day. I do not fear you nor your men nor your gallows. You are a jackal, and the woman has a filthy heart, a ditch of shame." The Baron drew up his arm like lightning, and the lash of his whip came singing across Goroch's pale face. Where it passed, a red welt rose, but the man never stirred. The arm came up again, but a voice behind the Baron said, "A no, no." "Not again." There stood Felice. Both men looked at her. "I have heard Goroch," she said. "He does not judge me right. My heart is no filthy ditch of shame, but it was breaking when I came from the altar with him yesterday. Yet I would have been a true wife to him after all. A ditch of shame. Ah, Goroch! Goroch! And you said you loved me, and that nothing could change you," the Baron said to Herd. "Why have you come, Felice? I forbade you." "Oh, my lord," she answered, "I feared for you both." When men go mad because of women, a devil enters into them. The Baron, taking her by the hand, said, "Permit me," and he led her to the door for her to pass out. She looked back sadly at Goroch, standing for a minute very still. Then Goroch said, "I command you, come with me, you are my wife." She did not reply, but shook her head at him. Then he spoke out high and fierce, "May no child be born to you. May a curse fall on you. May your fields be barren, and your horses and cattle die. May you never see nor hear good things. May the waters leave their courses to drown you, and the hills their bases to bury you, and no hand lay you in decent graves." The woman put her hands to her ears and gave a little cry, and the Baron pushed her gently on and closed the door after her. Then he turned on Goroch. "Have you said all you wish?" he asked. "For if not, say on, and then go, and go so far you cannot see the sky that covers Bogard. We are even now, we can cry quits. But that I have a little injured you, you should be done for instantly. But hear me, if I ever see you again, my gallows shall end you straight. Your tongue has been gross before the mistress of this manor. I will have it torn out if it so much as syllables her name to me or to the world again. She is dead to you. Go, and go forever." He put a bag of money on the table. But Goroshi turned away from it, and without a word left the room, and the house, and the parish, and said nothing to any man of the evil that had come to him. But what talk was there, and what dreadful things were said at first! That Garrosh had sold his wife to the Baron. Still, that he had been killed and his wife taken, that the Baron kept him a prisoner in a cellar under the manor house! And all the time, there was Felice with the Baron. Very quiet and sweet and fine to see, and going to chapel every day, and to Mass on Sundays, which no one could understand, any more than they could see why she should be called the Baroness of Bugard. For had they all not seen her married to Garochi, and there were many people who thought her vile. Yet truly, at heart, she was not so, not at all. Fulinen. It was said that there was to be a new marriage, that the church would let it be so, doing and undoing, and doing again. But the weeks and the months went by, and it was never done. For, powerful as the Baron was, Bigot the Intendant was powerful also, and fought the thing with all his might. The Baron went to Quebec to see the bishop and the governor, and though promises were made, nothing was done. It must go to the king, and then to the pope, and from the pope to the king again, and so on. And the months and the years went by as they waited, volvemd, and Nuthem came no child to the manor house of Bugard. That was the only sad thing, that, and the waiting so far as man could see. The air was too still, for never were man and woman truer to each other than these, and never was a lady of the manor kender to the poor, freer of hand to his vassals. He would bluster sometimes, and string a peasant up by the heels, but his gallows was never used. And Fiapwolf, what was much in the minds of the people, the cure did not refuse the woman the sacrament. At last the Baron, fierce because he knew that Bigot was the cause of the great delay, so that he might not call Felice his wife, seized a transport on the river, which had been sent to brutally levy upon a poor gentleman, and when Bigot's men resisted, shot them down. Then Bigot sent against Bogard a company of artillery and some soldiers of the line. The guns were placed on a hill looking down on the manor house across the little river. In the evening the cannons arrived, and in the morning the fight was to begin. The guns were loaded, and everything was ready. At the manor all was making ready also, and the Baron had no fear. But Felice's heart was heavy, she knew not why. Eugene, she said, if anything should happen— Nonsense, my Felice, he answered. What should happen? If you were taken, or killed, she said. A nonsense, my Rose, he said again. I shall not be killed. But if I were, you should be at peace here. Ah, no, said she. Never. Life to me is only possible with you. I have had nothing but you, none of those things which give peace to other women, none. But I have been happy, yes, very happy. And God forgive me, Eugene, I cannot regret. And I never have, but it has been always and always my prayer that, when you die, I may die with you, at the same moment. For I cannot live without you, and, besides, I would like to go to the good God with you to speak for us both. For oh, I loved you, and I love you still, my husband, my adored. He stooped. He was so big, and she but of middle height. Kissed her, and said she, my Felice, I am of the same mind. We have been happy in life, and we could well be happy in death together. So they sat long into the night, and talked to each other, of the days they had passed together, of cheerful things, she trying to comfort herself, and he trying to bring smiles to her lips. At last they said good night, and he lay down in his clothes, and after a few moments she was sleeping like a child. But he could not sleep, for he lay thinking of her and of her life, how she had come from humble things and fitted in with the highest. At last, at break of day, he arose and went outside. He looked up at the hill where Bigot's 2 guns were. Men were already stirring there. One man was standing beside the gun, and another not far behind. Of course the Baron could not know that the man behind the gunner said, "Yes, you may open the dance with an early salute." And he smiled up boldly at the hill, and went into the house, and stole to the bed of his wife to kiss her, before he began the day's fighting. He looked at her a moment, standing over her, and then stooped and softly put his lips to hers. At that moment the gunner up on the hill used the match, and an awful thing happened. With the loud roar, the whole hillside of rock and gravel and sand split down, not 10 feet in front of the gun, moved with horrible swiftness upon the river, filled its bed, turned it from its course, and, sweeping on, swallowed the manor house of Bugard. There had been a crack in the hill, the water of the river had sapped its foundations, and it needed only this shock to send it down. And so, as the woman wished the same hour for herself and the man, and when at last their prison was opened by the hands of Bigot's men, they were found cheek by cheek, bound in the sacred marriage of death. But another had gone the same road, for, at the awful moment, beside the bursted gun, the dying gunner, Garoche, lifted up his head, saw the loose traveling hill, and said with his last breath, "The waters drown them, and the hills bury them," and he had his way with them, and after that perhaps the great God had his way with him. Perhaps.
Sue, Northumberland, England, 2018. The woman was standing at the side of the road at 12:40, 3 in the morning. No coat, no umbrella, no shoes, just a pale blue dress soaked completely through. Michael Harris almost drove past her. Almost. He had been driving taxis for 11 years and working nights for 6 of them. He knew the roads around Hexham better than most people knew their own gardens. This particular road wasn't somewhere you wanted to stop. Narrow, no streetlights, trees pressing close on both sides, and tonight, heavy rain had turned the road into a black ribbon, reflecting his headlights. Michael saw the woman, perhaps 50 yards ahead. Standing completely still, he slowed. She didn't wave, didn't step forward, didn't even look at him. Michael stopped, lowered the passenger window and called, "You all right, love?" The woman raised her head, young, perhaps 25. Dark hair stuck to her face. "Can you take me home?" Michael looked around. There wasn't a house for miles. "Where's home?" And she pointed down the road. Blackthorn Farm. Michael knew the name. At least, he thought he did. Get in. She opened the rear door and climbed inside. Immediately, the temperature in the taxi dropped. Michael turned the heater up. "You're soaked." The woman said nothing. "Been walking long?" No answer. Michael looked at her. In the rear view mirror, she was staring through the side window. "What's your name?" After several seconds, she answered, "Anna." "Michael." She looked at him through the mirror. "I know." Michael smiled awkwardly. "Name's on the license plate, love." Anna looked down. Yet the taxi continued. Rain hammered against the windscreen. Michael switched the wipers to full speed. "So, Blackthorn Farm." Anna nodded. "Your family there?" "My father." "He's going to be worried." "You wandering about at this time?" Anna looked towards the road ahead. "He doesn't know I'm coming." Michael felt something. He couldn't explain. Not fear, not yet, just unease. A few minutes later, his sat-nav lost signal. The screen froze. Typical. Michael tapped it. Anna leaned forward. Turn left at the dead tree. Michael frowned. "What dead tree?" "There." A huge oak appeared in the headlights. Bare branches. Black trunk. Michael turned left. He didn't remember there being a road there. The lane became narrow. Branch scraped along the taxi doors. Michael glanced at the meter. It had stopped at 14th Street. The clock had stopped too. 12:43. Michael tapped the dashboard. Nothing. "That's odd." Anna whispered, "Don't stop." Michael looked at her. "What?" "Whatever you see. Don't stop." He laughed nervously. "That's reassuring." Anna didn't smile. The headlights swept around a bend. A man stood. In the middle of the road, Michael slammed on the brakes. Anna screamed. "I told you." Michael stared ahead. The man hadn't moved. He was elderly. Flat cap, long dark coat. His back was towards the taxi. Michael lowered the window slightly. "Mate, Move out of the road. The man slowly turned. Michael stopped breathing. There was no face. Only smooth grey skin. No eyes. No mouth. Nothing. Michael hit the accelerator. The taxi swerved around him. Anna was crying. What the hell was that? She whispered. He knows I'm coming home. Who? My father. Michael looked in the mirror. That was your father. No. Anna wiped her eyes. That was something my father brought home. Michael wanted to stop. Turn around. Take her to a police station. Anywhere, except Blackthorn Farm. In the road behind them was gone. In the rear view mirror, there was only darkness. Not road, not trees, nothing. Michael looked forward. Anna, what's happening? She leaned back. My father used to dig. Dig what? Graves. Michael stared at her reflection. He worked at St. Bartholomew's Cemetery. One winter. They opened an old part of the churchyard. Anna paused. They found a grey without a name. Inside, there wasn't a coffin. Michael swallowed. What was there? A wooden box. Small. Covered in iron nails. Michael looked ahead. And your father opened it. Anna nodded. He brought something home. From inside. What? He never told us. After that, things started standing outside the house. Michael remembered the faceless man. My mother disappeared first. Then, my brother. Then, Anna stopped. Then you. She looked at Michael. I ran. The taxi rounded another bend. A farmhouse appeared. Old stone. Dark windows. One light burning above the front door. Anna whispered. Stop here. Michael didn't. You told me not to stop? That was before? Before what? Before we got home. Michael continued driving. The farmhouse remained ahead. He frowned. He had driven in at least 200 yards, yet the house was still the same distance away. What the? Anna leaned forward. You have to stop. Michael slammed the brakes. The taxi stopped. The meter suddenly changed. 1468 for 15 totenite, 18 fortinata, 27 to 90 eyes, numbers climbing rapidly. Then it stopped. 43 oded. Michael looked at Anna. For 3 her face changed. She looked terrified. No. What? That's how much it was. What was? The taxi? Michael stared. Anna whispered. The night I ran away? Michael felt cold. I called understand. 43 pounds. Hunt. To Newcastle. Michael looked towards the farmhouse. When? Anna didn't answer. Anna. When? She whispered. 1987. Michael slowly turned towards the back seat. Anna's dress was no longer blue. It was covered in dark brown stains. Her forehead was crushed inward. One arm hung at an impossible angle. Michael screamed and threw himself against the driver's door. It wouldn't open. Anna began crying. I nearly made it. And Michael stared at her. My father followed us. The taxi crashed her. At the dead tree. Michael remembered the oak. The driver died. Anna nodded. So did I. The taxi radio turned on by itself, static. Then, a man. She froze. Anna, come inside. The farmhouse door opened. A man stood there. Tall, thin, his face smooth and featureless. Anna whispered, That's not my father. Michael grabbed the steering wheel. Then what is it? Anna looked at him. It's what was inside the box. Figures began appearing around the farmhouse. A woman, a boy, an elderly man, others, all without faces. Michael started the engine. The radio screamed. Anna! He accelerated. The taxi shot forward. The farmhouse rushed towards them. At the last second, Anna shouted, Close your eyes! Michael did. There was a tremendous crash. Glass shattered. Metal screamed. Then silence. Michael opened his eyes. The taxi was parked at the side of the original road. Rain fell gently. His dashboard clock read 2044. Only 1 minute had passed. Michael looked behind him. The back seat was empty, except for a puddle of water and an old £5 note. Michael drove directly home. He never worked that road again. A week later, curiosity got the better of him. He searched local newspaper archives. Eventually, he found an article. July 1987. A taxi had crashed near an old oak tree on the road outside Hexham. The driver, 43-year-old, David Collins, had died instantly. His passenger, 24-year-old, Anna Mercer, had also been killed. Michael stared at the photograph. It was her. Same face, same dark hair, same pale blue dress. Then he read the final paragraph. Police had attempted to notify Anna's father at Blackthorn Farm, but when officers arrived, the farmhouse was empty. Inside, they found signs that the family had left suddenly. No bodies were ever discovered. Blackthorn Farm had been abandoned ever since. Michael stopped driving taxis the following year. He rarely spoke about what happened. But in 2023, a young delivery driver posted something online. He had been traveling along the same road shortly after midnight when he saw a woman standing in the rain, barefoot, blue dress. He stopped. She asked if he could take her home. The driver, remembering local stories, refused. He drove away, but when he looked in his rear view mirror, the woman was sitting in the back of his van. She wasn't looking at him. She was staring through the rear window. The driver whispered, "Who are you?" The woman raised one finger to her lips, then pointed behind the van. The driver looked in his mirror. Something was running down the road after them. A tall man, long dark coat, moving impossibly fast, and although he had no eyes, no nose, and no mouth, the driver somehow knew it was smiling. The woman leaned forward and whispered, "Whatever you do, don't stop." West London, England, 1887. The scratching began on the first night. Charles Whitmore heard it shortly after 2 in the morning, coming from somewhere behind his bedroom wall. Scratch, scratch, scratch. He opened his eyes and listened. Nothing. Charles had moved into the house that afternoon. Number 9, Bellwether Street, wasn't somewhere he had intended to live. At 42 years old, Charles had expected his life to be rather different. He had once owned a successful printing business. He had once had a wife. He had once had money. Now, he possessed 2 suitcases, a collection of books, and enough savings to rent 2 rooms. In one of the less fashionable parts of London, the house belonged to Mrs. Hargreaves, a widow of approximately 60, who seemed permanently irritated by the existence of other people. His bedroom was on the 2nd floor. Small, but comfortable. There was a fireplace, a wardrobe, a washstand, and one window overlooking the street. The only unusual thing was the wall beside the bed. It sounded hollow. Charles discovered this on his 2nd morning. He knocked against it. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed, as though there were empty space behind the plaster. Mrs. Hargreaves was serving breakfast downstairs. Charles mentioned it. "There's a cavity behind my bedroom wall." Her spoon stopped, halfway towards the sugar bowl. Nupo. Charles smiled. "There most certainly is. It's an old house, Mr. Whitmore." "I understand that." "Then you'll understand," she said, without looking at him, "that old houses make noises." Charles thought that a rather strange answer. The 2nd night the scratching returned. 2:13. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Charles sat up. It continued. Scratch, scratch, scratch. He lit a candle. The noise stopped. Charles climbed from bed and approached the wall. He placed his ear against it. Silence. Then from the other side, someone breathed. Charles stepped backwards. A slow, shuddering breath. Then another. "Hello." The breathing stopped. Charles waited. Then 3 knocks. Tap, tap, tap. Charles stared at the wall. He raised his hand and knocked back. Tap, tap, tap. Immediately tap. Something knocked again, but not 3 times. Once, then twice. Then 3 times, then 4. Charles frowned. He answered once, then twice, then 3 times, then 4. Silence. A moment later, a man's voice whispered from behind the plaster. "Thank you." Charles ran from the room. Mrs. Hargreaves found him downstairs, still wearing his nightclothes. She stared at him. "What happened?" "There's someone behind that wall." Her expression changed. "Don't be ridiculous." "I heard him." Charles pointed upstairs. "A man spoke to me." Mrs. Hargreaves became very still. "What did he say?" Charles hesitated. "Thank you." The color drained from her face. Then she slapped him. Hard. Charles stared at her. What the devil was that for? "You answered him." "What?" "You answered the knocking." Charles rubbed his cheek. "I thought somebody needed help." Mrs. Hargreaves whispered, "You fool." She walked to the front door, locked it, then closed every curtain downstairs. Charles watched her. "Would you kindly tell me what's happening?" Mrs. Hargreaves sat beside the fireplace. For several moments, she said nothing. Then she began. My husband built that wall. When? 23 years ago. Why? Mrs. Hargreaves looked upstairs. Because there used to be a room behind it. But Charles felt cold. What happened to the door? I bricked it up. Why? She looked at him. Because of Mr. Vale. Charles waited. Who was Mr. Vale, a lodger? And Mrs. Hargreaves folded her hands. He rented your room, and the room beside it. He was a quiet man, polite, paid his rent, never caused trouble. Then people began disappearing. Charles stared at her. What people? Women, mostly. Young women. Servants. A flower seller. One girl who worked in a bakery. The police questioned him, but they found nothing. Then my husband heard scratching. Behind the wall. Charles swallowed. There wasn't a wall then. No. And Mrs. Hargreaves shook her head. There was a cupboard. My husband removed the shelves. Behind them, he found a small door. Charles leaned forward. What was inside? Mrs. Hargreaves closed her eyes. 6 bodies. The room became silent. And Vale. Gone. Police searched London. They never found him. Charles looked towards the ceiling. So why brick up the room? Mrs. Hargreaves stared at him. Because 3 months after Vale disappeared, my husband heard knocking from inside it. Charles stopped breathing. What happened? Mrs. Hargreaves whispered. He vanished. Charles stood. That's impossible. I know. Why search the room? It was empty. Nothing. Except... She paused. After that, I had the doorway sealed. Charles looked upstairs, and the knocking stopped. Until when? Mrs. Hargreaves looked directly at him. Until you arrived. Charles packed immediately. He had no intention of spending another night inside number 9. By 11 that morning, both suitcases were downstairs. Charles put on his coat. Mrs. Hargreaves stood beside the door. I'm sorry. Charles nodded. So am I. Then someone knocked upstairs 3 times. Tap to tap. Charles froze. Mrs. Hargreaves whispered. Ignore it. Another knock. Then a man's voice. Emily. And Mrs. Hargreaves dropped her keys. Charles looked at her. Emily. Tears filled her eyes. My husband, she whispered, called me Emily. The voice came again. Emily, please. And Mrs. Hargreaves stepped towards the stairs. Charles grabbed her. No, that's him. It isn't. You don't know that. Charles tightened his grip. You told me yourself. The voice upstairs began crying. Emily, I've been waiting. And Mrs. Hargreaves pulled away. She climbed the stairs. Charles followed. When they reached his bedroom, the wallpaper was moving. Not fluttering, moving outwards, then inward, as though something enormous was breathing behind it. Mrs. Hargreaves approached. My love. Charles grabbed her shoulder. Don't. The wall knocked. Once, twice, 3 times. Then her husband's voice whispered, Answer me. And Mrs. Hargreaves raised her hand. Charles stopped her. No. Then, another voice came from behind the wall. A woman's voice. Please. Then another. Help us, another. Please? Soon dozens of voices whispered from behind the plaster, men, women, children, all begging, all crying. Then silence. A single man's voice spoke. Charles recognized it, Mr. Vale. Though he had never heard him before, somehow he knew. Charles. Charles stepped backwards. The plaster cracked. A thin line appeared from ceiling to floor. Something pushed from the other side. Fingers. Human fingers, forcing themselves through the crack. Mrs. Hargreaves screamed. Charles grabbed the fireplace poker. The fingers clawed at the plaster. More appeared. 5 hands. 10. Dozens. The wall began breaking apart. It was darkness, not a room, not bricks, just darkness. And inside that darkness stood a man. Tall, thin, wearing a black Victorian suit. Mr. Vale smiled. You answered. Charles swung the poker. It passed straight through him. Vale stepped forward. Behind him, faces appeared in the darkness. The missing women. Mrs. Hargreaves' husband. Others, dozens of them. Charles grabbed Mrs. Hargreaves and ran. They reached the street. Seconds before every window in number 9 shattered outward. Neighbors gathered. Police arrived. Nobody believed their story. The following morning builders entered the house. They removed the damaged wall. Behind it, They found a small room. 6 skeletons lay inside, exactly as Mrs. Hargreaves remembered. But there was something else, a 7th body, a man. The remains were identified by the wedding ring, still around one finger. Mrs. Hargreaves's husband. He had been missing for 23 years. But the doctor who examined him found something impossible. The body had been dead for less than 24 hours. Mrs. Hargreaves left London. Charles never saw her again. Number 9 remained empty until 1901. Then the house was renovated. The hidden room was removed. The walls were rebuilt. Everything was changed. Today, Bellwether Street no longer exists. The entire area was redeveloped during the 1960s. An office building now stands where number 9 once stood, and for many years, nothing unusual happened. Until a night cleaner, working alone, reported hearing scratching from behind a wall on the 2nd floor. Security investigated. There was nothing there. The following night, the scratching returned. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The cleaner approached the wall. Then 3 knocks came from the other side. Tap, tap, tap. He should have walked away. Instead, he knocked back. Tap, tap, tay, tap. The scratching stopped, and from somewhere, inside a wall that had been built nearly 80 years after Mr. Vale died, a man's voice whispered, very softly, "Thank you."
Bath, England. 1906 mirrors are remarkably honest things. They show us every wrinkle and every blemish and every unfortunate consequence dar of age. But there are certain mirrors which show rather more than they should, and one I encountered dawn in the winter of 1906 possessed a particularly wicked sense of humor. My name is Arthur Bellamy. At the time, I was 42 and proprietor of Bellamy and Sons, Antiquities, of Bath. There were, of course, no sons, but customers have always found a family business more trustworthy, particularly when purchasing something that belonged to somebody else's family. I dealt in furniture, tin paintings, and silverware, and occasionally objects whose previous owners were, thankfully, no longer available to complain about the price. The mirror arrived on February on the 9th, a Tuesday, I remember, because on Tuesday had always been my least profitable day. Until then, it was delivered by 2 men from an estate outside Wells. Neither man would enter von my shop. They left the mirror on the pavement. Careful, Paul, I shouted. It's 18th century. One of them. No, sir. What? It's older. I examined the frame. Black wood, perhaps ebony, carved, with twisting vines, small birds, and, rather disturbingly, tiny human faces at the top. Don was a silver, crescent moon. At the bottom, a small inscription, in Latin. I translated it. Quietly, he who looks must also be seen. Charming, I asked. Dawn the delivery men, dawn to carry it inside. They refused. Why? The older man looked, and towards the mirror, because Now, we've already looked at it. Then they left. I should mention that antique dealers are naturally suspicious men, not of ghosts, of bargains. A valuable object, offered cheaply, usually means one of three things. It is stolen, it is fake, or the seller knows something. Don, you don't. This mirror had cost me £3. That should have unworried me. Instead, I congratulated myself on an excellent purchase. I placed it at the rear there of the shop. Almost immediately, I noticed something peculiar. The reflection, one seemed sawn slightly, down too deep. If that sounds ridiculous, I assure you, it looked equally ridiculous. The shop reflected normally. Shelves, furniture, paintings, my desk, but beyond the reflected front window, the street was different, only slightly. No motor cars, gas lamps, instead of electric, people in clothing, perhaps 50 years out of date. I turned, torn towards, and the real window, a motor car, passed outside. I looked back into the mirror. A horse and carriage, passed in exactly the same direction. I smiled. A clever piece, I assumed, on the glass had somehow distorted the light. A ridiculous explanation, perhaps far but considerably less ridiculous, or than the truth. My assistant, Mr. Harold Finch, arrived shortly after 10. He was on 26, on enthusiastic, on and possessed the unfortunate habit of touching everything. He immediately noticed the mirror. That's new, very observant. How much? £3. He whistled. You robbed them, my dear Finch. But one cannot rob. A man who voluntarily accepts the price. Finch stood before the glass. Then his smile disappeared. Sir, who's that? I looked up. Who is who? The gentleman. I joined him. In the mirror behind us stood a man, tall, thin, perhaps 60 years old. He wore on a black Victorian frock coat, silver waistcoat, white gloves. His hair was perfectly uncommon. He held a silver-topped cane, and most unusual, he was smiling directly at us. I turned. Nobody. Finch turned too. The shop was empty. We looked back at the mirror. The gentleman remained, still smiling. Finch whispered, "How is he doing that?" I stepped closer. The reflected gentleman tilted his head. I raised my right hand. My reflection raised its left. The gentleman raised neither. Instead, he removed his hat, then Tun bowed. Finch stepped backwards. I, born being, considerably more sensible man, stepped closer. Fascinating. Fascinating. Finch stared at me. There's a man, inside the mirror. Apparently. Shouldn't we? I popped. Do something. What would you suggest? Cover it. I laughed. My dear Finch, bah, if I covered. Bum. Every antique. Bun, that behaved strangely, but I'd have nothing to sell. The gentleman. Barr smiled wider. Then he raised one gloved finger, done to his lips. Shay. Finch covered the mirror. I allowed it, not because I was frightened. Certainly not. Because Herr Finch was becoming rather irritating. That evening, I remained at the shop. After closing, curiosity is a dangerous thing, but for an antique dealer, it is also a professional requirement. At 9 o'clock, I removed the cloth. The gentleman was waiting, same position, same smile. Good evening. I felt rather foolish, speaking. Dawn to a mirror. The gentleman bowed. I stopped smiling. You can hear me. He nodded. Interesting. Who are you? He raised one finger, then pointed towards my desk. I looked. Nothing. When I looked, on back. He pointed again. More urgently, I opened the desk drawer. Inside, was a business card. I had never seen it before. Cream paper, black lettering, Mr. Ambrose Vale, portraitist, and looking glass maker. Below was an address in London, the date printed on the reverse. One was 1849. I looked. I'd at the mirror. Mr. Vale. The gentleman placed one hand against his chest and bowed. I laughed. Extraordinary. Then he pointed towards me, then towards himself. I frowned. What? He repeated. The gesture. Me, him, me, him. Then he extended his hand towards the glass, his palm pressed against the other side. I reached forward, not touching, almost the glass beneath my fingers, felt warm. Then Mr. Vale spoke. His voice came from somewhere behind the mirror, soft, elegant. Arthur. I stepped back. You know my name? Of course. His lips, and barely moved. I have been, for how long? He smiled. Longer, bah, than you. Bah, have been. Pie, watching me. Then the shop clock. Thart struck 10. Mr. Vale vanished. The following morning, I began researching him. Ambrose Vale had indeed been a looking glass maker in London, born Then 1791 disappeared. 1851, his workshop had been discovered, drew locked. From inside, no body, no sign of escape, only 7 mirrors. 6 were destroyed to buy his family. The 7th vanished. I looked towards the mirror. On standing at the back on of my shop, found you. Finch refused. One to uncover it. He had, apparently, dreamed about Vale. What happened? Bow in the dream. Finch looked embarrassed. He was, ah, I smiled. Perhaps. Dawn, he admired. Boss, your dreadful suit. Finch didn't laugh. He was standing. A bow. In my bedroom. Inside a mirror. No. That caught my attention. Where? Beside my bed. I said nothing. That afternoon, bar a woman entered the shop. Mrs. Evelyn Hart, a wealthy widow, and regular customer. She saw the covered mirror. Something. Bow. Rather unusual. Naturally. Those words. Guaranteed. She would demand Dawn to see it. I removed the cloth. Mrs. Hart examined the mirror. Oh! Ah, how beautiful. Vale wasn't there. She stepped closer. Then she smiled. My goodness. What? I look, 20 years younger. I looked at her reflection. She did. The real Mrs. Hart was perhaps 65. In the mirror, she appeared to 140. She touched her face. The reflection did the same. Then, one behind, the reflected Mrs. Hart, Mr. Vale, appeared. I froze. He leaned point towards her reflection and whispered something. Dawn into her ear. The real Mrs. Hart. Dawn smiled. What did he say? She turned. Ooh. The man. She looked and back. Vale was gone. What man? She purchased. On the mirror. Don 4. Don 40 pounds. I wish I could tell you. I tried. Don to stop her. I did not. 40 pounds. On was 40 pounds. 2 days later, Mrs. Hart. On was reported missing. Her maid, Da found. The front door locked. Windows closed. No sign. Dawn of disturbance. The mirror stood in her bedroom when police questioned me. I told them nothing about Ambrose Vale. Would you? A week passed. Then, when the mirror returned, it stood outside my shop one morning. No note, no delivery, nothing. I carried it inside. Yes, I know. One occasionally looks back. Ta upon one's younger self are with considerable disappointment. I removed the cloth. Mr. Vale stood inside. Beside him was Mrs. Hart, young again, perhaps, on 35. She smiled, one beautifully. I stared. Evelyn, She approached the glass. Her lips moved. No sound. Veil stood behind her. Then he placed on one hand on her shoulder. She disappeared. Veil smiled. I covered the mirror. That evening I attempted to destroy it. Hammer. Nothing. The glass did not crack. I dropped it from the upstairs window. The pavement cracked. The mirror did not. I placed it inside. The fireplace, the wooden frame, did not burn. Finally, I covered it and locked it. Inside the cellar at midnight, someone knocked on my bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Arthur Finch's voice. I opened the door. Nobody. Then, from my dressing mirror came quiet laughter. Ambrose Vale, or stood done inside it, not the antique mirror. My mirror, how Vale smiled. My dear Arthur, but, Ton Shirley, but, you didn't imagine. Bob, I lived, inside one piece of glass. I backed away. They walked through the reflected bedroom towards me. You see, he whispered, Von mirrors, they are doors. Doors to where? Vale smiled. Everywhere. Then my reflection turned on its head, one towards me. I had not moved. I stared at myself. My reflection smiled. I did not veil. Placed one hand on my reflection's shoulder. Then my reflection stepped aside. Behind it was another room, dark, enormous, filled with mirrors, thousands, perhaps, gone millions, and behind every mirror stood someone, people, watching on their own homes, and from the wrong side of the glass. Mrs. Hart, Dan was among them. So was a young man, one wearing on clothes, on from 1840, a child, an old soldier, a woman in Georgian dress, all trapped, all watching. Vale whispered, I've been, rather lonely. What do you want? A replacement. I looked at him. You escaped. His smile became magnificent. Not yet. Then he reached through the mirror his hand and came and into my bedroom. White glove, silver cuff, real. I grabbed on the nearest object, a brass candlestick, and struck his hand. Vale screamed for the first time. His elegant expression, one vanished, his face twisted on with rage. The mirror and shook. My reflection lunged towards me. From inside I struck the glass. Once, twice, 3 times, nothing. Then I remembered the inscription on the antique frame. He who looks must also be seen. Seen, not reflected. Seen. I grabbed the bed sheet and threw it over the mirror. Vale screamed again, the moment. I could no longer see him. His hand. Vanished. I ran. On through the house. Covered. Every mirror. Every polished surface. Every window. Then I went to the shop. Finch. None was already there, standing on before the antique mirror, uncovered. Harold, he turned, his face, looked, strangely calm. Good morning, sir. Something was wrong, very wrong. His voice, none was perfect. His smile, toe was not, too controlled, too elegant. Then I looked at the mirror. Inside stood Harold Finch, the real Finch, pounding, 10 against. The other side of the glass I looked, not at the man, now standing beside me. He smiled, then slowly removed an imaginary hat. Good morning. Bong. Good Arthur. Ambrose Vale. He had escaped. I backed away. Vale examined. In Finch's hands, his clothes, his face. He smiled. Not entirely. My style. Bow. But one must. Move with the times. I grabbed the cloth. Vale moved. Dawn towards me. Don't. I threw it. One over. The antique mirror. Nothing happened. Vale laughed. My dear fellow. Bow. You are covering. Bow. The wrong mirror. I looked. Towards the shop window. Vale's reflection. There stood inside it. But Finch's body, one stood before me. 2 different men. I understood Vale had not escaped, not completely. Part of him remained inside every reflection. So I did something which cost me nearly £2,000. I destroyed every reflective surface in the building. Windows, mirrors, glass cabinets, silver trays, picture frames, anything that could hold a reflection. Vale screamed each time. One shattered. Finally, only the antique mirror remained. I removed on the cloth. Vale was inside again. Finch stood beside him. Mrs. Hart. Dozens of others. Vale looked less human now. His face, none was stretched, thin. His smile, the far too wide. You cannot destroy the door. No, I replied. But perhaps, Bow, I can close it. I took a tin out of black paint. Vale's expression, unchanged. No, I painted the glass. One stroke. Vale screamed. Another. His face disappeared beneath black paint. Another, until nothing reflected. Nothing. I could see out. And more importantly, nothing. And could see in. The screaming continued for nearly on an hour, then stopped. The following morning, Harold Finch, Dawn was found unconscious outside the shop, alive. He remembered. Nothing after looking into the mirror. Mrs. Hart returned home. 3 days later, she believed she had been visiting relatives. Nobody remembered anything unusual. Nobody except me. I sealed the mirror Kandan inside on a wooden crate. No glass, no polished metal, nothing reflective. Then I had it placed inside a bank vault. It remained there until 1942. A German bomb destroyed the building. The vault was recovered after the war. The crate was empty. I was an old man, foreign by then. I hoped the mirror had been destroyed. For many years, there were no reports. Then, in 1973, an antique dealer in Brighton advertised an unusual and black framed mirror. In 1989, a similar mirror appeared at an auction, one in London. And more recently, a photograph was posted online, one by a young couple who had purchased an antique mirror for their new home. The frame was black at the top, a silver crescent moon at the bottom. A Latin inscription, "He who looks," must also be seen. The couple thought it was beautiful. They placed it, though, in their bedroom. Then they took a photograph, one to show their friends. The photograph appeared perfectly ordinary. At first, the young couple stood beside the mirror, smiling. But when someone enlarged on the image, they noticed a third person stood in the reflection, a tall, thin gentleman, black frock coat, silver waistcoat, white gloves, standing between them, smiling. And although the photograph was taken with a modern phone, there was something even stranger in the reflection, and the gentleman was holding the phone, not the young couple. He was done taking the photograph. The picture was removed, found from the internet. The following day, the couple have not posted anything since. Perhaps that means nothing. Perhaps they simply lost interest. But the next time you pass a mirror late at night, do something for me. Don't look directly at yourself. Look behind yourself at the room, inside the glass. And if there happens to be a tall gentleman standing somewhere in the reflection, do not turn around. Do not speak to him. And whatever you do, do not smile, because if he smiles, turn back before you do, and then the gentleman in the glass is no longer or watching. From his side, ane of the mirror, he is waiting, done for you, trying to take his place.
Sheffield, England. 1967's threes. The first thing Margaret noticed about number 42 was the door at the end of the hallway. It wasn't a real door. Not anymore. Someone had bricked it up years before. You could still see its shape beneath the wallpaper. A tall rectangle, slightly darker than the surrounding wall. And near the bottom, the faint outline of what had once been a letterbox. Margaret asked the estate agent about it. Old entrance. He barely looked. House used to be divided into two properties. When? Or years ago. And Margaret's husband, Alan, wasn't interested. The house was cheap. They had 2 children, David aged 9 and Claire aged 6. They needed the space, so 3 weeks later, number 42 became theirs. The first few days were perfectly ordinary. Boxes everywhere, wallpaper stripping, arguments about furniture, children running upstairs when they'd been repeatedly told not to. Then, on their 4th night, Margaret heard the front door open. She looked at the clock. 11:47. Alan was beside her, asleep. The children were upstairs. Margaret listened. The door downstairs closed. Click. Then, a man's footsteps entered the hallway. 1 step. 2. 3. Margaret sat upright. Alan! He grunted. On. Someone's downstairs. He opened his eyes. The footsteps continued, slow, heavy, deliberate. Alan climbed from bed. He grabbed the cricket bat. They kept behind the wardrobe. Margaret followed him to the landing. Below them, the hallway was empty. Hello, Alan called. Nothing. He went downstairs. Front door locked. Kitchen empty. Back door locked. Windows closed. Then Margaret noticed something. The wallpaper over the old doorway was moving, very slightly, as though from behind it. Alan touched the wall. Solid. Probably pipes. Margaret stared at him. Pipes don't open doors. He smiled. Old houses make noises. Margaret hated that phrase, because people only ever said it when they didn't know what the noise was. The following night, 11:47. Click. The sound of a door opening. Footsteps. 1, 2, 3. Then silence. The 3rd night, the same. The 4th, nothing. On the 5th night, Claire appeared beside their bed. Mummy. The Margaret opened her eyes. What is it, sweetheart? There's a man downstairs. Margaret immediately sat up. What man? The man who comes home. Alan woke. What? Claire rubbed her eyes. He stands by the wall. Margaret looked towards Alan. What does he look like? Claire thought, old, like Grandad. Naboo. She shook her head. Older? Then, she added, he doesn't have any eyes. Alan turned on the bedside lamp. Claire, have you been dreaming? Num. He asked me where his wife was. Margaret felt suddenly cold. What did you tell him? Claire pointed towards her parents' bedroom. I said Mummy was here. That morning, Margaret telephoned the previous owner, Mrs. Harris, an elderly woman, who had moved into sheltered accommodation. Margaret asked about the old doorway. There was silence at the other end. Who told you about that? The estate agent. Another pause. What was they? Mrs. Harris sighed. Number 42 wasn't divided into 2 houses. Margaret frowned. Then what was the doorway? Funeral entrance. Margaret said nothing. Mrs. Harris continued. The house belonged to an undertaker. Before the war, families entered through the front. The dead came through the side passage, and Margaret looked towards the wallpapered wall. That door led outside. Once, what happened to it? Bricked up after Mr. Galloway died. Who was he? The undertaker. Margaret hesitated. Did he die here? Mrs. Harris became quiet. Eventually, not exactly. Margaret waited. He disappeared in 1936. Nobody knew where he'd gone. His wife said. He'd left her. But people didn't believe her. Why? Because for months afterwards, she kept setting a place for him. At the dinner table, Margaret swallowed. He still came home, or every night. Margaret almost laughed. Almost. What happened to his wife? She died in this house. When? 1941. Margaret looked towards the hallway. Which room? The one that's your bedroom now. That evening, Margaret told Alan they were moving. Alan refused. They had spent everything on the house. They couldn't simply leave. Because of noises and an old woman's story. Then, at 11:47, the door opened. Click. This time, Alan was awake. He sat beside Margaret, listening. Footsteps. 1, 3. Then, a man's voice. Mabel. Margaret grabbed Alan's hand. The voice came again. Mabel, I'm home. Something scratched the wallpaper downstairs. Alan stood. Stay here. Margaret whispered. Don't go. But he did. He walked downstairs. Margaret followed several steps behind. The wallpaper over the old doorway was bulging outward, slowly, then relaxing. Bulging, then relaxing, like something breathing. Alan approached. Who's there? The breathing stopped. A man's voice answered from inside the wall. Is my wife there? Alan stepped backwards. Margaret covered her mouth. The voice knocked. 3 times. Let me in. Alan whispered. No. The hallway light went out. Claire screamed upstairs. Margaret turned. When she looked back, the wall had changed. There was a door. Dark wood. Brass handle. A narrow letterbox. Exactly where the outline had been. The handle turned. Margaret shouted. Alan! Don't open it. Alan wasn't touching it. The door opened itself. Beyond it was not the street. It was a room. Narrow, lit by candles. Coffins lined both walls. At the far end stood a man, black suit, white shirt, grey skin, and where his eyes should have been were 2 dark hollows. He smiled. Mabel. Then he looked at Margaret. His smile disappeared. You're not my wife. Alan grabbed Margaret. They backed away. The man stepped through the doorway, and behind him, something moved. Inside every coffin. Knock. Knock. Dozens of hands struck the lids. The man looked behind himself. Then, he whispered. Oh, his expression changed. Fear. They followed me. The coffin lids began opening. Alan grabbed Margaret, and they ran upstairs. Children. David came from his room. Claire followed. Alan pushed everyone into the bedroom. Downstairs, doors opened. Footsteps filled the hallway, not one person, many. Slowly, they began climbing the stairs. Margaret locked the bedroom door. Claire whispered, Mummy, the lady's here. Margaret turned. A woman stood beside the window. Old, fashioned dress. Pale face. But unlike the man, she had eyes. She looked at Claire. Then Margaret. Mabel, Margaret whispered. The woman nodded. Footsteps reached to the landing. Mabel walked towards the bedroom door. She placed one hand against it, then called, George. Everything stopped. Silence. A man's voice answered from the other side. Mabel, she smiled. I've been waiting. The bedroom door opened. Mabel stepped through. Margaret saw the eyeless man standing outside. For the first time, he looked peaceful. He took his wife's hand. Then, both of them walked downstairs. The other footsteps followed, one after another. Then, the front door closed. Click. The house became silent. Alan and Margaret did not sleep. The following morning, they removed the wallpaper from the old doorway. Alan intended to brick over it properly. Instead, they found something behind the plaster, a wooden door. Alan called the police. Builders were brought in. The door was opened. Behind it was a narrow, sealed room. There were no coffins, no candles, no passage outside, only a chair, a coat, and human remains. The skeleton belonged to a man. Police eventually determined the body had been there for approximately 30 years. Inside the coat pocket was a silver pocket watch engraved George Galloway. The undertaker had never left his wife. He had been inside the wall the entire time. Margaret and Alan sold the house 6 months later. For decades, nothing more was reported. Number 42 still stands today. The doorway is gone. During renovations in 2009, the hallway was completely rebuilt. But the current owners have mentioned one peculiar thing. Their digital doorbell camera occasionally activates at exactly 11:47 at night. Nobody is ever outside. Yet the recording always contains sound. First, a door opens. Click. Then 3 footsteps. 1, 2, 3. And finally, an elderly man's voice speaks from somewhere on the other side of the front door. I'm home, and most nights, nothing else happens. But once In November of last year, the camera recorded a woman's voice answering him from inside the house. "Come in, George. I've been waiting."
Shudder, North Yorkshire, England, 1928. There was one grave in St. Mary's churchyard that nobody would tend. It stood beneath an ancient yew tree at the furthest edge of the cemetery. No flowers grew upon it. No inscription marked the stone, and whenever autumn came, the leaves somehow avoided it. Arthur Pembroke first noticed the grave 3 days after arriving in the village of Wetherby Cross. Arthur was a historian, not an important historian, as he would later admit. He wrote small books about small places, which were purchased by small numbers of people. Churches interested him, particularly medieval churches, and St. Mary's, with its Norman doorway and ruined Saxon foundations, was exactly the sort of place Arthur loved. The vicar, Reverend Cole, gave him permission to examine the parish records. For 4 days, Arthur worked happily. Baptisms, marriages, deaths. Then, he found something peculiar. A page had been removed from the burial register. Not damaged, removed, carefully cut away. The missing entries covered September 1746. Arthur mentioned it to Reverend Cole. The vicar became uncomfortable. Old books lose pages. This one didn't. Arthur pointed towards the binding. Someone cut it out. Cole closed the register. Then I suppose someone had their reasons. That should have ended the matter. But Arthur Pembroke possessed the unfortunate quality, common to historians, of becoming extremely interested the moment somebody told him something wasn't interesting. That afternoon, he explored the churchyard and found the unnamed grave. The headstone was unusual, no words, no dates, only a symbol, a circle with a vertical line through it. Arthur copied it into his notebook. Behind him, someone said, "I wouldn't do that." Arthur turned. An elderly man stood beside the path. Arthur recognized him as Jacob Mills, the village gravedigger. Why not? Jacob looked at the stone. Best leave that one alone. Whose grave is it? Jacob shook his head. Nobody's. Arthur smiled. Somebody must be buried there. Jacob looked directly at him. That's not what I said. Then he walked away. That evening, Arthur searched the village records again. Nothing. No grave, no burial, no mention of the symbol, until inside an old collection of parish correspondence, he discovered a letter, dated October the 2nd, 1746. The handwriting was difficult but readable. Arthur copied several lines. "As we have done as instructed. Chest the earth has been replaced. No marker bearing his name shall remain." As then, one final sentence. "As should the stone be disturbed, it must be returned before sunset." Prince Arthur stared at the words, then laughed. Village superstition. Precisely the sort of thing readers enjoyed. The following morning, Arthur returned to the grave. He examined the stone carefully. It wasn't fixed into the ground. Strange. Most stones of that age were buried deeply. Arthur pushed. Nothing. He pushed harder. The stone moved. Behind it, something fell into the grass. A small iron object. Arthur picked it up, black with age. He slipped it into his pocket. Then remembered the letter. The stone must be returned before sunset. Sir Arthur smiled. Nevertheless, he pushed the headstone back into place. That night, Arthur woke at 2:17. Someone was walking outside his room. Slow footsteps. Scrape, step, scrape, step. Arthur sat up. He was staying at the village inn on the 2nd floor. The corridor outside carpeted. Scrape, step, scrape, step. The footsteps stopped outside his door. Arthur waited. Nothing. Then something scratched the wood. Once, twice, 3 times. Arthur lit the bedside lamp. Who's there? Silence. He opened the door. Nobody. But on the carpet lay soil. Dark, wet soil. And in the center was a footprint. Bare. Arthur closed the door. He slept poorly. The next morning, he discovered something else. The iron key was no longer inside his coat pocket. It lay on his bedside table, covered in fresh earth. Arthur went immediately to Reverend Cole. He showed him the key. The vicar stared at it. "Where did you get this?" "Behind the grave." Cole stood. "You moved the stone." "Only slightly." The vicar's face changed. "Give me the key." Arthur hesitated. "Why?" "Give it to me." Arthur handed it over. Cole wrapped the key in cloth. Then, without another word, walked towards the church. Arthur followed. They entered the vestry. Cole moved an old cabinet aside. Behind it was a tiny wooden door, no handle, only a keyhole. Arthur stared. Cole inserted the iron key. The lock clicked. He opened the door. Behind it, stone steps descended beneath the church. The smell that came from below was dreadful. Damp earth, mud, and something else, something sweet and rotten. Cole lit a lantern. You wanted to know whose grave it was. Arthur followed him down. At the bottom was a crypt, small, ancient, and completely empty, except for a wooden chair. Leather straps were attached to its arms. Arthur stopped. What happened here? Cole raised the lantern. Scratched into the wall were names. Dozens of them, villagers, dates, 1746. Arthur recognized one name from the parish records. Samuel Ward Dots. What did they do? Cole spoke quietly. Samuel Ward buried his wife. Arthur waited. 3 nights later, she came home. Arthur smiled nervously. Love, knew. Cole continued. She knocked on the door. Samuel let her inside. The lantern flame flickered. By morning, Samuel's children were dead. Arthur swallowed. And his wife? Gone. What happened to Samuel? The village blamed him. Cole looked towards the chair. They brought him here. Arthur understood. They killed him. No. Cole looked at him. They waited. For what? To see if she came back. Arthur felt suddenly cold. And did she? Something scraped above them. Both men looked towards the stairs. Scrape. Scrape. Step. Cole's face became white. Did you replace the stone? Arthur nodded. Yes, exactly as it was. Arthur hesitated. I think so. Cole whispered. Oh God. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, then stopped. A woman's voice drifted down, soft, gentle. Samuel. Cole extinguished the lantern. Darkness. Arthur heard breathing beside him. Then, another voice. A man's voice, from the opposite side of the crypt. Elizabeth. Arthur froze. The voice had come from the empty chair. Something moved in the darkness. Leather straps creaked. Then, the woman upstairs laughed. Arthur remembered nothing else clearly. He remembered running. He remembered Reverend Cole screaming. And he remembered something crawling up the stairs behind him. Arthur left Wetherby Cross that afternoon. He never finished his book. St. Mary's Church closed in 1957 after Reverend Cole disappeared. His body was never found. The church itself was demolished in 1972. During the demolition, workers uncovered the crypt. They found the wooden chair, the leather restraints, and human remains belonging to at least 17 people. But something else puzzled them. At the edge of the churchyard, beneath the old yew tree, stood an unnamed grave. The workers removed the headstone. There was no coffin underneath, no skeleton, nothing except 2 sets of footprints pressed into the earth, one man's, one woman's, and both sets led out of the grave towards the village.
Edinburgh, Scotland, 1887. There are men who collect paintings. Others collect books, coins, or rare bottles of wine. Sebastian Vale collected something rather more unusual. He collected last words, not written words, not memories repeated by grieving relatives, the actual final words spoken by the dying, and Sebastian had discovered a way to keep them. I first met him in November of 1887. My name is Dr. Henry Ashcroft. At the time, I was 39 and employed at the Royal Infirmary in Edinburgh. I considered myself a sensible man, educated, rational, and perhaps a little too proud of both qualities. Sebastian Vale was introduced to me by a colleague. He was perhaps 60, tall, elegantly dressed, with silver hair and the pale complexion of a man who regarded daylight as an unnecessary inconvenience. His eyes were remarkable, not because of their color, but because when he looked at you, you had the uncomfortable feeling that he was listening to something you hadn't said yet. We met in a small coffee house near South Bridge. Vale ordered tea. He didn't drink it. Instead, he placed a small glass bottle on the table between us. It was no larger than my thumb. Inside was nothing. At least nothing I could see. Vale smiled. Doctor, would you care to hear a dead man speak? I laughed. I've heard enough. Dead men remain remarkably silent. Vale's smile widened. Precisely. He removed the stopper. At first, nothing happened. Then, from inside the little bottle came a man's voice, very faint, very distant. Tell Margaret I forgive her. Vale replaced the stopper. The voice stopped. I stared at him. A trick, of course. He seemed almost disappointed. Everything unexplained until someone explains it. Who was that? A man. Dead, named Charles Bennett. Dead February the 6th, in 1879. Closer, I leaned closer. And how exactly did you put his voice inside a bottle? Vale picked it up. I didn't. I waited. He did. That was the beginning. Over the following weeks, I became, against my better judgment, a regular visitor to Sebastian Vale's house. It stood in a narrow street near the old city, pressed between two taller buildings, as though trying not to be noticed. The house contained hundreds of bottles, small bottles, large bottles, bloom glass, clear glass, every one carefully labeled with a name and a date. Margaret Ellis, 1863. Joseph Harper, 1871. Thomas Bell, 1874. Elizabeth Crane, 1880. Some shelves contained hundreds. What do they say? I asked. Vale looked around the room. Most say very little. People imagine their final words will be profound. He smiled. They rarely are. Some ask for their mothers. Curse God. Some ask where they are. And some simply say they're afraid. There I examine afraid. One bottle. And you collect these? Why? Vale's smile disappeared. Because occasionally someone says something after they die. I looked at him. After. Vale nodded. Those are the interesting ones. He led me to a cabinet at the far end of the room. It was locked. From his waistcoat, he produced a small brass key. Inside were 13 bottles. Unlike the others, these were black, completely opaque, each sealed with red wax. Vale pointed to the first, Thomas Cartwright. Indeed, January 1872, he lifted the bottle. What were his last words? He Vale whispered. He had none. I frowned. He died in his sleep. Then what's inside the bottle? Vale looked at me. Something that spoke. 3 hours later, despite myself, I felt a chill. Vale broke the wax. He removed the stopper. Silence. Then a voice, not Cartwright's, something deeper, slow, almost amused. Sebastian. Vale immediately sealed the bottle. His hands were trembling. I stared. It knew your name. Yes. How? I don't know. I look towards the remaining bottles. Do they all say your name? No. What do they say? Vale hesitated. Then he opened another. A woman's voice whispered from inside. 7. He closed it. Another bottle. 6. Another. 5. Vale stopped. I stared at the cabinet. They're counting. Wes. Counting what? Vale looked towards me. I had hoped you might tell me. I laughed nervously. I'm a physician, not a spiritualist. Precisely why I asked you here. Vale closed the cabinet. I need someone who will remain rational. When I cannot, 3 nights later, Sebastian Vale sent for me. His note contained only 5 words. Another bottle has begun speaking. I arrived shortly after 10. Vale looked terrible. He had not slept. On the table stood a clear glass bottle. There was no label. Where did this come from? I asked. My bedroom. When? This morning. You put it there. No, I examined it. Empty. As it spoken, Vale nodded. What did it say? He looked at me. Your name. I stopped. My name. Vale nodded. Henry Ashcroft. I reached for the bottle. Vale grabbed my wrist. Done. Why? Because it only speaks when you hold it. I stared at him. Then, slowly, I picked it up. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, from inside, came a whisper. My own voice. Don't open the door. I dropped the bottle. It didn't break. I stared at Vale. None. My voice. Yes, but I never said that. Vale leaned closer. Not yet. The clock in the hallway struck 11. At the final chime, someone knocked on the front door 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Vale and I looked at one another. The bottle whispered again. Don't open the door. The knocking returned. Knock, knock. Vale stood. You're not seriously considering answering it. He looked towards the hallway. I've been waiting 15 years for this. For what? The collector. I stared. I thought you were the collector. You Vale gave a sad smile. So did I. He walked towards the door. I followed. Sebastian. He stopped. Where did you learn to capture these voices? For a moment, he said nothing. Then, I didn't invent it. Who did? Vale looked towards the door. My wife. I had never heard him mention a wife. Her name was Eleanor. She was dying of consumption. One evening, she asked me to bring her a small bottle. Why, Vale swallowed. She said she didn't want her final words to disappear. He looked towards the shelves. When she died, the bottle whispered. What did she say? Vale's eyes filled with tears. She said, I'll wait for you. The knocking came again, louder. Knock, knock. Vale continued. After that, I experimented. Certain glass shapes could hold the final breath of a dying person. I looked towards the hundreds of bottles. You've been stealing people's last breaths. Vale looked ashamed. At first, I believed. I was preserving them. Then the black bottles began appearing. I never made them. Another knock. This time, the door shook. The clear bottle on the table spoke again. My voice. Henry, run. I backed away. Vale reached for the door handle. Sebastian, don't. He smiled. What if it's Eleanor? What if it isn't? Why Vale opened the door. Nobody stood outside. Only fog. Thick yellow Edinburgh fog. Vale stared into it. Eleanor. Something moved in the darkness. Then a woman stepped forward. She wore a white nightdress. Her hair hung around her shoulders. Her skin was terribly pale. Eleanor, she smiled. Sebastian. He began crying. I grabbed his arm. Wait. Eleanor looked towards me. Her smile remained, but her eyes were wrong, completely black. I pulled Vale backwards. Closed the door. Eleanor's smile widened. Sebastian, I've waited so long, Vale whispered. I'm sorry. He stepped towards her. Then from the room behind us, hundreds of voices began screaming. Every bottle at once. Don't. Close it. Run, not her. Vale froze. Eleanor's face changed. Her mouth opened far wider than any human mouth could. From somewhere inside her came the sound of breaking glass. Vale slammed the door. Something struck the other side. The entire house shuddered. Then the black bottles began to break, one by one. Crash. A whisper escaped. Crash. Another. crash. Another. Each voice said a number, 4, 3, 2. Vale stared towards the cabinet. Only one black bottle remained. It cracked. A voice whispered, 1. Then every candle went out. Darkness. I heard Vale beside me. Henry. Wes. If something speaks with my voice, don't answer. I heard footsteps moving through the room. Slowly. Then Vale screamed. I struck a match. He was gone. Where he had stood was a bottle, black glass, red wax. On its label were written 2 words, Sebastian Vale. My hands shook as I lifted it. From inside, Vale whispered, Henry. I almost answered, then remembered, don't answer. The voice came again, please. I remained silent. Then the voice changed. My mother's voice, Henry. Then my father's. Then my own. Open me. I carried the bottle towards the fireplace. The voices screamed. I threw it into the flames. The bottle did not break. Instead, something inside began laughing. The fire turned black. Then every bottle in the house began whispering at once. Hundreds of final words, hundreds of dead voices, until one voice rose above them all. Eleanor. Thank you, Henry. The windows exploded. Glass filled the room. A wind rushed through the house. One by one, the bottles shattered, and from each came a breath, a sigh, a whisper, released. Then silence. When daylight came, I was alone. Sebastian Vale was never found. Police believed he had fled. His collection was destroyed. I never told them what happened. Who would have believed me? I returned to medicine. I married, had children, and for many years I convinced myself that the events inside Vale's house had been some form of madness. Until December 1901, 14 years later, I was called to attend an elderly patient, a woman dying peacefully in her own bed. Her family stood around her. She opened her eyes and looked directly at me. Dr. Ashcroft. Yes. She smiled. There's a gentleman standing behind you. I turned. Nobody. What gentleman? The woman whispered. He has a bottle. My eye blood turned cold. What does he look like? She smiled weakly. Towel, silver hair. Very pale. I couldn't breathe. What is he doing? The woman's eyes moved towards something behind my shoulder, listening. Then she died. I stood beside the bed for several minutes. Nobody spoke. As I prepared to leave, I noticed something on the bedside table. A small glass bottle, empty. I had never seen it before. On the bottom was a label, Henry Ashcroft. I did not touch it. I left the house and never returned. That was 23 years ago. I am an old man now. My hands shake. My eyesight is failing. And tonight, I find myself lying in my own bed with my family downstairs. The doctor says, I may not see morning. There is a small bottle on the table beside me. It appeared 3 nights ago. At first, it was empty, but tonight there is something inside, mist, very faint, moving like breath against glass, and standing in the corner of my bedroom is Sebastian Vale. He looks exactly as he did, tall, elegant, silver hair. He is holding another bottle, black glass, red wax. He has been waiting for several hours. I asked him what he wanted. He smiled. Then, from inside the bottle came my own voice, very old, very weak, speaking words I have not yet said. Sebastian, please. A veil looked at me and whispered, careful, doctor. Those might be your last words. The clock downstairs has just begun to strike midnight, and now Sebastian is walking towards my bed, so perhaps I should choose my final words very carefully, because if you are hearing this story, then somewhere there may be a little glass bottle with my name written on the bottom. And if late one night you should find it sitting on a shelf where you are certain there was nothing before, please do not remove the stopper, because the voice inside may sound like mine. But listen very carefully. There are 2 voices in that bottle. One is whispering for you to put it down, and the other is waiting for you to answer.
There are streets where people refuse to live. Houses that remain empty for decades. Not because they're dangerous. Not because they're falling apart. But because something inside refuses to leave. Willow Lane was one of those streets. Every house had families. Every garden was cared for. Every window glowed warmly at night. Except number 13. The curtains never moved. The paint peeled from the walls. The garden had become a jungle of dead weeds and twisted branches. Children crossed the road rather than walk past it. Delivery drivers left parcels at neighboring houses. Even stray cats refused to step through the broken gate. No one could remember the last person who had lived there. Only the stories remained. People claimed they heard footsteps inside every night. Doors slamming, furniture being dragged across wooden floors. Sometimes, a child laughing. The police had investigated countless times. Every search ended the same way. An empty house, no signs of entry, no explanation. That was enough to attract Oliver Reed. He hosted a small online channel exploring abandoned buildings. He wasn't looking for ghosts. He was looking for the truth. His viewers had suggested number 13 hundreds of times. Finally, he decided to visit. He arrived just before sunset. His cameras rolled as he stepped through the rusted gate. The front door stood slightly open. It creaked gently in the evening breeze. Inside, dust covered everything. Wallpaper peeled from damp walls. A grandfather clock stood frozen at exactly 13 minutes past midnight. Oliver smiled. This place hasn't changed in years. His voice echoed strangely. as though the house had repeated his words back to him. He walked into the sitting room. An old fireplace, broken chairs, a piano with missing keys, nothing unusual. Then, one piano key pressed down by itself, a single note filled the room. Oliver stopped recording. He stared. Silence. He laughed nervously. Old houses settle. Another key pressed, then another. A slow melody drifted through the room. No hands touched the piano. Oliver backed away. The music stopped. His torch flickered. Something moved upstairs. Not quickly. Slowly. Like someone pacing. Step, step, step. He climbed the staircase. Each footstep above matched his own below. When he stopped, the footsteps stopped too. At the end of the hallway stood a single white door. Unlike every other room, this door looked new. Fresh paint, new brass handle, no dust. Above it, a brass number, 13. Oliver frowned. The house already was number 13. Why would one bedroom carry the same number? He reached for the handle, locked. Then, a small voice whispered from the other side. "Don't leave me." He froze. It sounded like a little girl, barely 6 years old. "I'm scared." Oliver pressed his ear against the wood. A silence. Then, "I've been waiting." He grabbed his phone. No signal. His camera battery dropped from 90% to 0. The hallway became colder. His breath drifted through the torchlight. Again, the little voice spoke. "You found my door." The handle slowly turned by itself. The door creaked open. Inside, there was no bedroom. Only another hallway, longer than the house itself. Wallpaper stretched into darkness. Dozens of identical white doors lined both sides. Every one marked with the number 13. Oliver whispered, "That's impossible." Something answered. The doors began opening, one by one, slowly. Inside each room stood someone, an old man, a young woman, a schoolboy, a police officer, a builder, a postman. All perfectly still, all staring directly at him. Every face looked frightened. None of them blinked. Then Oliver noticed something. Every one of them was holding a camera, or a torch, or a mobile phone. The same equipment people would carry into an abandoned house. People who had come searching. People who had never returned. The little girl stepped into the hallway. She wore an old blue dress. Her face was hidden by long black hair. She took Oliver's hand. It felt freezing cold. "You opened the door," she said softly. "So now you live here." Oliver pulled away. He ran. Behind him, every door slammed shut. The hallway shook. The walls stretched endlessly. No matter how fast he ran, the front door never came closer. Then everything went black. 3 days later, police entered number 13 after neighbors reported hearing screams. They found Oliver's camera lying in the hallway, still recording. The footage showed him opening the white door. Then, nothing. The recording continued for another 4 hours, showing only the empty hallway until the final few seconds. A new door slowly appeared where none had stood before. Fresh white paint, polished brass handle. Above it, a single number, 14. Today, number 13 still stands empty, or at least, people think it does, because if you visit Willow Lane after midnight, you may notice something strange. Sometimes, there isn't a number 13 at all. Sometimes, there are 14 houses, and one of them was never there before.
The first warning came from a dead sheep hanging 12 feet above the ground. In October 1936, livestock did not climb trees, and whatever had placed the ewe among the branches of an old oak outside the Yorkshire village of Blackmere had done so without leaving a single footprint in the wet earth beneath it. Constable Arthur Bell stood beneath the tree shortly after sunrise, staring at the animal while rain whispered through the remaining leaves. Its wool was soaked dark with blood, yet strangely little had fallen onto the ground. Behind him, Farmer William Croft quietly said, "It started again." Arthur turned towards him. What started again? Croft immediately regretted speaking. He removed his cap and rubbed his thumb around its rim. After some persuasion, he explained that his grandfather had told stories about something that appeared around Blackmere every 40 years. In 1856, 3 sheep disappeared. and a shepherd was found dead beside the woods. In 1896, livestock were slaughtered across several farms before a 14-year-old boy vanished. Arthur had heard enough village folklore during his career to recognize frightened superstition. And now it's 1936, he said. Croft looked towards the woods. That's what worries me. Arthur spent the afternoon examining old parish records. He expected contradictions, exaggerations, and convenient dates altered by generations of storytelling. Instead, he found something worse. The incidents were documented. November 1856, livestock killed, shepherd missing for 2 days, body recovered near Blackmere Wood. November 1896, 7 livestock attacks followed by the disappearance of Thomas Mercer, aged 14. Arthur searched further backwards. In a damaged ledger from 1816, the vicar had written about great black animal walking upon 2 legs near the northern boundary. Arthur closed the book. Outside the parish office, daylight had already begun to fade. 2 nights passed without incident. On the 3rd, Arthur received a telephone call shortly before midnight. Croft's voice trembled badly enough that Arthur struggled to understand him. Something was inside the barn. Arthur drove through heavy rain, his headlights throwing pale tunnels across flooded lanes. Croft waited outside holding a shotgun. It's been in there 20 minutes, he whispered. Why haven't you gone inside? Arthur asked. Croft stared at the barn doors. Because my dog went in first. From somewhere behind those doors came a slow scraping noise, followed by something dragging heavily across the wooden floor. Arthur drew his revolver and opened the barn. The smell struck him immediately. Wet fur, blood, and something sour like meat left too long in summer heat. His torch beam moved across empty stalls before settling upon Croft's dog. The animal lay motionless beside a pile of straw. Arthur stepped closer, then stopped. Behind the dog were tracks in the mud. They began as the prints of an enormous animal, wider than Arthur's hand. Halfway across the barn, their shape changed. The final impressions looked disturbingly human. Bare feet led towards a small door at the rear. Arthur followed them outside. Rain hammered the yard, yet the footprints continued towards Blackmere Wood. Croft refused to follow. Arthur should have done the same. Instead, embarrassment and duty pushed him onwards. The trees swallowed the beam of his torch within seconds. Branches scraped against his coat while water ran beneath his collar. 50 yards inside the woods, he found pieces of clothing hanging from thorn bushes. A torn shirt, trousers, 1 leather boot. They looked recently discarded. Then Arthur noticed movement between 2 trees ahead. A naked man stood with his back towards him, shoulders rising and falling as though exhausted. Police, Arthur called. Don't move. The man slowly turned. Arthur recognized him immediately. It was Samuel Mercer, the village butcher. His face was smeared with blood. Arthur, Samuel whispered. You shouldn't have followed me. Arthur raised the revolver. Samuel began crying. Please listen. My father chained himself underground every month. His father did the same. We thought it weakened with each generation. Somewhere deeper in the woods, something howled. Samuel's expression changed. Oh God, he whispered, that's not me. Arthur felt every hair on his arms rise. Another howl answered from behind them. Samuel stumbled towards Arthur. There are 2. Something crashed through the undergrowth. Arthur swung his torch towards the sound and briefly saw a shape moving between the trees. It was far too tall for a wolf. Gray, black fur covered a body built almost like a man, but the arms hung unnaturally long. Its head turned towards the light, revealing eyes that reflected yellow. Samuel screamed, "Run!" Arthur fired once. The creature vanished sideways with impossible speed, and the bullet struck a tree. Samuel grabbed Arthur's coat and dragged him towards an abandoned stone cottage nearby. They barricaded themselves inside. The cottage had no roof over half its rooms, but the remaining walls were thick. Samuel pushed an old cabinet against the door. My grandfather told me what happened in 1896, he said breathlessly. Thomas Mercer didn't disappear, he changed. Arthur stared at him. Thomas Mercer had been 14 then. He'd be 54 now. Samuel shook his head. Not anymore. Something walked slowly around the cottage outside. Its claws scratched across the stone. Samuel looked towards the broken window. Once it takes you completely, you stop aging like everyone else. A face appeared beyond the window. Not entirely wolf, not entirely human. Beneath coarse fur and stretched skin, Arthur saw something horribly recognizable. An elderly man's eyes trapped inside the creature's skull. Samuel whispered, "Uncle Thomas." The creature smiled. Human teeth remained among the longer ones. Then it spoke, "Samuel." Arthur's stomach tightened. The voice was rough but unmistakably human. "Come home." Samuel backed away, shaking his head. Thomas pushed one long arm through the window. Arthur fired twice. This time the creature screamed and disappeared into the darkness. The door exploded inward. Arthur was thrown across the floor. His revolver slid beneath the cabinet. Thomas landed upon Samuel and drove him against the wall. Samuel screamed as claws tore through his shoulder. Thing. Arthur grabbed the only weapon within reach, a broken length of iron from the fireplace, and swung it into Thomas's skull. The creature turned towards him. Its yellow eyes narrowed, breathing. Then Samuel lunged forward and locked both arms around Thomas. "Do it," he shouted. Arthur drove the iron through the creature's chest. Thomas convulsed violently, released a terrible human cry, and collapsed. Dawn found Arthur sitting outside the cottage beside Samuel. Thomas's body had changed after death. The fur receded, the limbs shortened. By sunrise, an old naked man lay among the leaves. Samuel's wounds were deep but survivable. Arthur stared at him and asked the question he had avoided all night. "What happens to you now?" Samuel looked towards the rising sun. Maybe nothing. Neither man believed it. Arthur helped him back towards Blackmere. Officially, the incident became an attack by an unidentified animal. Thomas Mercer's body quietly disappeared from police records. Arthur retired in 1958 and died 17 years later. Blackmere changed. Farms became housing estates, the old cottage disappeared, and most of the woods were cleared for a bypass. The stories became village folklore. Yet in October 1976, police received reports of livestock being mutilated near the remaining woodland. In 2016, several residents reported seeing an unusually large animal beside the road. One driver struck something at midnight and photographed long scratches across his bonnet. Nobody connected the incidents because almost everyone had forgotten the old 40-year pattern. Almost everyone. In October 2026, a housing developer surveying land beside Blackmere Wood uncovered a rusted metal box beneath the foundations of an old police station. Inside were Arthur Bell's notebooks, photographs, and one final handwritten warning. The developer laughed when he read it and left the box in his van. That evening, while driving home through Blackmere, something enormous crossed the road ahead of him. He stopped. His headlights illuminated an old man standing barefoot in the rain. The man smiled, revealing teeth much too long for his mouth, and said, "Arthur told you when I'd be coming back."
Nuss, Norfolk, England. 1941 as the village of Wycham had 3 air raid sirens, but sometimes 4 of them sounded. Nobody knew where the 4th one was, and according to the people who had lived in Wycham all their lives, if you heard it, you were to close the curtains, put out every light, and whatever happened, do not look at the sky. Robert Haynes learned this on the evening of October 17th, 1941. Robert was 29 and had arrived in Wycham 2 weeks earlier. Before the war, he had taught mathematics at a secondary school in Norwich. Then, a damaged knee, the result of a motorcycle accident, had prevented him from joining the army. Instead, he became an air raid precautions warden. Wycham was supposed to be an easy posting small village, population just over 400, a church, a pub, a bakery, several farms, and 5 miles to the east a Royal Air Force station. That was why Wycham mattered. German bombers occasionally crossed the coast, looking for the airfield. Most continued inland. Some didn't. Robert's duties were simple. Make sure blackout curtains were closed. Watch for incendiary bombs. Report unexploded ordnance. Help civilians during raids. His first week passed without incident. Then one evening he met Arthur Bell. Arthur was 73 and had been village constable until retirement. Robert found him sitting outside the King's Arms, smoking a pipe. "You're the new warden." Robert nodded. "Robert Haynes." Arthur shook his hand. "Norwich." "Yes." Arthur looked him over. "City man. I'm hardly from London. City enough." Arthur smiled. Then his expression changed. "They told you about the sirens." Robert nodded. 3. Church roof, fire station inn, and RAF post. Arthur tapped his pipe against the bench. "And the fourth?" Robert frowned. "There isn't a fourth." Arthur looked towards the fields. "There is, when it wants to be." Robert smiled. "I see." "No, Arthur said quietly. "That's exactly what you mustn't do." Robert waited. Arthur leaned closer. "If 3 sirens sound, watch for aeroplanes." "I 4 sound. Don't look up." Robert laughed. Arthur didn't. "Why?" "Because," Arthur whispered, "it notices." 3 nights later, the first siren sounded. A long rising howl across the village. Then the second. Then the third. Robert pulled on his helmet and hurried outside. "Lights out! Close those curtains!" Villagers disappeared indoors. Robert reached his observation post beside the church. Searchlights moved across distant clouds. Then he heard aircraft, German bombers, high overhead. The first explosions came from the direction of the RAF station. The ground trembled. Robert watched through binoculars. Then another siren began, far away, different from the others, lower, slower, almost like something crying. Robert lowered the binoculars. 4 sirens. He remembered Arthur. "Don't look up." Robert shook his head. Ridiculous. Another explosion lit the horizon. Then every dog in Wycombe began barking, not towards the east, upwards. Robert looked. At first, he saw only clouds. Then something moved between them. Too large for an aircraft, far too large. Robert raised his binoculars, and immediately wished he hadn't. There was something above Wycombe, not flying, hanging a shape, perhaps half a mile across, black against the clouds. It looked almost like a person, but impossibly thin. Arms stretched across the sky, and beneath what might have been its head were dozens of small white lights. Robert stared. One of the lights turned towards him. Then another. They weren't lights. They were eyes. Robert dropped the binoculars. The 4th siren stopped. Immediately, the shape disappeared. The following morning, Robert went to Arthur. "You saw it." It wasn't a question. Robert sat opposite him inside the empty pub. "What is it?" Arthur poured tea. "Nobody knows." "How long has it been happening?" Arthur thought. "Longer than the war." "How much longer?" "My grandfather heard the 4th siren." Robert stared at him. "There were no air raid sirens. When your grandfather was young." Arthur nodded. "Exactly." Robert said nothing. "In those days," Arthur continued, "they called it the morning horn. Before that, church records called it the voice above." Robert leaned forward. "What happens if you look?" Arthur's eyes dropped towards his tea. "Usually, nothing. Usually, you go home. You sleep, you wake, and then it starts looking back." Robert felt cold. "What does that mean?" Arthur pointed towards the window. "You'll find out." That afternoon, Robert noticed the first one, a white dot high above the village. He assumed it was an aircraft, but it didn't move. By sunset, it was still there. That night, Robert closed his curtains. At 11, he went to bed. At 1:14, he woke. Something was tapping against his bedroom window, not knocking. Tapping, very gently. Robert lay still. Tap, tap, tap. His bedroom was on the 2nd floor. There was no tree outside. Tap, tap, tap. Robert pulled the blanket over his head. Then a voice came from outside. "Robert." He stopped breathing. The voice sounded like his mother. She had died 6 years earlier. "Robert, look at me." He closed his eyes. The tapping continued until dawn. The following morning, there were marks on the outside of the glass. Not fingerprints, something much larger. 3 long lines stretching from the top of the window to the bottom. Robert went to Arthur. "It's outside my house." Arthur nodded. "What do I do?" "Don't look. For how long? Until it loses interest. And if it doesn't? Arthur looked away. Then, someone else has to look. Robert stared at him. What? That's how it works. Arthur's voice was quiet. It notices one person, until another sees it. Robert stood. So you expect me to make someone else look? No. Arthur looked at him. I expect you to decide what sort of man you are. Or for 6 nights. Robert didn't look. The tapping moved from window to window. Sometimes his mother's voice called. Sometimes his father's. Once he heard his own voice outside, whispering, or just look. On the 7th night, the 4th siren sounded again. Robert was patrolling near the village school. 1st siren, 2nd, 3rd, then the low morning howl, the 4th. Villagers immediately closed their doors. Robert kept his eyes on the ground. Then he heard crying. A child. Help! Robert stopped. A little girl stood in the road, perhaps 8 years old. She wore a nightdress and clutched a teddy bear. Where are your parents? She pointed upwards. Mummy's up there. Robert looked at the girl. Don't look. But she called me. Robert grabbed her hand. Come with me. The girl resisted. Mummy! She looked up. Robert closed his eyes. The child screamed, not frightened. A scream of absolute terror. Then silence. Robert opened his eyes. The girl was gone. Her teddy bear lay in the road. Robert looked towards the houses. Every curtain remained closed. Nobody had seen. Then something enormous cast a shadow over the village. Robert stared at the ground. A voice came from above. Hundreds of voices speaking together. Robert. He began walking. Don't look. Robert, faster, look at us. He reached the church. The door was locked. Robert forced it open and stumbled inside. Arthur was there, sitting in the front pew. What are you doing here? Arthur looked exhausted. Waiting. For what? For you. Robert stared. Arthur stood. I lied. About what? It doesn't lose interest. Robert felt his stomach tighten. Once it sees you, it never stops. Then how do I get rid of it? Arthur looked towards the stained glass window. You can't, unless someone looks willingly. Robert understood. You. Arthur nodded. I saw it. In 1916, Robert stared at him during the Zeppelin raids. I was 8 years old. My father made me look down, but I didn't listen. Arthur smiled sadly. It's been waiting for me, for 25 years. Why did it come after me? Because, Arthur whispered. I looked again. When? The night you arrived. Robert realized. Arthur had passed it to him. You bastard. I was tired. Arthur's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry. The church began shaking. Dust fell from the ceiling. The 4th siren grew louder. Arthur walked towards the church door. What are you doing? Finishing it. He stepped outside. Robert followed, but kept his eyes down. Arthur walked into the center of the road. Then he looked up. For several seconds, nothing happened. Arthur smiled. God, oh, it's beautiful. Robert heard a sound like enormous wings opening. Arthur began rising. Slowly, his feet left the ground. Arthur rose, higher and higher. Then he screamed. The scream stopped suddenly. The 4th siren fell silent. Robert waited. Nothing. When he finally looked, the sky was empty. Arthur Bell was never found. The official explanation was that he had become confused during an air raid and wandered away. Robert knew differently. He remained in Wycombe until the end of the war. The 4th siren never sounded again. Wycombe changed over the decades. The RAF station closed. The old fire station was demolished. The wartime sirens were removed. By 1972, only one remained. On the church roof, it had not worked for years. Then, in August 1998, during a meteor shower, several villagers that reported hearing A4 sirens. There was no air raid, no emergency, no reason for any siren to sound. Most people went outside to investigate. Among them was a 12-year-old boy named Daniel Price. Daniel's mother found him standing in the garden, looking straight upwards. She called his name. He didn't answer. She walked towards him. Then Daniel whispered, there are people up there. She grabbed his shoulder. What people? Daniel pointed. Loads of them. His mother almost looked. almost. But something in her son's voice stopped her. She pulled him inside. For the next 3 nights, something tapped against Daniel's bedroom window. His room was on the 2nd floor. There were no trees outside. On the 4th night, Daniel disappeared. His window was still locked from inside. Police found no footprints, no ladder, no evidence that anyone had entered. Only 3 long marks on the outside of the glass. Daniel was never found. Today, Wycham's old church is privately owned. The wartime siren still sits rusting on the roof. It has no electricity, no cables, no working mechanism. But according to people who live nearby, once every few years, usually on a completely clear night, it begins to howl. Then, somewhere in the distance, a 2nd siren answers. Then a 3rd, and finally a 4th. When that happens, the older villagers still follow the rule. They close their curtains, turn off the lights, and don't look at the sky. Because sometimes, when the 4th siren sounds, Annie's shadow passes across the village. And if you listen carefully, above the siren you can hear voices, hundreds of them, calling down from somewhere far above the clouds. And among those voices there is an old man and a little boy, both whispering the same thing. Don't look at us! But something else behind them whispers, look.
There is a place on the northern coast where the sea never truly sleeps. The waves crash against the cliffs every hour of every day. Even on calm nights, even when there is no wind. The locals say the sea is trying to warn people away, because at the top of those cliffs stands Raven's Point, an abandoned Victorian mansion, empty for nearly 80 years, or so everyone believes. Every November, strange lights appear inside the house. Window after window begins to glow, one by one, as though someone is walking through the rooms carrying a lantern. By sunrise, the lights disappear. No footprints are ever found. No vehicles, no signs of life. Most people simply watch from a distance. No one is foolish enough to climb the path. Until Liam arrived. He was a filmmaker. He traveled across Britain searching for haunted locations. His viewers loved real places, real legends, real fear. When he heard about Raven's Point, he packed his cameras and drove through the night. The villagers tried to stop him. An old woman standing outside the village shop quietly said, "If you see someone waving from a window, don't wave back." Liam smiled politely. He thought it was another local ghost story. By the time he reached the cliffs, rain had begun to fall. The old gate stood open. Rust covered every hinge. The warning sign had almost rotted away. Cape O Ute. The words were barely readable. Beyond it, a narrow path climbed toward the mansion. The sea crashed violently below. Every gust of wind carried the smell of salt and damp stone. The house stood against the night sky like a black silhouette, dark, silent, watching. Liam unpacked his camera. He positioned a tripod overlooking the building. Then he waited. Midnight arrived. Nothing happened. He began to think the stories were nonsense. Then a single light appeared. One upstairs window glowed with a warm golden light. A second followed. Then another. Within seconds, every window in the mansion was shining. The empty house looked alive. Liam couldn't believe what he was seeing. He zoomed in. Movement. Someone walked slowly past one of the upstairs windows. A woman. Long white dress. Dark hair, head lowered. She disappeared into another room. Seconds later, she crossed another window. Always walking. Never running. Never stopping. Liam grabbed his equipment. He had to know who she was. The front door opened with almost no effort. The smell inside was overwhelming. Rotting wood, dust, seawater. The entrance hall was completely dark. The lights he'd seen from outside had vanished. Only his torch illuminated the corridor. His footsteps echoed through the mansion. Every room was empty. Furniture lay broken beneath thick layers of dust. Cobwebs stretched across every doorway. No one could have lived here, not for decades. Then footsteps, soft, slow, above him. He climbed the grand staircase. Each step creaked beneath his weight. At the end of the upstairs hallway, a door stood slightly open. Warm light spilled through the gap. He moved closer. Inside stood the woman. She faced an enormous mirror, completely still. Her white dress looked spotless, untouched by dust, untouched by time. Liam raised his camera. The flash exploded across the room. The woman slowly turned. She had no face, only smooth, pale skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Yet somehow, she smiled. The lights throughout the mansion went out. Every room fell into darkness. Something slammed the door behind him. He ran. The hallway seemed longer than before. The staircase twisted downward into darkness. The sound of footsteps followed him, not one pair, many walking calmly behind him, never rushing, never slowing. He burst through the front door and stumbled onto the cliff path. Behind him, every window lit up once again. He looked back only once. The woman stood in the highest window, one pale hand raised, slowly waving. Liam remembered the old woman's warning. He turned away. He never waved back. The next morning, police searched the mansion after finding Liam's abandoned camera near the gate. There was no sign of him. Only the footage remained. The recording showed Liam entering the house. It captured every room, every corridor, every staircase. But there was one detail investigators couldn't explain. Throughout the entire recording, someone was always visible, standing just behind him, at the end of every hallway, inside every doorway, watching, perfectly still. The final frame froze on the upstairs mirror. Liam wasn't reflected. The faceless woman was. Today, Ravens Point still overlooks the sea. Its windows remain dark, most of the year, but every November the lights return, one by one. Locals close their curtains before midnight, because they believe the lights are not trying to lure people inside. They're searching for someone who escaped, and one night, they may mistake you for the person they're still waiting to bring home.
Dark Digiamem by Bernard Capes. I'd not go higher, sir, said my landlady's father. I made out his warning through the shrill piping of the wind, and stopped and took in the plunging seascape from where I stood. The boom of the waves came up from a vast distance beneath. Sky and the horizon of running water seemed hurrying upon us over the lip of the rearing cliff.
It crumbles, he cried. It crumbles near the edge like as frosted mortar. I've seen a noble sheep, sir, 80 pound of mutton, browsing here one moment, and seen it go down the next in a puff of white dust. Hark to that! Do you hear it? Through the tumult of the wind in that high place came a liquid, vibrant sound, like the muffled stroke of iron on an anvil. I thought it the gobble of water in clanging caves deep down below. It might be a bell, I said.
The old man chuckled joyously. He was my cicerone for the nonce, had come out of his chair by the ingle, nook to taste a little the salt of life. The northeaster flashed in the white cataracts of his eyes, and woke a feeble activity in his scrannel limbs. When the wind blew loud, his daughter had told me, he was always restless, like an imprisoned sea gull. He would be up and out. He would rise and flap his old draggled pinions, as if the great air fanned an expiring spark into flame. "It is a bell," he cried, the bell of old St. Dunstan's. That was swallowed by the waters in the dark times. Aye, I said, that is the legend hereabouts. No legend, sir, no legend. Where be the tombstones of drowned mariners to prove it such? Not 1 to 40 that they has in other sea, board parishes. For why? Dunstan bell sounds its warning, and not a craft will put out. There is the storm cone, I suggested. He did not hear me. He was punching with his staff at one of a number of little green mounds that lay about us. I could tell you a story of these, he said. Do you know where we stand? On the site of the old churchyard. Ay, sir, though it still bore the name of the new yard in my first memory of it. Is that so? And what is the story? He dwelt a minute, dense with introspection. Suddenly he sat himself down upon a mossy bulge in the turf and waved me imperiously to a place beside him. The old order changeth, he said. The only lasting foundations of men's works shall be godliness and law, biding. Long ago they builded a new church, here, high up on the cliffs, where the waters could not reach, and lo, the waters wrought beneath and sapped the foundations, and the church fell into the sea. So I understand, I said. The godless are fools, he chattered knowingly. Look here at these bents, 30 of 'em may be. Tombstones, sir, perished like man his works, and the decayed stumps of them coated with salt grass. He pointed to the ragged edge of the cliff a score paces away. They raised it out there, he said, and further, a temple of bonded stone. They thought to bribe the Lord to a partnership in their corruption, and he answered by casting down the fair mansion into the waves. I said, Who? My friend. They that builded the church, he answered. Well, I said, it seems a certain foolishness to set the edifice so close to the margin. Again he chuckled. It was close, as you say, yet none so close as you might think nowadays. Time hath gnawed here like a rat on a cheese. But the foolishness appeared in setting the brave mansion between the winds and its own graveyard. Let the dead lie seawards, one had thought, and the church inland where we stand. So had the bell rung to this day, and only the charnel bones flaked piecemeal into the sea. Certainly, to have done so would show the better providence. Sir, I said, the foolishness appeared. But, I tell you, there was foresight in the disposition, in neighboring the building to the cliff path. For so they could the easier enter unobserved, and store their Tex eggs of Nantes brandy in the belly of the organ. Who are they? Why, who, but 2/3 of all Dunburg. Smugglers! It was a nest of traffickers in the eternal fire o' weekdays, and on the Sabbath, who so sanctimonious. But honesty comes not from the washing, like a clean shirt, nor can the piety of one day purge the evil of 6. They built their church nigh the margin, forasmuch as it was handy, and that they thought, surely the Lord will not undermine his own. A rare community o' blasphemers, fro the parson that took his regular toll of the organ, loft, to him that sounded the keys and pulled out the joyous stops, as if they was so many spigots to what lay behind. Of when do you speak? I speak of nigh a century and a half ago. I speak of the time o' the 7 Years' War, and of Exciseman Jones, that 20 year after he were buried, took his revenge on the cliff side of the man that done him to death. And who was that? They called him Dark Dignam, sir. A great feat smuggler, and as wicked as he was bold. I's your story about him. Ay, it is, and of my grandfather, that were a boy when they laid, and was glad to lay, the exciseman deep as they could dig, for the sight of his sooty face in his coffin was worse than a bad dream. Why was that? The old man edged closer to me, and spoke in a sibilant voice. He were murdered, sir, folly and horribly, for all they could never bring it home to the culprit. Will you tell me about it? He was nothing loth. The wind, the place of perished tombs, the very wild, blown locks of this withered apple, John, were eerie accompaniments to the tale he piped in my ear. When my grandfather were a boy, he said, there lighted in Dunbar Exciseman Jones. Poor Ops the village had gained an ill reputation. Poor Ops Exciseman Jones's predecessor had failed to secure the confidence o' the executive. At any rate, the new man was little to the fancy of the village. He was a grim, sour-looking, brass, bound galoot, and incorruptible, which was the worst. The keg o' brandy left on his doorstep New Year's Eve had been better unspiled and run into the gutter. For it led him somehow to the identification of the innocent that done it, and he had him by the heels in a twinkling. The squire snorted at the man, and the parson looked askance, but dark Dignam, he swore he'd be even with him, if he swung for it. They was hurt and surprised. That was the truth, over the scrupulosity of certain people, and feelin' ran high against Exciseman Jones.
At that time Dark Dignam was a young man with a reputation above his years for profaneness and audacity. Ugly things there were said about him, and amongst many wicked he was feared for his wickedness. Exciseman Jones had his eye on him, and that was bad for Exciseman Jones. No, one murk December night Exciseman Jones staggered home with a bloody long slice down his scalp, and the red drip from it spotting the cobblestones. Summat fell on him from a window, said Dark Dignam, a little later, as he were drinking hisself hoarse in the Black Boy. Summat fell on him retributive, as you might call it. For, would you believe it? The man had at the moment been threatening me. He did. He said, I know damn well about you, Dignam, and for all your damned ingenuity, I'll bring you with a crack to the ground yet. What had happened? Nobody knew, sir. But Exciseman Jones was in his bed for a fortnight, and when he got on his legs again, it was pretty evident there was a hate between the two men that only blood spillin' could satisfy.
So far as is known, they never spoke to one another again. They played their game of death in silence. The lawful, cold and unfathomable, the unlawful. Swaggerin' and cruel, and 20 years separated the first move and the last. This were the first, sir, as Dark Dignam leaked it out long after in his cups. This were the first, and it brought Exciseman Jones to his grave on the cliff here. It were a deep, soft summer night, and the young smuggler sat by hisself in the long room of the Black Boy. Now, I tell you he were a fox, ship and trigger, grand. I should call him, in the aloneness of his villainy. He would play his dark games out of his own hand, and sure, of all his wickedness, this game must have seemed the sum. I say he sat by hisself, and I hear the listening ghost of him call me a liar. For there were another body present, though invisible to mortal eye, and that second party were Exciseman Jones, who was hidden up the chimney.
How had he inveigled him there? Ah, they've met and worried that point out since. No other will ever know the truth this side the grave, but reports come to be whispered, and reports said as how Dignam had made an appointment with a bodiless master of a smack as never floated, to meet him in the Black Boy and arrange for to run a cargo as would never be shipped, and that somehow he managed to acquaint Exciseman Jones this dissembling appointment, and to secure his presence in Hyden to witness it. That's conjecture, for Dignam never let on so far, but what is known for certain is that Exciseman Jones, who were as daring and determined as his enemy, perhaps more so, for some reason was in the chimney, onto a grating in which he had managed to lower himself from the roof, and that he could, if given time, have scrambled up again with difficulty, but was debarred from going lower. And, further, this is known, that, as Dignam sat on, pretending to yawn and huggin', his black intent, a little sut plopped down the chimney and scattered on the coals of the laid fire beneath. At that, curse this waitin', said he. The room's as chill as a belfry, and he got to his feet with a secret grin and strolled to the hearthstone. I wonder, said he, will the landlord object if I venture upon a glint of fire for comfort's sake? And he pulled out his flint and steel, struck a spark, and with no more feelin' than he'd express in lighting a pipe, set the flame to the sticks. The trapped rat above never stirred or give tongue. My God, what a man! Sich a nature could afford to bide and bide. Ay, for 20 year if need be. Dignam would have enjoyed the sound of a cry, but he never got it. He listened with the grin fixed on his face, and of a sudden he heard a scrambling struggle, like as a dog with the colic jumping at a wall, and presently, as the sticks blazed and the smoke rose denser, a thick coffin, as of a consumptive man under bedclothes. Still no cry, nor any appeal for mercy, no, not from the time he lit the fire till a horrible rattle come down, which was the last twitches of something that choked and died on the sooty gratin above.
When all was quiet, Dignam he knocks with his foot on the floor and sits hisself down before the hearth, with a face like a pillow for innocence. I were chilled and lit it, says he to the landlord. You don't mind. Mind. Who would have ventured to cross dark Dignam's fancies? I give a boisterous laugh and ordered in a double noggin of humming stuff. Here, he says, when it comes, is to the health of Exciseman Jones, that swore to bring me to the ground.
To the ground, mutters a thick voice from the chimney. My God, says the landlord. There's something up there. Something there was, and terrible to look upon when they brought it to light. The creature's struggles had ground the soot into its face, and its nails were black below the quick. Were those words the last of its death throe, or an echo from beyond? Ah, we may question, but they were heard by 2 men. Dignam went free. What could they prove aging him? Not that he knew there was aught in the chimney when he lit the fire. The other would scarcely have acquaint him of his plans. And Exciseman Jones was hurried into his grave alongside the church up here.
And therein he lay for 20 year, despite that, not a 12-month after his coming, the sacrilegious house itself sunk roaring into the waters, for the Lord would have none of it, and, biding his time, struck through a fortnight of deluge, and hurled church and cliff into ruin. But the yard remained, and, nighest the seaward edge of it, Exciseman Jones slept in his fearful winding sheet, and bided his time. It came when my grandfather were a young man of 30, and mighty close and confidential with dark Dignam.
God forgive him!
Doubtless he were led away by the older smuggler. That had a grace of villainy about him, 'tis said, and used Lord Chesterfield's printed letters for wadding to his bullets. But then he was a ramping, roaring devil, but, for all his bold hands were stained with crime, the memory of Exciseman Jones and of his promise dwelled with him and darkened him ever more and more, and never left him. So those that knew him said, "No, all these years the cliff edge in the graveyard, where it was broke off, was scabbing into the sea below. But still they used this way of ascent for their ungodly traffic. And over the ruin of the cliff they had drove a new path for to carry up their kegs. It was a cloudy night in March, with scud and a fitful moon, and there was a sloop in the offing, and under the shore a loaded boat that had just pulled in with muffled rowlocks. Out of this dark Dignam was the first to sling hisself a brace of rundlets, and my grandfather followed with 2 more. They made softly for the cliff path, began the ascent, was halfway up.
Whiz! A stone of chalk went by them with a skirl and slapped into the rubble below. Some more of St. Dunstan's gravel, cried Dignam, panting out a reckless laugh under his load, and on they went again. Whish! A bigger lump came like a thunderbolt, and the wind of it took the bloody smuggler's hat and sent it swooping into the darkness like a bird. Thunder, said Dignam, the cliff's breaking away. The words was hardly out of his mouth, when there flew such a volley of chalk stones as made my grandfather, though none had touched him, fall upon the path where he stood, and begin to gabble out what he could call to mind of the prayers for the dying. He was in the midst of it when he heard a scream come from his companion as froze the very marrow in his bones. He looked up, thinking his hour had come. My God! What a sight he saw! The moon had shone out of a sudden, and the light of it struck down on Dignam's face, and that was the colour of dirty parchment, and he looked higher and give a sort of sob. For there, stickin', Out of the cliff's side was half the body of Exciseman Jones, with its arms stretched abroad, and it was clawing out lumps of chalk and hurling them down at Dignam. And even as he took this in through his terror, a great ball of white came hurtling and went full on to the man's face with a splash, and he was spun down into the deep night below, a nameless thing. The old creature came to a stop, his eyes glinting with a febrile excitement. And so, I said, Exciseman Jones was true to his word. The tension of memory was giving, the spring slowly uncoiling itself. He said doubtfully. The cliff had flaked away by degrees to his very grave. They found his skeleton sticking out of the chalk. His skeleton, said I, with the emphasis of disappointment. The first, sir, the first. His was the first. There have been a many exposed since. The work of decay goes on, and the bones they fall into the sea. Sometimes, sailing offshore, you may see a shank or an arm protruding, like a pigeon's leg from a pie. But the wind or the weather takes it and it goes. There's more to follow yet. Look at him! Look at these bents! Everyone a grave, with a skeleton in it. The wear and tear from the edge will reach each one in turn, and then the last of the ungodly will have ceased from the earth. And what became of your grandfather? My grandfather. There was something happened made him renounce the devil. He died one of the elect. His youth were heedless and unregenerate, but 'tis said, after he were turned 30, he never smiled agin. There was a reason. Did I ever tell you the story of Dark Dignam and Exciseman Jones?
Some places feel wrong, not because they look frightening, but because every instinct tells you to leave. Blackwater Bridge sits alone in the middle of an old forest. It hasn't carried traffic for over 60 years. Moss has swallowed the stone. Rust hangs from every iron rail. The river beneath moves slowly, almost silently, as though it doesn't want anyone to know it's there. Locals avoid it. No one can quite explain why. They simply say, never stop on the bridge after sunset. Of course, every town has stories. Ghosts, monsters, old curses, most people laugh them off, until they become part of one. It was October when Daniel decided to prove everyone wrong. He was a photographer who loved abandoned places, old hospitals, empty churches, forgotten villages. The stranger the location, the better the photographs. Blackwater Bridge had become his latest target. He arrived just before dusk. The forest was already growing dark. The air felt strangely cold, even though the weather forecast had promised a mild evening. As he stepped onto the bridge, he noticed something unusual. No birds, no insects, no wind. The entire forest had fallen completely silent. He raised his camera. Click. The shutter echoed far louder than it should have. Then, another click answered. Daniel frowned. He lowered the camera. No one stood behind him. He laughed to himself. Probably an echo. He continued walking. Click. Again. Except this time, he hadn't touched the camera. Slowly he turned. The bridge was empty, or so he thought. At the far end stood a figure tall, perfectly still. Wrapped in what looked like soaking wet black clothing, its face couldn't be seen. Daniel assumed it was another explorer. He raised a hand. Evening. A no reply. The figure never moved. He took another photograph. The flash illuminated the bridge for a split second. When the darkness returned, the figure was gone. His stomach tightened. He checked the image. The bridge was empty. There had been no one there, not even a shadow. Daniel suddenly realized something. The silence wasn't natural. It felt as though something was listening. Then he heard it, a drip, 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 water falling onto stone. The sound came from beneath the bridge. He leaned over the old railing. The river reflected the fading sky. Nothing else. Then, something blinked an eye, far below, looking directly at him. He stumbled backwards. His heart slammed against his chest. That was impossible. The river was only a few feet deep. There couldn't be anything that size beneath the surface. Then the water began to ripple. Not outward, inward, as though something underneath was breathing. Daniel grabbed his camera. He zoomed in. The screen showed the river clearly, except her. The eye wasn't alone. Dozens of pale faces floated beneath the water. Men, women, children, all staring upwards. None of them moved. None of them blinked. He looked over the railing again. The river was empty. His camera still showed the faces. One of them smiled. Daniel dropped the camera. The screen shattered against the stone. Immediately, the dripping stopped. The silence returned. Then a voice whispered behind him. You looked, barely audible, cold enough to freeze his blood. He spun around. No one. The bridge remained deserted. But now, wet footprints stretched across the stones, fresh, each one filling with dark river water. They led directly toward him. Step, step. The footprints appeared one at a time, as though invisible feet were walking closer. Daniel ran. The old bridge seemed much longer than before. Every step behind him came another sound. More footsteps, slow, patient, never speeding up. He reached the forest path. The moment he crossed onto solid ground, everything stopped. The birds began singing again. The wind returned. The silence vanished. Daniel never looked back. The police searched the bridge the next morning. They found his broken camera. Nothing else. Inside the damaged memory card, technicians managed to recover only one photograph. It showed Daniel standing alone in the middle of Blackwater Bridge, looking over the railing. The strange part wasn't Daniel. It was what stood behind him. A towering figure made entirely of black water, its head bent unnaturally low, its arms wrapped gently around his shoulders, as though it had been watching him the entire time. The photograph was locked away. No one wanted to explain it. No one could. Years later, the bridge was finally demolished, stone by stone, beam by beam. Workers refused to stay after sunset. Several claimed they heard footsteps following them across ground where the bridge no longer existed. One man quit after finding soaking wet footprints leading into the middle of an empty field. They stopped abruptly, as though whoever had made them had simply disappeared. Today, if you visit the forest, you'll find nothing except an open stretch of river. Peaceful, silent, almost beautiful. But locals still warn visitors about one thing. If you ever hear a camera shutter behind you, don't turn around. Because whatever waited beneath Blackwater Bridge may no longer be trapped beneath the water. And once it knows you've heard it, it already knows where to find you. There is an old road in Derbyshire that most sat-navs no longer recognize. Drivers who know the area avoid it after sunset. Not because it's dangerous, not because of the sharp bends, but because of the house that waits at the very end. Nobody knows when it was built. No records exist. No photographs older than 20 years can be found. It's simply always been there. The locals call it Elder House. They never speak its real address, because they believe saying it aloud is enough for the house to find you. Every autumn, someone reports seeing lights in its windows, a warm orange glow, a roaring fire, silhouettes moving behind lace curtains. The strange thing is saying, the house has had no electricity for nearly 50 years. Ryan Foster didn't believe any of it. He was an estate photographer hired to document abandoned properties before demolition. When Elder House appeared on his list, he thought it was another forgotten farmhouse. He arrived just before sunset. The lane was narrow, overgrown hedges scratched against his van. The deeper he drove, the older the road seemed. Modern tarmac gave way to cracked stone. Telephone poles disappeared. Even the road signs looked decades out of date. Then he saw it. A large Victorian house stood alone at the end of the lane. Its windows glowed with warm firelight. Smoke drifted lazily from the chimney. Someone was home. Ryan checked his paperwork. The property was listed as derelict, empty since 1972. He frowned. Perhaps squatters had moved in. He grabbed his camera and walked towards the front door. The garden looked strangely perfect. Fresh flowers bloomed despite the cold. Leaves had been neatly swept into piles. The brass door knocker shone as though polished that morning. Before he could knock, the door opened. An elderly woman smiled warmly. You're finally here. Ryan looked behind him. Sorry, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. She shook her head. No, we've been expecting you. Her voice was gentle, kind, comforting. Against his better judgment, Ryan stepped inside. The hallway smelled of fresh bread and burning wood. A grandfather clock ticked softly. Family photographs covered every wall. People smiled from faded black and white portraits. Children, soldiers, wedding couples. None of the faces looked familiar. The woman offered him tea. He politely refused. "I only need a few photographs." She nodded. "Of course. But don't go upstairs." Ryan smiled. "I won't." She disappeared into another room. The moment she left, he looked upstairs. Curiosity always wins. The staircase creaked beneath every step. At the end of the landing, one door stood open. Inside was a child's bedroom. Old toys covered the floor. A rocking horse slowly moved backwards and forwards. Ryan raised his camera. Click, the flash lit the room. Every toy had moved. Every doll now faced him. The rocking horse stopped. He lowered the camera. The toys hadn't moved at all. He looked at the photograph. They were facing him there. His stomach tightened. He backed into the hallway. The family photographs lining the walls had changed. The smiling strangers were gone. Every frame now contained Ryan, as a child, at school on holiday, standing beside people he'd never met. In every picture, the elderly woman stood beside him, smiling. He hurried downstairs. The front door had disappeared. Only a blank wall remained. The warm fire crackled in the sitting room. The woman waited in her chair. "You weren't supposed to go upstairs." Her smile never faded. Ryan demanded to know who she was. She sighed. "I'm your mother." He laughed nervously. "My mother died years ago." "Num," she whispered. "She just left." The room suddenly felt colder. The fire went out. Darkness swallowed the house. Only the grandfather clock continued ticking. Tick, tick. The woman slowly stood. "You've always lived here." Ryan stumbled backwards. "I've never been here before." She tilted her head. "Then why does the house remember you?" The walls began filling with more photographs. Hundreds. Thousands. Everyone showed Ryan living inside Elder House, celebrating birthdays, growing old, standing in the garden, watching from the upstairs windows. The clock struck midnight. The front door appeared again. Ryan ran. He never looked back. The police found his van the following morning, still parked outside Elder Lane. The engine was cold. His camera sat on the passenger seat. The memory card contained over 200 photographs. Every single one showed Elder House. Except each photograph had one extra detail. A man stood watching from an upstairs window. The closer investigators zoomed, the clearer his face became. It was Ryan, older, grey-haired, smiling. No trace of him was ever found. Today, the demolition order for Elder House still exists. Contractors accept the job every few years. None ever begin the work, because when they drive down Elder Lane, they discover something impossible. Fresh tire tracks, leading towards the house, but never coming back out. So if you ever find yourself on an old country road at dusk, and you see a warm light glowing in the windows of a lonely house, keep driving, no matter how welcoming it looks. Because some houses don't wait for visitors, they wait for residents.
Somerset, England, 1903. Nobody in Elmswick would cut down the old ash tree. Not because it was beautiful, it wasn't. The tree was enormous, twisted, and almost completely dead. It stood alone, at the edge of a field, perhaps half a mile beyond the village. No birds nested in it. No cattle grazed beneath it. And no child in Elmswick would willingly walk past it after sunset. The villagers called it the knocking tree. When Henry Clark first heard the name, he laughed. Henry had arrived from Bristol in the spring of 1903. He was 34, recently married, and had inherited a small farmhouse from an uncle whom he barely remembered. His wife, Alice, was expecting their first child. They wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere inexpensive. Elmswick seemed perfect. Their farmhouse stood beyond the village, beside a narrow country lane, and from the bedroom window, Henry could see the old ash tree, standing against the horizon. On their second evening, they visited the village inn. Henry asked the landlord about it. "What's wrong with that tree?" Conversation stopped. Not dramatically. Nobody gasped. Nobody dropped a glass. People simply became quiet. The landlord continued polishing the bar. "Nothing." Henry smiled. "Then why does everyone avoid it?" An old farmer sitting near the fireplace looked up. Because we're not fools. Henry laughed. Alice didn't. What happens there? The farmer looked towards her. Sometimes it knocks. Henry raised an eyebrow. The tree knocks 3 times. The farmer lifted his glass. If you hear it, don't answer. Henry smiled. And how exactly does one answer a tree? The farmer didn't smile back. You'll know. 3 weeks passed. Henry forgot the conversation. Then, one evening in May, he heard it. He was repairing a fence near the edge of his property. The sun had almost disappeared when Kanoske, Henry stopped. The sound came from across the field. Kanoske, Kanoke, 3 knocks. Slow, heavy, hollow. Henry looked towards the ash tree. Nothing moved. There was barely any wind. Then, from somewhere inside the trunk, a voice called, Henry. He dropped the hammer. It was Alice. Henry. He turned towards the farmhouse. Nearly 400 yards away, Alice stood at the kitchen door. She raised one hand and waved. Henry looked back at the tree. Silence. He returned home. That evening, he told Alice. She laughed nervously. Perhaps somebody was playing a trick. Woo, but neither of them had an answer. The following morning, Henry walked to the tree. Up close, it looked even older. The trunk was wide enough that 3 men might have struggled to put their arms around it. The bark was black, almost burned, and about 5 feet from the ground. Someone had hammered dozens of iron nails deep into the wood. Henry touched one. Behind him, a voice said, Leave. Then Henry turned. The old farmer from the inn stood beside the field gate. His name, Henry had learned, was Silas Webb. What are these? Nails. I can see that. Silas approached. Every family in Elmswick put one there. Why? Silas looked at the tree. To keep what's inside inside. Henry sighed. Not this nonsense again. Silas pointed towards the nails. See that one? A thick iron spike, rusted almost black. My grandfather put that there. And that one? Another. My father. Henry looked at him. And yours? Silas pointed. A newer nail. That. Henry smiled. So what exactly are you keeping inside? Silas answered immediately. Thomas Rook. Henry waited. A man who died 200 years ago. Silas looked towards the village. Rook lived in Elmswick. Farmer. Wife. 3 children. Then children started disappearing. Henry's smile faded. 7 in all. They eventually found their clothes. Silas looked at the ground. Buried beneath Rook's barn. What happened to him? The villagers hanged him. Henry looked towards the tree. From this? Silas nodded. Afterwards, they buried him beneath it. Henry frowned. Why? Because the vicar wouldn't allow him in consecrated ground. Silas stepped closer. 3 nights after they buried him, Rook's wife heard knocking at her door. Henry already knew what came next. 3 knocks. Silas nodded. Then she heard her husband's voice. She opened the door. What happened? She disappeared. Silas looked towards the tree. Next night, another hoax. A dead mother's voice. Someone opened the door. They disappeared. Henry stared at him. So they nailed the tree. The village blacksmith dreamed about it. Henry laughed. A dream. He dreamed Rook wasn't beneath the tree anymore. Silas pointed towards the trunk. He was inside it. Henry walked away. He didn't believe a word. But that night, he locked the farmhouse door. At 2:30 in the morning, Henry woke. Alice slept beside him. For several seconds, everything was silent. Then, Henry opened his eyes. The sound hadn't come from the front door. It came from beneath the bedroom. 3 knocks from under the floorboards. Alice woke. What was that? Henry sat up. Then, a child's voice whispered, Daddy? Alice grabbed his arm. They had no children. Not yet, the voice came again. Daddy? Henry stood. Alice whispered, Don't? He looked at her. Don't answer. The voice beneath the floor began crying, Daddy, please. Henry remained silent. Eventually, it stopped. The next morning, there were 3 black marks on the bedroom floor, as though someone beneath the boards had struck them with a hammer. Henry went directly to Silas. What do I do? Silas didn't look surprised. You answered it. I didn't. The first time. The Henry remembered. The field. Alice's voice. She had called his name. And Henry, without thinking, had shouted, "What?" Silas closed his eyes. "You answered." The Henry felt sick. "What happens now?" "It comes closer." "How close?" Silas looked at him, until it reaches the door. That night, 3 knocks came from the kitchen wall. The next night, from the staircase. Then nothing, for 2 nights. Henry began to hope it was over. On the 3rd night, Alice woke him. She was standing beside the bed. "What? Someone's downstairs?" He listened. Footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps, crossed the kitchen. Then the hallway. Then the stairs. Henry grabbed the fireplace poker. Alice whispered, "It's coming up." The footsteps reached the landing, stopped. 3 knocks came from the bedroom door. "Ke no kis, ke, oske." Then Alice's voice spoke from the hallway. "Henry." Henry turned towards his wife. Alice stood beside him, white with terror. Outside, the other Alice whispered, "Let me in." Henry tightened his grip on the poker. "Go away." Alice beside him gasped. Henry realized, too late, he had answered. The door shook. Once, twice, then exploded inward. There was nobody outside, only darkness. Then something moved along the ceiling. Henry looked up. A man crawled above them, his body twisted, his neck stretched, a black rope still buried deep in his flesh. His eyes fixed upon Alice. She screamed. Henry swung the poker. The thing dropped. Henry struck it again, and again, each time, the body sounded like an axe striking wood. Then Henry saw something protruding from its chest. Iron. A nail. He remembered the tree. Henry grabbed it and pulled. The creature screamed, not like a man, like timber, splitting in a fire. Henry drove the nail through its hand into the bedroom floor. Instantly, the creature stopped. Its body darkened, skin became bark, fingers became branches. Within seconds, nothing remained, except a twisted piece of dead wood, nailed to the floor. At sunrise, Henry and Silas carried it back to the ash tree. Silas hammered the nail into the trunk. The moment he did, every branch shook. There was no wind. Henry sold the farmhouse before his child was born. He never returned to Elmswick. The knocking tree remained standing until 1987. That autumn, a storm struck Somerset. Lightning hit the old ash, splitting it completely in half. Council workers arrived the following morning. Inside the trunk, they discovered something impossible. Human bones. Not one skeleton. Dozens, men, women, children. Some were centuries old, others much newer, and embedded among them were hundreds of iron nails. The workers removed everything. The remains were taken away. The tree was burned. Nothing happened for almost 20 years. Then, a housing estate was built on the old field. The first family moved in during October 2006. 3 weeks later, the father called the police. His 6-year-old daughter had disappeared during the night. There were no signs of forced entry, no open windows, no footprints outside. But police found something unusual on the girl's bedroom wall. 3 circular marks, pressed deep into the plaster. And according to her father, at approximately 2 o'clock that morning, he had heard someone knocking from inside the wall. 3 times. Then his daughter had called, "Daddy." Half asleep, he had answered, "What is it, love?" There had been no reply, only another 3 knocks, except this time they came from underneath his bed. Lancashire, England, 2014. The call bell from room 17 rang at 3:14 every morning, not approximately 3:14, exactly 3:14. And according to everyone who worked at Willowbank Care Home, the best thing to do was ignore it. Sarah Bennett learned this on her first night shift. She was 28, recently divorced, short of money and desperately grateful for a job that offered as many hours as she could manage. Willowbank itself wasn't unpleasant. It had once been a large Victorian house before somebody converted it into a residential home in the 1980s. 23 rooms, 2 floors, a large garden, and corridors that somehow seemed twice as long at night as they did during the day. Sarah's first shift began at 8. She worked alongside an older carer named June, who had been at Willowbank for 14 years. At midnight, most of the residents were asleep. June made tea. Sarah completed paperwork, and at 3:14, a buzzer sounded. Beep, beep, beep. A red light appeared on the call panel. I-17 Chef Sarah stood. June didn't move. Room 17. June continued drinking her tea. I can see. Sarah waited. Aren't we going? No. Sarah frowned. Someone's pressed their bell. June looked at her. Nobody lives in 17. Sarah stared at the panel. Beep, beep. Then why's the bell going? The June stood, walked to the panel and pressed reset. The light disappeared. Faulty wiring. Sarah nodded. Old electrics. Perfectly reasonable. Then June added, if it happens again, don't go inside. Sarah laughed. June didn't. At 3:14 the following morning, room 17 called again. Beep. Sarah reset it. The third night, same thing. 3:14. Room 17. On her fourth shift, Sarah became curious. During her break, she walked upstairs. Room 17 stood at the far end of the west corridor. The door was locked. A small brass number, 17. Nothing unusual. Sarah tried the handle. Don't. She jumped. June stood behind her. For God's sake, I told you. It's an empty room. Less. Then what's the problem? June stared at the door. Her name was Edith. Sarah waited. She lived in 17. Win. Years ago. June lowered her voice. She died there. Sarah shrugged. It's a care home, June. People die. I know. Would June look towards the corridor? But Edith didn't know she was dead. Sarah smiled uncertainly. What does that mean? For 3 days before she died, she kept telling us. June stopped. Telling you what? That somebody was standing outside her door. Sarah glanced towards the empty corridor. Ooh, she wouldn't say. She'd press the bell. We'd come upstairs, and she'd point towards the hallway.